The dimly lit hall was a labyrinth of rows upon rows of computer screens, most of them dark, save for a few that glowed with a harsh, ghostly light. The faces caught in the hollows of these screens were young, their features, still soft with the naivety of youth, the kind that should have radiated vitality. Yet, in this moment, a strange pallor clung to them, a decay that whispered of something prematurely worn, lending them an incongruous air of somber elegance, as though they were relics of a bygone era rather than heirs to the future. Song Fi was one of them, though he staunchly believed that this peculiar transformation into something so antithetical to the spirit of a socialist successor was entirely the fault of the internet cafe. The fought leather sofas, their surfaces peeling like old paint, bore the scars of time. The computer desks, their original colors now a distant memory, stood as silent witnesses to years of neglect. The keyboards, their black crevices stuffed with the sediment of countless crazy fingers, were grimy and unyielding, though wired mice, their movements jerky, seemed to rebel against the very idea of functionality. And then there was the jaundiced glow of the overhead lights, a yellow so sickly it seemed to seep into the walls themselves. Even if Pannon, the legendary beauty of ancient China, were resurrected and seated here, Song Fi thought bitterly, had looked like a ghost. In this post-smartphone era, where internet cafes had largely faded into obsolescence, this particular establishment stood defiant, a relic of the earlies. Every time Song Fi stepped through its doors, he felt a strange sense of temporal dislocation, as though he had been hurled back to his third-grade self, sneaking out at night while his parents slept to play games in a similar cafe. That golden age of rebellion had, of course, ended abruptly under the wrath of his father's belt. But even that long-lost tavern, he had to admit, had been better furnished than this one. Nowadays, few venture into internet cafes, and Song Fi suspected that this establishment's survival was owed entirely to his university's draconian curfew policy. After lights out, the dorms were plunged into darkness, the Wi-Fi severed with surgical precision. While mobile data was still an option, the constant warnings about exorbitant charges kept most students in line. For those desperate to catch a late-night esports match or stream a game, this cafe located in the desolate outskirts of campus was the only refuge. Through the cold night, I dream of you, your silver hair ageless. A gravely male voice, raw and defiant, suddenly erupted from Song Fi's phone, shattering the fragile quiet of the hall. The ringtone startled him, though he recognized it immediately. The caller had read, Wang Qingjuan. "What's up?" he asked, already bracing himself. As both his roommate and closest friend, Wang Qingjuan was one to call without reason. "Get back here. They're doing a dorm check," Wang said, his tone clipped and urgent. Song Fi's eyes darted to the corner of the monitor where the time glared back at him. "Bam. Are you kidding me? It's already past 10. Exactly. Perfect time to catch anyone who hasn't come back yet. Damn it." Song Fi hissed. Of all the nights for this nonsense, it had to be the one time had dared to pull an all-nighter outside. The timing was infuriatingly precise, like a sniper's bullet finding its mark. Without a second's hesitation, he logged out of the computer. The allure of the live stream match paled next to the specter of a disciplinary mark on his record. He knew all too well how a single black mark could haunt him for years, a shadow over every scholarship application, every internship opportunity. The university was located on the outskirts of the city, a sprawling expanse of new buildings and barren fields. Once part of a sleepy county, it had been absorbed into the city's boundaries during a recent wave of urban expansion. The so-called university town was little more than a cluster of isolated campuses, surrounded by wilderness. Song Fi's school was the farthest out, a lonely outpost at the edge of civilization. The nearest neighboring university was 4 bus stops away. Beyond that, there was nothing but fields and the occasional abandoned farmhouse. The main road leading to the campus gates was lined with a few struggling shops, their neon signs flickering like dying fireflies. Beyond that, the landscape dissolved into darkness. The internet cafe was just across the road from the campus gates, so Song Fi managed to slip back onto school grounds with relative ease. But the real challenge lay ahead. The new campus, unlike the cramped quarters of its predecessor in the city center, sprawled endlessly. From the gates to the dormitories, it was a track that could rival a cross-country marathon. Song Fei broke into a run, his breath visible in the cold night air, his sneakers pounding against the pavement. A sharp ding from his pocket interrupted his stride. Panting, he fished out his phone and played the voice message. "When can you in again? Where are you?" "They're already on our floor. This time it's a joint operation, student council and department reps. It's serious." Just past the physics building, Song Fei wheezed into his phone. "Hold them off for a few minutes." He shoved the phone back into his pocket and pushed himself harder, his legs burning as he sprinted under the pale glow of the campus streetlights. 7 minutes later, he burst into the dormitory, his chest heaving, sweat soaking through his shirt. He barely had time to catch his breath before he was greeted by a familiar voice. "Song Fei, back already?" Standing in the center of the room was none other than Jia, the history department's counselor. His smile was warm, almost fatherly, but his eyes were sharp, scrutinizing every detail. "Good evening, Mr. Jia." Song Fei replied, his voice unnaturally bright. "And where were you?" Jia asked, his tone casual but pointed. "Bathroom," Song Fei blurted out without thinking. The silence that followed was deafening. His three roommates exchanged looks and pinching the bridge of his nose, another rolling his eyes in exasperation. Jia's smile tightened. "Interesting. Your roommates told me you went upstairs to borrow hot water for instant noodles. Something about a classmate from your elective course." Song Fei swallowed hard. Yes, that too. I mean first the bathroom, then the hot water." Jia's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer, then he sighed. "Well, as long as you're back." But just as Song Fei thought had escaped unscathed, a voice cut through the tension. "Sir, Jia, we're also supposed to check for unauthorized appliances," said a figure stepping into the room. Song Fei's stomach dropped as he recognized Sim Haiyan, a student council officer, and, unfortunately, someone he knew far too well. What followed was a meticulous search that ended with Haiyan crouched beside Song Fei's desk, pulling out a hollowed-out computer tower. Inside were 3 illegal immersion heaters, 2 electric kettles, and a hairdryer. "Song Fei." Jia's voice thundered, his earlier warmth replaced by fury. "Fisha." Song Fei wailed, clinging to the counselor's arm in a desperate bid for mercy. But it was no use. The report was written, the appliances confiscated, and Haiyan's smirk burned itself into Song Fei's memory. Later that night, as the dorm lights went out, Song Fei lay in his bunk, seething. His phone buzzed with a message from Haiyan. "In this line of work, one must do what one must." Song Fei's fingers flew across the screen. "Bullshit. This was personal." Haiyan's reply came almost immediately. "Do we have a grudge I'm unaware of?" Song Fei stared at the message, his anger faltering. Did they have a grudge? Not really. Their brief fling had ended amicably enough, with polite nods exchanged in the cafeteria. And yet, tonight, Haiyan had drawn a line in the sand, and on the other side lay the ruins of Song Fei's dignity. As he fumed, another message popped up, this time from Wang Qingyuan. So it was him. Song Fei hesitated, then typed back, "He is pretty good looking. What's the use of that? Can't eat looks for dinner." "And what did you see in him?" Song Fei paused and typed, "Generosity." But as he hit send, he realized had accidentally sent only the first character of the word. The chat now read, "What did you see in him?" "Yeah. Good night." Song Fei stared at the screen in horror. "No, wait. Let me explain." 2 days later, Song Fei saw Haiyan again, this time in a 2-credit elective course titled Classic Film Appreciation. The course was as sought after as train tickets during the spring festival rush. Seats filled up in seconds, and Song Fei's entire dorm had synchronized their watches, furiously clicking their mice at the exact moment registration opened. In the end, only Song Fei, with a stroke of miraculous luck or perhaps a technical glitch, secured a spot. After attending the first class, he knew he had made the right choice. The professor was genial, a man who called roll as soon as the bell rang, then dimmed the lights and started the film. Whether you watched attentively or used the darkened room as a refuge for stolen naps, he did care. Truth be told, the classroom, cloaked in darkness, was a sanctuary for sleep. Even on days when Song-Fi wasn't particularly tired, he often found himself drifting off, lulled by the quiet hum of the projector. When they had registered for courses at the end of the previous semester, he and Cayenne had still been together. As a result, they'd chosen many of the same classes, leading to the bittersweet irony of their current predicament. Post-breakup, they were constantly running into each other. It was a romance tinged with a kind of tragic comedy, the kind that stings in its absurdity. In this particular class, Cayenne, as always, sat in the front row, while Song-Fi, predictably, chose the very back. The distance between them had nothing to do with the wistful notion that absence makes the heart grow fonder. It was simply an instinctive choice, as natural as the sun rising in the east. Song-Fi was convinced that even in mandatory courses, Cayenne would sit in the front, just like Wang Qingjuan. Perhaps, in the minds of academic overachievers, the closer one sat to the blackboard, the more likely one was to absorb knowledge by osmosis. Song-Fi, perpetually skimming the surface of academic mediocrity, could fathom the lofty ambitions of those destined to receive scholarships. In hindsight, it was a blessing they had broken up this semester, otherwise, the two of them might have quarreled endlessly over whether to sit in the front or the back. Last semester, they'd already argued countless times over whether or not to study in the library. It said that mismatched values mean you can't be in a relationship. Song-Fi at once mused bitterly. No, he corrected himself now. Mismatched study habits are what's truly fatal. As if fate had already dealt him enough blows, the incident with the illegal appliances in their dorm had barely caused a ripple on campus and seemed destined to fade into obscurity. Just as Song-Fi thought he could finally relax, their dorm supervisor, Teacher Jaya, made a dramatic reappearance during the weekend's routine evening roll call. She singled out their dorm in front of the entire sophomore class of the history department, delivering a lecture so scathing it could have seared through steel. The humiliation lingered like a sore aftertaste, still fresh when Song-Fi walked into the elective class only to find their usually mild-mannered professor in an inexplicable mood. Instead of the usual fare, the professor announced they would be watching a cult film. Not a horror film, as Song-Fi would later describe it, but a cult classic, as the professor insisted, waxing poetic about his decades-long love affair with the genre. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he declared this particular film the progenitor of all modern cult cinema. Song-Fi couldn't shake the feeling that the professor's enthusiasm had transformed this class into a hidden Easter egg, a secret indulgence, tucked away in the syllabus. The Easter egg was nothing short of a sensory assault. The director, seemingly driven by a vendetta against humanity, filled the screen with geysers of blood and severed limbs. And yet, being a true master, he didn't stop at physical carnage, but delved into psychological torment as well. By the midpoint, Song-Fi could endure no more. He slipped out through the back door, his exit accompanied by a chorus of disdainful glances from a few female classmates. Song-Fi admired their fortitude. They were braver than most men he knew. Many of his male friends enjoyed such films, but he simply couldn't stomach them. It was like how some people could grab a mouse bare-handed, but recoiled at the thought of stepping on a bug. Humanity, in all its myriad forms, had its individual thresholds. Having already beat the matter concerning the archaeology student burned brightly in the history department's group chat for no more than half a day before being extinguished by the evening. By then, a unified directive had descended from the department advisors. The matter is under investigation. Students are reminded not to spread or believe in rumors. Any malicious dissemination will be dealt with severely. And with that, the chatter dissolved into silence. Of course, the department's so-called severe punishment was little more than a perfunctory scolding from the advisor, a public notice of criticism, and at worst a minor deduction in the student's end-of-term evaluation score. It never escalated to anything as dire as affecting one's diploma or degree. But even so, no one wanted the unnecessary hassle. Later, Song Fei heard through the grapevine that the archaeology department was indeed missing a male student. The reasons for his absence, however, varied wildly: murder and dismemberment, lost during an archaeological field trip, eloped with a female professor, dropped out due to financial difficulties, or simply a gaming addict who couldn't be bothered with school anymore. Song Fei wasn't much of a gossip. He listened, forgot, and moved on. And so, the matter faded into the recesses of his mind. Before long, the university's sports day arrived. It was November, the golden autumn, the season of harvest. The inland city, where Song Fei's university was located, enjoyed a crisp, pleasant breeze this time of year, perfect weather for an athletic meet. The air throbbed with the triumphant strains of the march, the rhythmic rise and fall of the announcer's voice, and the cacophony of the stadium crowd. Formation after formation of student groups paraded across the field, brimming with youth and vitality, though this impression was occasionally marred by the sight of students on the bleachers furtively glued to their phones. And now approaching us is the School of Physical Education. Look at their synchronized steps, listen to their resounding chants. They are the rising sun, the future of. This script is ancient, Ren Zi groaned, unable to endure it any longer. His phone's battery life was abysmal, and he hated lugging around a power bank. He planned to conserve energy by watching the opening ceremony with mild interest before retreating to his phone once boredom set in. But the parade commentary, clearly lifted verbatim from some outdated website, had already tested his patience to its limits. Xin Yang, fresh from finishing a mobile game, rolled his eyes. You actually listened to that? Wen Zi shot a wistful glance at his roommate's indestructibly long-lasting domestic brand phone, debating whether his next upgrade should be a Patriot 1. Sure, the commentary's trash, but the girl holding the sign is easy on the eyes. The history department's parade formation consisted entirely of first years, which meant the upperclassmen, including Song Fei, could lounge in the bleachers, freely critiquing the proceedings. Song Fei had been idly scrolling through Weibo, finding little of interest, when Ranzia's comment made him look up reflexively. Their section was in the second zone past the main podium, and at that moment, the physical education department's formation was marching right in front of them. Sure enough, the girl holding the placard had a figure that could only be described as sculpted, neither too thin nor too full, with a silhouette that seemed almost drawn by an artist's hand. Her features were plain, but radiated a wholesome, athletic beauty from head to toe. Behind the physical education department came the School of Journalism and Communication. If the former's placard girl was all about a sculpted waist and legs, then the latter's was about a waist and, well, a chest. But even more striking than her figure was her face, a visage so stunning it seemed almost otherworldly. Song Fei wasn't surprised. Departments like journalism or broadcasting were known for their high collective attractiveness, but this girl stood out even among the already exceptional. Her beauty was the sharp, intimidating kind, but soft, clean, and utterly disarming, a beauty that felt like a balm. Perhaps it was the intensity of the male students' gazes, but as the girl walked past the bleachers, she turned her head and smiled, a brief, radiant expression that seemed to light up the entire section. Bright eyes, pearly teeth, a smile that bewitches, Wang Qingyuan quoted poetically, inserting himself into the conversation with literary flair. Song Fei only half heard the words, their meaning eluding him, when the loudspeaker's female announcer suddenly crescendoed. And now, approaching us is the School of Life Sciences. The sea is vast for fish to leap, the sky boundless for birds to soar. Whatever followed was lost to Song Fei's ears. He was too preoccupied scanning the life sciences formation for a familiar face. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. Perhaps their department's formation also consisted of first years. Watching the life sciences students march away, Song Fei felt the pain of disappointment. A sudden gust of wind cut through the stadium, jolting him from his thoughts. He shivered, then scolded himself inwardly. What was he doing looking for the best art? He had been the one to end things. To dwell on it now was absurd. Shaking his head, he turned to Xin Ying for distraction. Yingzi, when's your girlfriend coming? After much negotiation, Madame Xin had triumphed, not only agreeing to attend the sports day, but also bringing along 2 of her dorm mates. Xin Ying, however, was less than thrilled. His participation in the 8 trigrams Tai Chi Fan performance had been coerced, and his girlfriend's excitement about it only added to his misery. She's coming at noon. We're not performing until the afternoon, Xin Ying sighed, resigned to his fate. So, she's coming just to see you perform. Wenzi teased, equal parts envious and bitter. Why can't I find a love like that? Xin Ying, ever earnest, offered advice. You're too fixated on girls from our school. That's your problem. In telling you, distance makes the heart grow fonder, you need to cast your net at a neighboring university. Wenzi's eyes lit up. Didn't your girlfriend say she's bringing 2 friends this afternoon? What do they look like? Got any pictures? Xin Ying looked affronted. If I had pictures of my girlfriend's friends on my phone, don't you think that would be problematic? Wenzi rolled his eyes. Just check her wicked moments, genius. Xin Ying smacked his forehead, immediately pulling out his phone to scroll. Wenzi leaned in eagerly. Meanwhile, Wang Qingjuan, content to admire beauty from afar, showed no interest in pursuing it, and Song Fi, equally uninterested, returned to scrolling through Weibo. The morning's events passed in a haze of mediocrity. Most of the competitions were preliminaries, lacking the excitement of final rounds, and the spectators' enthusiasm was equally lackluster. Aside from the occasional applause during the spiritual civilization inspection team's rounds, Song Fi spent the morning alternating between his phone and half-hearted glances at events involving the history department. The sole exception was the mathematics department's military boxing demonstration. As fellow sufferers on the same academic rope, Song Fi felt a peculiar camaraderie with their brethren. Watching them in their olive-green uniforms, punching and kicking with exaggerated fervor, stirred a rare swell of emotion. By noon, Xin Ying treated their entire dorm to a meal at the second-floor cafeteria, where they shared a table with Madame Xin and her 2 friends. Madame Xin was adorably petite, with a round face, large eyes, and lashes so long they seemed to flutter with every blink a quintessential Louis. Wenzi pulled out all the stops to charm the other 2 girls, but his efforts were met with lukewarm responses at best. Instead, the girls seemed more inclined to chat with Wang Qingjuan, who, with his scholarly demeanor and classes, responded with a detached series of memes, ohs, and the occasional I don't know. Eventually, they gave up. Song Fi wasn't as desperate as Wenzi, but he wasn't as aloof as Wang Qingjuan either. His preference for men did preclude his enjoyment of female attention after all. The former was a matter of orientation, while the latter was a matter of charm. Near the end of the meal, he half-jokingly asked, "Why aren't you paying any attention to me?" The 2 girls exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "You look like a player," one of them said. Song Fi nearly choked on his indignation. "Do you think so too?" he asked the second girl. She shook her head. "You just look not very studious." Song Fi paused, then turned back to the first girl. "You're right. Even slackers have their pride." In the end, Cayenne came in second place. The first place winner was a student from the College of Arts. At first, no one had paid much attention to the unassuming boy with his plain features. But by the final 5 laps, he and Cayenne were running neck and neck, leaving the rest of their competitors in the dust. Yan, tall and long-legged, ran with a stride that was both powerful and graceful, his rhythm steady, almost hypnotic to watch. By contrast, the other boy was a full head shorter, his shorter stride seemingly a disadvantage. Yet, his speed relentless, unyielding carried him forward with the kind of determination that seemed carved from stone. Song Fi clutched his phone, but by the second half of the race, his eyes had barely strayed from the track. He could see it clearly, Cayenne had given his all, yet in the end, he crossed the finish line 3 steps behind his rival. The loudspeakers crackled to life, congratulating the College of Arts on their victory, with the College of Life Sciences in second place. The announcer read out the athletes' names, but Song Fei hardly registered the words. His focus was entirely on Kai Yan. Bent over with his hands on his knees, Kai Yan was gasping for air, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Song Fei knew he had pushed himself to the very edge, that the final sprint had been a battle against his own limits. If it had been him, Song Fei thought, had have collapsed onto the ground in an undignified heap, sprawled out like a starfish, and to hell with appearances. But Kai Yan was different, always composed, always controlled. Whether it was an innate trait or the result of years of self-discipline, Song Fei couldn't tell. Either way, it was almost unnerving. The finish line was just a few meters from where Song Fei and his group were standing. If Kai Yan had looked up even for a second, their eyes would have met. It would have been impossible to miss them, all dressed in their stark white robes. Yet, from start to finish, Kai Yan kept his back to them. Even as he left the field, he did glance their way. For all his grumbling, Song Fei couldn't help but feel a pang of regret on Kai Yan's behalf. Knowing his personality, anything less than first place was tantamount to failure. Second place might as well have been last. And as Song Fei watched Kai Yan's solitary figure retreating into the distance, a faint, but undeniable ache of sympathy stirred within him. The sports meet spanned 2 days. By the afternoon of the second day, the students from the Department of Physical Education who had spent the entire event juggling roles as organizers, referees, and scorers finally shed their responsibilities and took to the field for a demonstration match. Ordinarily, comparisons are only painful when the gap is close. But when the disparity is so vast it defies comprehension, even removing the weaker party doesn't lessen the impact. They were like a gust of wind, sweeping past in a blur so fast you couldn't even catch a glimpse of them. All you could do was watch the dust and debris they left in their wake, your eyes straining to follow the chaos. The students of room eventually reached a unanimous conclusion: stick to what you're good at. For them, that meant focusing on Tai Chi. As the sports meet came to an end, the weather began to cool. Around campus, the broadleaf trees that couldn't withstand the cold had started to yellow. Occasionally, a few leaves would drift down on the wind, settling onto the still proud pines and cypresses. The golden leaves against the deep green needles created a striking, almost melancholic beauty. Song Fei returned to his usual routine, attending required courses, skipping electives, binging new anime episodes, and scrolling endlessly on his phone. But after just a week, he began to feel something was off. In their dorm, Wang Qingyuan was the only one who'd always been studiously buried in books or problem sets. Shane Yang usually spent his time sweet-talking his girlfriend over the phone, while Renzi was rarely seen at all, flitting between classes and his relentless pursuit of junior girls. Yet lately, room was perpetually full, and aside from Song Fei, who lounged with his laptop, the other three were all hunched over their desks immersed in their studies. Even their backs seemed to radiate an air of diligence. One afternoon, with no classes to attend, Song Fei indulged in a long nap. He woke as the sun was setting a beautiful, golden hour ruined by what he could only describe as a strange and terrifying silence. It wasn't complete silence, but rather silence punctuated by a faint, low decibel sounds, the occasional rustle of pages turning, a soft scratch of pen on paper. Against the backdrop of near total quiet, these noises were maddeningly amplified. Sitting up in his top bunk, Song Fei was greeted by the warm, gentle glow of the setting sun, which bathed room in a golden haze. The scene was almost serene, with one bewildered soul perched on the upper bunk and 3 muddled students diligently working below. In that moment, the sight of his roommate's studious postures overlapped eerily with the image of his ex-boyfriend. A chill ran down Song Fei's spine as he felt a creeping sense of déjà vu, like he had just escaped a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. He cleared his throat, cautiously breaking the silence. "Won't mind if I interrupt you guys for a second?" The question was directed at all 3 of them, but Wang Qingyuan didn't so much as flinch. Shane Yang and Renzi, however, looked up with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "What's up?" What do you need? Sun Fei felt a small sense of relief. At least his roommates had completely lost touch with reality. Shouldn't I be asking you too? What's gotten into you? Did you get possessed or something? Since when are you this studious? Wen Zi exchanged a glance with Xing Yang, silently delegating the explanation. Xing Yang nodded, then looked up at Sun Fei with a weary but determined expression. Brother, there's a saying, sharpening your sword at the last minute might not make it sharp, but it'll still shine. Sun Fei glanced at the stack of practice exams on Xing Yang's desk, which seemed to glow with an almost divine radiance. But you two already passed your set. The words burst out of him, tinged with both exasperation and disbelief. He had to defend his title as Rome's last unrepentant rebel against the tyranny of English proficiency tests. His two roommates exchanged another look, then answered in unison, "Yeah, but now we're studying for set." Sun Fei was stunned into silence. He blinked, certain he must have misheard. "You're taking set, Xing Yang, didn't you swear after set that you'd never touch another English book again? You don't even touch them for required courses, and Ren Zi, wasn't it you who said the whole world should just adopt Mandarin already?" Xing Yang set his pen down, a wistful look crossing his face as if reminiscing about a bygone era of carefree youth. The wistfulness faded quickly, replaced by a resigned melancholy. He looked at Sun Fei and sighed deeply. "You wouldn't understand, there's a kind of effort you put in just because your girlfriend thinks you should." Sun Fei swallowed hard, suddenly overcome with the urge to give Xing Yang a comforting hug. "And you?" He turned to Ren Zi. "You don't even have a girlfriend, what's your excuse?" Ren Zi flipped his hair dramatically, as if he were staring in a shampoo commercial. "Brother, haven't you realized yet, the time you have to woo girls with your grades is less than 3 years. If you don't work hard now, you'll regret it when you're old." Sun Fei swallowed again, this time choking on the realization that his own desire to crawl back into bed made him unworthy of even the title human. "And going downstairs to get some water. Anyone want me to bring some back?" Sun Fei jumped down from his bed, deciding a trip to the water room might help him calm down. "Wan Qingjuan, no need. Ren Zi, I just filled mine at lunch. Xing Yang, it'll go later, maybe grab some food from the cafeteria too. The saying goes, once you enter academia, you leave your old self behind." Sun Fei felt a pang of sorrow. Even fetching water had become a solitary task. After their electric kettle had been confiscated, and their dormitory publicly reprimanded by the counselor, Sun Fei and his roommates had reluctantly fallen into line, dutifully hauling their thermoses downstairs for hot water. Sun Fei planned to eat first and fill his thermos afterward, so he left his bright green thermos among the sea of others outside the water room. To be extra cautious, he placed it near the window, where the iron bars made it easy to secure with his trusty bicycle lock. Ever safe and sorry. The cafeteria was nearly deserted at 5 o'clock, the food stalls half empty and the tables almost entirely unoccupied. Sun Fei went straight to the first counter, scooping up some plain rice before moving to the second. Sure enough, a new dish had just been set out. "You're early today," said the familiar cafeteria auntie, who had come to recognize Sun Fei over time. Few students dared to try the new dishes, but Sun Fei was a regular, a rare adventure in the culinary wilderness. She'd even stopped using her infamous wrist flick technique to skimp on portions when serving him. "Yeah, no classes," Sun Fei replied with a polite smile, though his attention was already on the food. The new dish, a striking mix of red and white, stirred a vague sense of nostalgia in him, reminding him of the Tai Chi fan running head once practiced. Yet even with his extensive experience in cafeteria cuisine, he couldn't quite place it. "Auntie, what's this?" "Watermelon stir-fried with rice cakes." "I'll have the mapo tofu, please." Sun Fei liked to try new things, but he wasn't suicidal. Halfway through his meal, the cafeteria began to fill up. It was still far from peak hours, so Sun Fei paid little attention, focusing instead on his food until someone sat down across from him. His first instinct was to frown. He looked up, ready to ask why this person had chosen to sit here when there were so many empty tables. But the sight of Kai Yan's face stopped him in his tracks. He nearly choked on his tofu. Thank God it wasn't meat, otherwise, he might not have managed to swallow it. What a coincidence, Kai Yan said with a smile, his tone as friendly and unassuming as ever. Song Fi glanced at the red and white dish on Kai Yan's tray and couldn't resist asking, "Did you even ask what that was before you got it?" Kai Yan did hesitate. "No need, it's obvious watermelon stir-fried with rice cakes." Song Fi was speechless, struck by a mixture of admiration and disbelief. "Fine," he thought. "Let's not dwell on how you figured that out. The real question is, since when did you have such an adventurous palate?" He distinctly remembered how, back when they were together, Kai Yan would roll his eyes skyward every time Song Fi dared to try a new dish. Kai Yan paused, looking slightly taken aback, before lowering his head to eat. Sometimes it's good to change things up. Song Fi couldn't see his expression, but there was something off about the atmosphere between them, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Thankfully, the awkwardness was soon swept away by the look of sheer regret that spread across Kai Yan's face after his first bite. Song Fi couldn't hold back his laughter. "Come on, brave warrior, how does it taste?" Kai Yan spat out the rice cake and, for once, broke his usual decorum. Shit. It was a dish so bad it had even managed to make a model student curse. In the end, the infamous watermelon stir-fry was unceremoniously dumped into the leftovers bin, and Kai Yan ended up eating a third of Song Fi's mapo tofu instead. Even if the cafeteria anti had skimped on portions, it was hard to sustain two people on one dish. Eventually, Song Fi gave up and went back for a serving of kung pao chicken. But Kai Yan, shameless as ever, immediately reached for that too. Song Fi snapped. "It won already." Kai Yan looked up, his face innocent and perplexed, a grain of rice stuck to his cheek. "Why can't I have both?" Song Fi was momentarily dumbfounded. After a moment's thought, he could only concede, "Well, I guess there's no rule against it." Kai Yan's smile returned, lighting up his face in a way that made him look even more handsome, despite the rice still clinging to his cheek. Song Fi, feeling dangerously close to being blinded by Kai Yan's radiance, decided it was safer to focus on his own plate. When Kai Yan wasn't arguing with him, Song Fi thought he was actually quite likable. Like now soft-spoken, good-natured, his charm tinged with an almost childlike sweetness. Back when they were together, there had been moments when Song Fi had even entertained certain fantasies. But no, better not to revisit those memories. The past was the past, and life had already dealt enough storms. "By the way," Kai Yan said abruptly, setting down his chopsticks. His tone had shifted, the softness replaced by something firmer, almost commanding. "Stay in your dorm for the next few days." Song Fi bristled instinctively. "Who made you the boss of me?" Kai Yan frowned, clearly trying to keep his composure. "A student from the archaeology department died. Did you know that?" Song Fi was taken aback. "Why, I thought they just went missing. Some people even said he dropped out." Kai Yan seemed exasperated. "You live on the same floor as him, don't you? How can you be so clueless? What's in your head, bean curd or mush?" Neither option was particularly flattering. But Kai Yan was stunned. He wasn't just dead, he was dismembered. When they found him, all that was left was half a leg. They had to use DNA testing to confirm his identity. Song Fi was skeptical. "You talk like you saw it yourself." "I overheard the department head discussing it." Song Fi fell silent. Kai Yan wasn't one to exaggerate or spread rumors. If he said it, it was probably true. The memory of a certain photograph surfaced in Song Fi's mind, and suddenly, the mapo tofu and kung pao chicken in front of him seemed far less appetizing. Then, aware of Song Fi's inner turmoil, Kai Yan continued, "And then there's what happened outside the University of Science and Technology the other day. I just feel like things have been getting strange around here lately. You should stay safe and avoid going out." Song Fi was puzzled. What happened at the University of Science and Technology? Kai Yan raised an eyebrow. The face-biting incident. You didn't hear about it. Wait, what? Song Fi felt a chill run down his spine. Say that again. Face-biting. Wai Yan, ever obliging, repeated the words slowly and clearly. The video's been all over Weibo. You really haven't seen it. Song Fi shook his head, dazed. He followed nearly every trending topic on Weibo, but somehow had missed this one. Without another word, Kai Yan pulled out his phone, searched for the video, and handed it to Song Fi. The cafeteria didn't have Wi-Fi, and Song Fi, though it wasn't his data being used, still winced at the thought of the bandwidth. But soon, he had far bigger concerns. The video was shaky and grainy, the footage barely discernible. In it a figure was hunched over another, seemingly biting them. It could almost be mistaken for an intimate moment if not for the victim's screams and the horrified gasps of the person filming. The clip was only a few seconds long, cutting off abruptly. Song Fi scrolled down to the comments. The top one was a supposed eyewitness account, claiming that the face biter had been shot dead by police, only for the victim to suddenly rise and attack the officers. The police had no choice but to shoot the victim as well. The injured officers had reportedly been taken away by ambulance. Is this for real? Song Fi asked, pointing to the comment. Yan shrugged. I don't know. Further down, most commenters speculated that both the attacker and the victim had been under the influence of drugs, their hallucinations driving them to violence. Some linked to a similar case abroad, where a drug user had attacked a homeless man in a similar manner. But there was also a vocal minority insisting this was straight out of a zombie movie. They pointed to the victim's sudden resurrection as proof of infection, sharing shaky clips from other alleged incidents around the country. The footage was inconsistent in quality, but eerily similar in content, people being attacked in public, the scenes static and unsettling. Song Fi did believe in apocalyptic scenarios. He'd lived through the supposed end of the world in a year marked not by cataclysm but by his parents' blissful marriage and his own healthy growth. The doomsday prediction had been even more absurd, resulting only in his worst academic performance ever and a sound beating from his father. These days, he subscribed to a more pragmatic worldview, trust in science, work toward a harmonious society. But the violent incidents were undeniable. And the fact that they were happening so close to home one practically next door sent a shiver down his spine. He lost his appetite entirely, pushing his tray aside. Together, he and Kai Yan left the cafeteria. The cafeteria was next to the water room, which in turn was adjacent to the campus convenience store. Beyond that lay the dormitories, forming a compact, interconnected living area. In going to film my demos, you can head back, Song Fi said, eager to part ways. Kai Yan tilted his head. What a coincidence. I need to film mine too. Song Fi shot him a skeptical look. What with your bare hands? Yan pointed to the water room entrance. My thermos is over there. Song Fi had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, when they reached the window where Song Fi had locked his green thermos, there was sitting right next to it a bright pink thermos that could only belong to Kai Yan. You've got to be kidding me, Song Fi muttered. It wasn't really a question, he was almost certain Kai Yan had done this on purpose. After all, who else would lock their thermos with a bike chain? But Kai Yan met his accusation with a straight face. I put mine here first. Didn't you notice it when you locked yours? I thought you recognized it was mine and locked yours next to it on purpose. Song Fi blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Yan's thermos was a campus bestseller, indistinguishable from dozens of others within a 10-meter radius. Unlike most students, he had marked his with any identifying features. His bright pink thermos stood there, pristine and unblemished, like a delicate flower among weeds. Song Fi honestly couldn't remember if it had been there earlier. Fine, he thought. Whatever. It's just filling a thermos. Half a minute tops. In a blink, the two of them emerged from the water room, each carrying a steaming thermos. In heading to the store, you go on ahead, Song Fi said, determined to end this encounter. But Kai Yan tilted his head again. What a coincidence. I need to go to the store too. Damn it. The same excuse twice, without even bothering to rephrase. Could he be any lazier? Song Fi swore that if he said he was going back to the dorm instead, Kai Yan would follow him there too. Definitely acting weird. Wai Yan rarely acted out of character, but when he did, it was always enough to drive Song Fi up the wall. Past experience had taught him that the best strategy was just to let him be. The campus store had undergone a transformation. Once called Happy Sheep, it had been a lackluster, school-run operation with outdated decor and limited stock. On the brink of closure, the school had finally outsourced it, and Happy Sheep became Fen Dodu, a modern, well-stocked store that felt like a miniature version of a global retail chain. Business had boomed ever since. As usual, Song Fi locked his thermos to the railing outside the store before going in. Wai Yan watched him secure the bike chain again, a hint of pity in his eyes. You've written all over it already, isn't that enough? Unlike Kai Yan's pristine pink thermos, Song Fi's green one was boldly defaced with 12 thick, black characters, "Curse there must deal it and fail your exams." Song Fi shook his head, thinking Kai Yan was still too native. This campus is full of rational, science-minded comrades who don't believe in superstitions. For them, threats don't work, only locks do. Wai Yan shrugged, unwilling to argue. 10 minutes later, they emerged with their purchases. Song Fi's haul consisted of instant noodles, drinks, and sunflower seeds. Wai Yan's was much simpler, a single popsicle. Song Fi could even muster the energy to mock him. "Dude, it's freezing today." Wai Yan grinned, taking a deliberate bite. He seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood, as if the popsicle were the sweetest thing in the world. Maybe playing hooky from the library once in a while wasn't so bad after all. Wait a second. Song Fi noticed Kai Yan's expression darken abruptly. Following his gaze, he looked toward the railing outside the store. His own green thermos was still there, but the bright pink one was nowhere to be seen. Song Fi burst out laughing, unable to contain his schadenfreude. "That's what you get for being too cool to mark your thermos. Go on, have another bite of your popsicle to cool off, ha." Wai Yan stood frozen, the popsicle forgotten in his hand. Still chuckling, Song Fi unlocked his own thermos, humming a tune. "See, this is why you should learn from me. Always lock your weight." As he lifted the thermos, something felt off. He quickly unscrewed the lid and peered inside. Sure enough, it was empty. The hot water had just filled it with was gone. Damn it, who steals 2 cents worth of hot water? Wai Yan, meanwhile, took another bite of his popsicle. Somehow it tasted even sweeter now. The night before the Level 4 English proficiency exam, the internet in the dormitory building abruptly went out. Song Fi had been thoroughly engrossed in a string of absurd, over-the-top ideas on a streaming site, his headphones snugly in place to avoid disturbing his more diligent roommates, Wang and Ren. At first, he didn't notice anything amiss. It wasn't until one video ended and the next refused to load, the buffering circle spinning endlessly, that he realized something was wrong. A quick glance at the bottom right corner of his laptop screen confirmed it, a glaring exclamation mark over the network icon. The campus internet was as unreliable as the attendance checks in elective courses. You knew it existed, but you never knew when it would strike. The former, however, was frequent and its impact varied from person to person. The latter, sporadic but lethal, a blade that cut indiscriminately. Song Fi had long since grown numb to this particular inconvenience. With a resigned sigh, he removed his headphones. Sure enough, the hall outside his room was already alive with curses and complaints. "Internet's out again." Jane Yang, who had just returned from a date 4 subway stops away, pushed the door open. Song Fi spread his hands in mock surrender. "Of course, it wouldn't be campus Wi-Fi if it did quit on us." "Count your blessings," Jane Yang said, shrugging off his jacket and tossing it onto his bed. "At least it's only for an hour or two here. My girlfriend said her building's been offline for 2 days straight." Song Fi shook his head, a dark line of sympathy etched across his face. "Well, that makes me feel a little better." With the internet gone, Song Fi had no choice but to retreat to his bed, scrolling through his phone on mobile data. But it seemed the gods of academia, displeased with his carefree attitude, decided to intervene. 5 p.m. Even his phone signal vanished. No PG, nothing. Not even the faintest whisper of a bar. Hey, do you guys have any signal? Song Fi finally broke the tranquil, studious atmosphere of the dorm. The gods had pushed him too far this time. Chen Yang, who had barely begun to settle into his study session, was the first to check his phone. Not. When Qin Juan glanced up from his desk. None here either. Wenzi smirked, tapping his phone smugly. This is why dual SIM phones are the way to go. Never put all your eggs in one. He stopped mid-sentence, his expression freezing. Song Fi raised an eyebrow knowingly. Both SIMs down. Wen refused to dignify the question with a response. Song Fi didn't even have the energy to gloat. No signal from either carrier. This was beyond frustrating, yet was downright oppressive. He stared at the ceiling, feeling as though the world had lost all its color. Lights out, the phones were still dead. Song Fi declared, with absolute. Song Fi bolted back to his dormitory, his breath ragged and chill. The moment he crossed the threshold, he slammed the door shut, twisting the lock with trembling fingers. But even then, he couldn't bring himself to lean against it, as if the flimsy wood might give way to the horrors lurking outside. Instead, he stumbled to the farthest corner of the room, collapsing in a heap by the sliding glass door that led to the balcony. His legs gave out beneath him, and he sank to the cold, tiled floor. It was only when his tailbone hit the ground a sharp, jarring pain that the surreal, cockney haze that had enveloped him began to dissipate. The room around him came into focus. The unmade bed, the cluttered desk, the heap of dirty laundry draped haphazardly over the back of a chair, the empty instant noodle bowl left abandoned on the floor. Yes, this was his dormitory. A place where he had lived and studied for over a year. A place that, until mere moments ago, had seemed so ordinary, so mundane. But what about the things outside? What were they? Song Fi didn't know. Terrorist attack. Biological outbreak. One moment had been sitting for an exam, and the next chaos had erupted. A horde of creatures monstrous, deranged had stormed into the classroom, leaving everyone scrambling for their lives. The exam, once the most pressing concern of his day, had become laughably irrelevant. Everyone had fled, screaming, scattering like rats from a sinking ship. It was absurd. It was insane. It was impossible. And yet, his legs were cramping from the sprint. The pain was real. The fear was real. Everything was so unreal. And yet it was. Gritting his teeth, Song Fi raised a trembling hand and slapped himself hard across the face. The sharp sting bloomed across his cheek, joining the H in his legs. Pain. Clear, undeniable pain. Good. Now his face hurt too. He wasn't convinced. Not yet. Forcing himself to his feet, he stumped on the floor twice, trying to shake the crowns loose. The dull H subsided slightly, and he stumbled to the balcony door, yanking it open. He crossed to the small sink, turned the faucet to full blast, and plunged his head under the icy stream. The cold water hit him like a slap, shocking his overheated, sweat-drenched skin. It was like being doused in liquid electricity, a jolt that froze his thoughts and numbed his senses. When he finally straightened, water dripping down his face and neck, he felt as though his entire head had been transformed into an overripe watermelon left too long in the freezer, cold, heavy, and faintly cracked. He looked up at the mirror above the sink. A pale, ashen face stared back at him, its eyes white and vacant, its lips bloodless. It was his face, but it wasn't. He blinked. The reflection blinked back. He bared his teeth. The reflection did the same. He reached down to rub his leg, now free of cramps, but still tingling with the ghost of pain. Not a dream. Or was he still dreaming? Taking a deep, shaky breath, Song Fi turned and stepped back onto the balcony. He lived on the 4th floor, and from here, he could see everything below. The dormitory courtyard stretched out beneath him, eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos he had fled. There were no signs of the carnage from earlier. Most of his classmates must have done the same as him, fell back to their dorm rooms and barricaded themselves inside. Only a handful of the creatures lingered below, maybe 10 or so. He refused to call them his classmates. Whatever they were now, they weren't human. They moved in clumps, their movements jerky and unnatural. From this height, they could almost pass for a group of students milling about. Almost. But Sun Fei knew better. Some of them were circling back to attack stragglers who had been too slow to escape. Others were feasting and the fallen. Hey, what's with all the noise? A voice called out from the balcony across the courtyard. Sun Fei turned to see a disheveled figure wrapped in a quilt, their hair matted and sticking out at odd angles. The person clearly having just woken up and scratched their head, their expression one of groggy irritation. Sun Fei opened his mouth to respond, but the person glanced down and froze. The quilt slipped from their shoulders, and the yawn died on their lips. For a moment, they stood there, blinking at the scene below. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, they came alive, their voice rising in a whoop of excitement. Oh damn, a brawl, right outside the dorms. Sun Fei groaned, pressing a hand to his forehead. He couldn't bear to watch the spectacle any longer. Below, one of the creatures began staggering toward the dormitory entrance. Sun Fei snapped back to attention, panic clawing at his throat. He turned back to the idiot across the way, who was now leaning over the railing, thoroughly engrossed in the scene below. Hey, you in the red briefs! Sun Fei shouted, his voice cracking with urgency. Lock your door now. The guy in the red briefs didn't even glance his way. He was too busy shouting encouragement, mistaking Sun Fei's warning for some kind of cheer. Another creature shambled through the entrance of the opposite dormitory. Sun Fei's heart was pounding now, each beat a drum of desperation. You, 4th floor, red briefs, lock your down door, you idiot. This time, the guy froze, his hand instinctively flying to his waistband as he looked up in confusion. Their eyes met across the courtyard. What the hell are you yelling about? The guy demanded. They're inside. Sun Fei shouted, his voice raw with fear. Lock your door before they get to you. The guy frowned, his confusion deepening. But before Sun Fei could explain further, his eyes widened in horror. Behind you, he screamed, his voice breaking. Behind you, look out. The guy turned just in time. A creature, one of the infected, was lunging at him, arms outstretched, its mouth twisted into a grotesque snarl. The guy ripped it on instinct, catching the creature's wrists in a vice-like grip. What the hell, man? Who are you? Why are you in my room? And oh gross, don't try to kiss me, you freak. The creature strained against his grip, its jaws snapping inches from his face. The guy leaned back, his body arching precariously over the balcony railing. Sun Fei's heart leapt into his throat. Take him off. Throw him over the edge, he shouted. What, are you insane? I'll go to jail for murder. That's not a person anymore. Sun Fei yelled, his voice hoarse. Just do it. The guy hesitated, his grip faltering for a split second. The creature lunged again, and Sun Fei could only watch, helpless, as the two figures teetered dangerously close to the edge. When Sun Fei stumbled back to the dormitory, it was not yet 11 in the morning. But by 6 in the evening, the campus radio speakers remained eerily silent. The dormitory compound was unnaturally quiet, as if devoid of life, or worse, as if some unspeakable presence lurked within the silence, biding its time until the shadows deepened and the hour grew ripe to strike. One Qingyuan, Renzi, seeing not one of them returned. Sun Fei lay on his bed, yet his heart plummeted to an uncharted abyss. All afternoon, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Sleep had always come easy to him, his head would hit the pillow, and had be out like a light. But after the events of the day, every time he closed his eyes, the grisly scenes replayed in his mind, vivid as fresh blood on snow. He tried to banish them, forcing his thoughts toward other things. The broadcast had mentioned an incident, but what kind of incident? Could cannibalism, of all things, be classified as an accident? and the absence of the usual platitudes everything is under control, remained calm, replaced instead by a stark directive to seek immediate shelter. Did that mean the school had lost control of the situation at the time? And now? Had they regained it? If they had, why hadn't the speakers crackled back to life? The questions swirled until exhaustion set in. He consoled himself with the thought that perhaps, by the time he woke, everything would be fine again. But sleep eluded him. The more he thought, the more tangled his mind became, and the more tangled his mind, the sharper the pain in his head, until clarity burned through him like a cruel light. The sudden, jarring sound of someone near, something slamming against the door, sent a jolt through his entire body. He held his breath, straining to listen. Nothing. Only the oppressive quiet, stretching endlessly. After what felt like an eternity of suffocating silence, Song Fi summoned his courage and asked in a trembling voice, "Who's there?" The pounding grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't his roommates. It wasn't even a fellow student. If it were, they'd have spoken, shouted, called out his name. Not this is mindless, feral hammering. Panicked, Song Fi yanked the blanket over his head, curling into himself like a child afraid of monsters under the bed. He remembered his first night sleeping alone as a boy, convinced that skeletal hands would reach out from beneath the mattress to snatch his feet. He had cocooned himself then as he did now, sealing every edge, every corner, as if the very air were an enemy, leaving not the smallest gap for fear to slip through. Gradually, the banging subsided. He didn't know how much time passed before silence reclaimed its throne. The silence was still suffocating, still oppressive, but in its return, Song Fi found a flicker of relief. Cautiously, he peeked out from under the covers. He was grateful it wasn't yet lights out. At least the darkness wouldn't conspire with his fear to deepen its claws in him. But staring at the pale, lifeless ceiling, a new dread crept in. What if those things, roaming the hallways, were like moths drawn to light? Was that why they had come pounding at his door? What if he turned off the light, had died of fright before they even had a chance to get to him? To hell with it. He'd leave the light on after dark. If something was going to happen, it would have happened already. Better to be eaten alive than scared to death. Unable to stay in bed any longer, he threw off the blanket and crept down to the floor. The sliding glass door to the balcony had long since been locked tight. Peering through the glass, he could see the lights still glowing in the building across the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Song Fi had never been so meticulous about counting the lit windows of a dormitory building. At the end, he was practically pressing his face to the glass, as if proximity might grant him a better view. A third. The lit windows amounted to precisely 1/3 of the total. That was just the side he could see. The other side remained a mystery. But even this 1/3 was enough to grant him a sliver of comfort. At least some people, like him, were still alive, enduring this endless, nerve-wracking wait. The thought made his fear a little easier to bear. His stomach growled, a low, insistent rumble. Only then did he realize he hadn't eaten a single thing since morning. Too much had happened in one day, too much fear, too much running for his life. Who had time to think about food? He instinctively reached for the cabinet, pulling out a packet of instant noodles. The sound of the bag tearing sharp and sudden seemed deafening in the stillness of room. He froze, heart pounding, and waited, listening for any sound beyond the door. When none came, he carefully, almost reverently, placed the noodles into a container. To anyone watching, it might have seemed he was handling a block of toffee, so gingerly did he move. The thermoses were all half empty, their contents lukewarm at best. He unscrewed the lid of Rentier's high-end thermos, the one that supposedly kept water at 80 degrees Celsius even after 48 hours. Pouring the water over the noodles, he watched as it rose to cover them, then replaced the lid and let the noodles steep. 5 minutes later. He could wait no longer. Removing the lid, he grabbed his chopsticks and broke apart the block of noodles with a reverence usually reserved for sacred rituals. He took a deep breath, then a massive bite. Crunch. Well, the texture was certainly chewy. He wolfed down the semi-refrigerated noodles, followed by half the broth. The warmth in his stomach was a balm, soothing the frayed edges of his nerves. Lying back into bed, he finally felt the weight of exhaustion settle over him. This time, when he closed his eyes, he sank into sleep. It was an ordinary dream. Comforting even. In it, he had just handed in his English level exam, the last hour ticking away without incident. He met Cayenne at the cafeteria, where they shared a leisurely lunch. The dishes were simple shredded, pickled vegetables and sweet and sour sauce, but the cafeteria lady had been kind enough to give him an extra half-spoonful. Over lunch, Cayenne broke down in tears, confessing all her mistakes in their relationship, lamenting her blindness to his worth. She grasped his hand and, with tearful sincerity, promised to never set foot in the library again, dedicating herself entirely to binge-watching anime and scrolling through social media with him. Sun Fei woke with a start, mid-nod, grinning from ear to ear. Sunlight streamed into room. The dormitory, full of the detritus of daily life, was quite quiet, as though the silence had hollowed it out. Ruddy, he reached for his phone on the nightstand. Fully charged. Still no signal. Reality hit him like a slap. He bolted out of bed, rushing to the balcony door. And there, on the glass of the building opposite, was a distorted face pressed flat against the pane. Liu Jian, his face lighting up at the sight of Sun Fei, waved enthusiastically. Sun Fei waved back, cautiously sliding open the balcony door. First a crack, listening intently, then, emboldened by the lack of sound, he stepped out onto the balcony, one hand still gripping the doorframe. He leaned over to peer at the ground below, ready to dart back inside at the first sign of danger. The courtyard was empty. Holding his position, one hand on the doorframe, the other braced against the balcony railing, Sun Fei scanned the area with what he liked to think of as his titanium-grade vision. 2 minutes passed. Nothing. No people, no creatures, no corpses. Not even a stray limb. The neatly trimmed bushes remained untouched, though the flowers had long since withered in the cold. The bulletin board at the end of the building still bore its cheerful slogans, though Cannon's catchphrase, "There's only one truth," had been replaced with, "The dorm is my home, civility is our shared responsibility." Everything was as it had been. Except for the dark, calculated stains on the asphalt. Sun Fei tried to ignore them, but his traitorous eyes refused to comply. And so, his stomach rebelled. Letting go the doorframe, he dashed to the bathroom and retched until he was empty. Liu Jian, who had just stepped out onto his own balcony, assumed Sun Fei had thoroughly scouted the area and deemed it safe. His confidence was short-lived, however, as he watched Sun Fei stagger back inside, face pale as a ghost. Concerned, Liu Jian called out, "You okay? What morning sickness?" If the distance had been so great, Sun Fei would have hurled something at him. Liu Jian was trying to lighten the mood, but his forced cheer fell flat. The night had been long and harrowing for everyone. "Hey, did you hear the broadcast last night?" he asked. Sun Fei's eyes widened, hope flaring like a match struck in the dark. It was a broadcast. Liu Jian hesitated, caught off guard. "I don't know, I didn't hear anything, that's why I'm asking you." Sun Fei suddenly felt an unexpected pang of sympathy for Cayenne. It always thought her the most infuriating person alive, but now he realized the world was full of people whose mere words made you want to punch them. By comparison, Cayenne's offenses seemed almost endearing. "Warning," came a lazy voice from above. So Yelu, yawning and disheveled, leaned over his balcony. "Any news? Think they'll let us retake the exam?" Sun Fei's patience snapped. Liu Jian, too, was momentarily stunned. Finally, he managed to condense his outrage into a single sentence. "Your priorities are seriously arranged," Sun Fei finished for him. So Yelu, unbothered, shrugged. "Easy for you to say. You already passed. Some of us aren't so lucky." Sun Fei was about to retort when Liu Jian beat him to it. "Who told you I passed?" Sun Fei blinked. He distinctly remembered Liu Jian still asleep in his room yesterday morning. "Wait, you did take the exam?" Liu Jing tossed his head back in mock defiance. I boycotted it. So Illy snorted. You're right. What did your dad say for you? The wind whistled between the two dormitories, carrying with it an uneasy silence. Liu Jing's expression darkened. Something big happened. Something the school could contain. Sun Fi nodded grimly. Otherwise, there's no way we'd have only heard one broadcast, and then nothing. The conversation did last long. Soon, other students began emerging onto their balconies, drawn by the sound of voices. Within half an hour, nearly every surviving resident of the two dormitories had come out to exchange information. Are they gone? On, are you blind? They're still wandering the hallways. What the hell are they? How should I know? Asked the school. Damn it, when it all started yesterday, I thought it was some kind of safety drill. I even said to myself, whoa, this time it really feels that aha. The sudden scream shattered the tentative calm. All eyes turned toward the source, a student being dragged back into his room, his cries abruptly silenced. No one knew how the door had opened. Had it been left unlocked? Broken. Forced open. The only certainties were the screams, the struggle, and the suffocating stillness that followed. What the hell is going on? Liu Jing's voice cracked with desperation. From his vantage point, he couldn't see what had happened. But the expressions on the faces of those who called expressions of sheer, unadulterated terror were enough to make his blood run cold. No one answered him. Not Sun Fi. Not anyone. Liu Jing couldn't see, but the students on Sun Fi's side of the building had a clear view. Moments after the struggle ended, the figure returned to the balcony. It wore the same clothes as before, a mismatched set of blue thermal underwear and gray pants, the shirt untucked, its hem flapping loosely. It would have been a comical sight, almost endearing, if not for the fact that half its face was gone. The exposed half was a grotesque mosaic of shredded muscle and bone, more akin to a medical model than a human face. But even that comparison fell short. The models in anatomy labs were pristine, their muscles intact. This was a horror of dangling flesh and splintered bone, the remnants clinging to it like mud to a corpse. Sun Fi doubled over, try-heading. There was nothing left in his stomach to expel. The half-faced student returned to its previous spot, pressing against the balcony railing. It did grip the edge or lean over. Instead, it moved like a glitching automaton, repeatedly bumping into the railing, unable to navigate around it. Yesterday's chaos had been abstract, a distant terror. Now it had a face half of one at least. Someone began to cry. It was a boy, his sobs raw and unrestrained. Under normal circumstances, such vulnerability might have seemed shameful. But now Sun Fi envied him. Crying was a release, a way to unburden oneself of fear. It was better than trembling in silence, as Sun Fi did, his body betraying him with every shiver. Liu Jing stopped asking questions. He didn't need to. Piecing together his own experiences with what had just witnessed, he could infer the rest. Either the school had gone mad, or they had. The wind carried the sound of running feet, a stampede of frantic motion. It was the same sound Sun Fi had heard yesterday, seated in his classroom, as the world unraveled. He froze, his instinct screaming, his eyes fixed on the courtyard below. And then, like a nightmare replayed, they came. First a trickle, then a flooded tide of students, screaming and sobbing, surging toward the dormitories. Sun Fi leaned over the railing, scanning the crowd, his heart pounding. There were too many people, moving too fast. He couldn't make out any faces. Desperation clawed at him. He wanted to call out a name, but fear held him back. What if the person he sought was there, and his voice distracted them, slowed them down? Caught between indecision and dread, he clawed at his hair, until like a whisper from some unseen force, an inexplicable certainty gripped him. His eyes darted to the edge of the crowd, where the stragglers lagged behind. And there he was. Yan. Running with all his might, his head tilted upward, searching for someone. Their eyes met for the briefest of moments before Kayan's gaze swept past him, unseen. Sun Fi's frustration boiled over. Damn it. If the mountain would come to him, then he'd go to the mountain. Liu Jane, watching from across the courtyard, had no idea what had gotten into Song Fi. But the sight of him gesturing wildly, his face alight with a mix of urgency and joy, was unforgettable. It was as if Song Fi were a bride about to toss her bouquet, and in the sea of eager hands, had spotted the one person he wanted to catch it. Until Cayenne dashed into the dormitory building, Song Fi felt half the weight on his chest lift, though the other half clung stubbornly, refusing to budge. The reason was simple. The building had already been infiltrated by one of those mutated creatures the day before. Whether Cayenne could find safety within those walls was a gamble no one dared place odds on. The rest of the fleeing students had already poured into the dormitory, leaving behind only the straggling army of mutants. Unlike the panicked herd of students who bolted like a stampede of gazelles, these creatures moved in a disorganized, erratic fashion. Some shambled slowly, others sprinted unnervingly fast, their uneven pace stretching the horde into a long, ragged line. Despite their numbers, they lacked the unified menace of a tidal wave. Instead, they were a scattered storm, unpredictable and grotesque. For the first time, Song Fi found himself an observer rather than a participant in the chaos. He stood still, no longer running for his life, as though he had ascended to some godlike vantage point, detached and omniscient, watching them from above. They had once been his classmates, boys with carefree, languid grins, girls with sweet, unassuming smiles. Some bore no visible wounds, their bodies spared from the violence of their transformation. If not for their unnaturally jerky movements and the eerie wrongness etched into their faces, they could have been mistaken for any other students one might pass in the halls or on the quad. Song Fi struggled to name the feeling that gripped him. Fear, yes, but it was tangled with something colder, more insidious, an unease that prickled his skin, a sadness that weighed on his chest, and a self-loathing so sharp he wanted to slap himself. How many times had he complained about the monotony of university life? How often had he daydreamed of some catastrophic event, a thrilling alien invasion, perhaps that would transform their dull campus into a battleground. In his fantasies, had imagined shredding his textbooks and charging into the fray, fist raised, paper confetti raining down like a triumphant storm. But no aliens had come. Instead, the mutants had. And they, these childish, naive creatures, were utterly unprepared for the reality of catastrophe. The dullness he had once scorned now seemed like a fragile, unattainable dream, slipping further from his grasp with each passing second. Help! Somebody help me! The desperate cry shot through the corridor like a knife, accompanied by the frantic pounding of footsteps. Song Fi's entire body tensed. He bolted back into his room, pressing himself against the inner side of the door. Before he could even lean in to listen, an anguished scream, raw and trembling with sobs, tore through the air, shattering his composure. For God's sake, somebody open the door, I'm begging you, please. Song Fi clenched his teeth so hard he thought they might crack. To open the door was almost certainly to invite death. But to leave that person outside, to abandon them to the mutant show, was he any better than the monsters themselves? He inhaled deeply, his hand gripping the door knob, ready to turn it. But then he froze. A thought sparked in his mind, a flash of inspiration that lit up his eyes. His voice rang out, bold and commanding, "Run to room, I'll open the door for you there." To the desperate student outside, those words weren't just a lifeline, they were salvation itself. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, the student seemed to channel the spirit of an Olympic sprinter, surging forward with renewed energy. Song Fi heard the footsteps quicken, his heart lifting briefly until he realized, with growing horror, that the sound was fading. The idiot was running in the wrong direction. "You're going the wrong way," Song Fi roared, his voice cracking with frustration. He felt like his sanity was slipping. If these mutants really were zombies, they'd probably crack open this guy's skull, take one look at his brain, and walk away in disappointment. Fortunately, the footsteps soon returned, growing louder and closer. Song Fi swallowed hard, his throat dry, and braced himself. Timing it perfectly, he flung the door open. The student campus' very own Usain Bolt shot through the doorway like a rocket, and in the same instant, Song Fi slammed the door shut with all his strength. It was seamless, almost too perfect until the pursuing mutant, faster than had anticipated, slammed into the door just as it was closing. The force was overwhelming, and before Song Fi could throw his weight against it, the mutant burst through, the door swinging wide open. The sprinter, as if expecting this turn of events, had already grabbed a chair. With a swift, almost graceful motion, he spun around and brought it crashing down on the mutant's head. The creature didn't flinch, didn't even seem to register pain, but the ferocity of the blow sent it stumbling sideways. For a moment, it wavered. Song Fi stood frozen, stunned, but quickly snapped out of it. He lunged for the door, slamming it shut and locking it with trembling hands. "What the hell are you doing locking the door?" the sprinter shouted, his voice a mix of panic and fury. "We need to throw it out." Song Fi's fleeting admiration for the guy's combat skills evaporated in an instant. "What do you think him doing, hosting a tea party?" he snapped, but there was no time to argue. The mutant had recovered, and was lunging again. The sprinter swung the chair once more, this time aiming for the creature's head. The impact was brutal, splitting its forehead open. Blood sprayed out in dark, almost black droplets, staining the floor like ink. But the mutant was unfazed. It grabbed the chair with inhuman strength, wrenching it from the sprinter's hands and tossing it aside. The chair clattered loudly against the metal frame of the bunk bed before hitting the floor with a dull thud. Numbed and momentarily distracted, the sprinter was caught off guard. The mutant seized his shoulder, pulling him forward, its grotesque mouth opening wide, teeth bared, ready to sink into his face. Time seemed to slow. There was no escape, no way to stop it. But just as the inevitable loomed, a pink floral bedsheet flew through the air like a net, wrapping around the mutant's head. The sheet tightened, yanked back with force, pulling the creature off balance like a wild horse caught by its reins. It stumbled back, his footing lost. The person wielding the sheet didn't hesitate. With a swift kick, they swept the mutant's legs out from under it, sending it crashing to the floor with a sickening thud. Even the sprinter winced at the sound. "Don't just stand there, grab its legs, keep it down," the sheet-wielding warrior barked. The sprinter obeyed, grabbing the mutant's ankles and lifting with all his strength. The creature thrashed violently, nearly breaking free several times, but together they managed to subdue it. The warrior wrapped the bundled sheet around the mutant's mouth, muffling its guttural growls. Then, hooking an arm under its armpit, he heaved upward. Together, they lifted the writhing creature. "Throw it out the window," the warrior commanded, his voice sharp and resolute. Without hesitation, they moved to the balcony and hurled the mutant over the edge. It landed with a resounding crash on the asphalt below, the pink foil sheet still tangled around its head, a bizarre, almost surreal image against the backdrop of chaos. "I get it now," the sprinter said, his voice shaky but tinged with admiration. "If another one had gotten in, we'd both be dead." Song Fi, too winded to speak, merely nodded. There was no room for smugness, no time for self-congratulation. Survival was all that mattered. "Ayoseki, Foreign Languages Department," the sprinter introduced himself, extending a hand. "Song Fi, History Department," he replied, shaking it briefly. "I owe you my life." "Don't mention it, we're all classmates here." "Yeah, but you're the only one who opened the door for me." Song Fi didn't know how to respond. In moments of life and death, decisions were made, they were instinctive. "Song Fi." A voice called from below, urgent and familiar. He rushed to the balcony, his heart leaping at the sight of Cayenne standing on the second-floor balcony, looking up at him. "You okay?" Cayenne shouted. "Never better." Song Fi yelled back, pounding his chest for emphasis. "Fighting is my specialty." Cayenne rolled his eyes, but couldn't hide his relief. "Lock the door properly next time, idiot." Song Fi grinned. "Already done." But his grin faltered as he saw Cayenne begin to climb the balconies, scaling the building like a spider, moving steadily toward him. Song Fi's heart clenched, torn between awe and terror. When Cayenne finally reached him, he whispered, "I couldn't leave you alone." And for the first time, Song Fei felt the sting of tears. As Song Fei had anticipated, Kai Yan was in the cafeteria waiting for him when it all began. From the teaching area to the dormitories, one had to pass by the cafeteria. It wasn't even 11 yet, and the cafeteria was nearly empty. Those inside, upon seeing the chaos outside as students running frantically, like a tidal wave surging toward the dormitories are, without exception, bewildered. A few curious onlookers even rushed to the door, eager to witness the commotion. But soon, the first wave of swift runners disappeared into the dormitory area. The slower second wave, however, collided with the infected. Those who found themselves trapped had no chance to flee back to their rooms. Instinctively, they sought refuge wherever they could, and a large group surged into the cafeteria, quickly barricading the glass doors. Yet, along with them, 7 or 8 of the infected had also entered. At first, it was pandemonium, students starting between rows of tables and chairs, playing a desperate game of cat and mouse with the infected. Fortunately, the infected seemed to have stiff joints, their movements sluggish and awkward. Obstacles revealed their limitations, and for a brief moment, the students managed to evade capture. Then, the cafeteria's serving lady, a woman of steel, erupted in fury. Armed with the kitchen knife she had retrieved from the back, she began hacking with a ferocity that felt 2 of the infected on her own. In the early moments of the outbreak, the thought of raising a blade against a fellow classmate would have been unthinkable. But after witnessing so many horrors, the kind that stripped away one's humanity, even the faint-hearted understood, survival came first. Ethics and morality could be debated later. With this grim realization, the 100 or so students in the cafeteria banded together. Some grabbed whatever they could as makeshift weapons, others, too afraid to strike, helped restrain the infected by grabbing arms and legs. Together, they managed to subdue and eliminate all 7 or 8 of the infected, drowning them in a sea of collective resistance. "You must have been scared out of your mind," Song Fei remarked, his teasing tone laced with genuine concern. Yan's recounting of the events had been succinct, almost clinical, devoid of personal emotion. But no one could remain unmoved in the face of such horror. His calmness, Song Fei knew, was merely a mask, a way of burying his fear deeper within. He had expected Kai Yan to stubbornly deny it, but to his surprise, Kai Yan rubbed his nose, a rare trace of embarrassment surfacing. "A little," he admitted. Song Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Since when did you become so honest?" Yan looked exasperated, the memories he had worked so hard to suppress rushing back like a flood. "It was real, live dismemberment and killing. If I told you I wasn't scared, that I was perfectly calm, would you believe me?" "Fair point," Song Fei conceded. "To boast of such bravado, even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Surely lightning would strike. Why didn't you tell him about what happened afterward?" Joe Seki, who had also been in the cafeteria during the ordeal, finally couldn't hold back. He had been waiting for the crucial part of the story, but Kai Yan had conveniently skipped over it. "Afterward?" Song Fei looked puzzled. "Didn't you just spend the night there, only to have the doors broken down and then flee back to the dorms?" Yan's gaze darkened. Clearly, Joe Seki wasn't referring to that. Song Fei waited patiently. He knew whatever it wasn't going to be good. Yan's reluctance to speak was telling enough. But Joe Seki had no patience left. He had been sitting backward on a chair, chin resting on its backrest. Now he straightened up, ready to take the stage himself. "While we were dealing with those zombies, a few students got bitten. After we managed to take down the infected, the bitten ones turned into zombies themselves. This happened 3 times in a row, bite, turn, repeat. In the end, more than 10 students died." Song Fei had seen it before, classmates being pinned down and devoured, only to rise again moments later. He had seen boys with half their faces gone dragged into rooms, only to reappear on balconies. He could imagine the scene Joe Seki described. But he couldn't fathom the emotions in that cafeteria. To kill the infected was one thing. To kill classmates you had just fought alongside, That was something else entirely. The infected lost their humanity instantly, but the survivors couldn't sever their bonds so easily. When Joseki mentioned the death toll, his voice dropped, heavy with sorrow. Yeah, when he spoke of zombies and headshots earlier, it had been almost casual, as if these things were now normal, unworthy of alarm. Can you stop calling them zombies and talking about headshots like it's some movie? Sunfi snapped. He hated the flippant tone, the way it seemed to strip the infected of their humanity. But then he remembered he himself had pushed one down the stairs just 20 minutes ago. Even as he delivered the fatal blow, he couldn't stop seeing them as human. The contradiction gnawed at him, an unsolvable equation, like the final math problem on a college entrance exam. Joseki froze, taken aback. After a moment, he seemed to grasp Songfi's point and hastily explained, I wasn't joking. I really think this is a zombie virus, and we confirmed it in the cafeteria. Nothing else works. You have to sever their heads or destroy their brains to stop them. Songfi looked at him as if he were speaking in tongues, then turned to Kai Yan for help. Kai Yan shrugged, his meaning clear, don't look at me. I'm just as clueless as you. I'm not well read, so bear with me, Songfi said, his thoughts a jumbled mess. Do zombies even have brains? Aren't they supposed to eat brains, like you are what you eat? Joseki looked momentarily stumped, and adjusted his explanation. Their intelligence does degrade significantly, but the brain tissue remains intact and functional. It's the zombie brain that drives them to attack humans and consume flesh. It also suppresses their sense of pain and weakens their joint flexibility and peripheral nerve sensitivity, which is why their movements are so clumsy. At the end of Joseki's impromptu lecture, Songfi had unconsciously straightened in his chair, his earlier skepticism giving way to reluctant fascination, as if he were attending a Science of the Undead seminar. At first, Kai Yan had dismissed Joseki's theories as flights of fancy. The gaslit experience defied explanation, but that did mean one could make up anything. Yet, the more he listened, the more it started to make a strange kind of sense. When Joseki paused to catch his breath, Kai Yan couldn't help but interject. When we struck them, it didn't matter if we severed arms or legs, or even stabbed them in the chest. Nothing worked, but when one of them got hit on the crown of the head with a kitchen knife, something changed. Exactly. Joseki nodded vigorously. The ones that stopped moving either had their skulls split open or their faces stabbed repeatedly until the brain was pierced. It's all about the head. That's classic zombie lore. No pain, no intelligence, slow movements, and anyone they bite turns into one of them. Still thinking, joking. Songfi had no rebuttal, but also couldn't fully accept it. But those are just movies. This is too sci-fi. Joseki sighed, his expression darkening. After a long silence, he said, if you traveled back to the Tang or Song dynasty and told them that people would one day communicate instantly across thousands of miles, or that humans would walk on the moon, don't you think they'd find it sci-fi too? Songfi tried to argue, though his voice lacked conviction. That's technology. It's not the same. There's no difference, Kai Yan interrupted, clearly siding with Joseki now. Technology evolves, so do viruses. And art imitates life, Joseki added, driving the point home. How do you know those zombie movies weren't inspired by reality? Songfi felt his once steel resolve as a future socialist leader begin to crumble. For a moment, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Virus outbreaks, zombie hordes, these were the hard mods of video games, but in reality, they were an endless hell. A question had been weighing on Songfi's mind since the previous day, when he had forced himself not to think about. But now, he couldn't hold it in any longer. So many people had died already. Why has word gotten out? Why hasn't anyone come to save us? Some truths are terrifying to voice aloud, but avoiding them only makes the weight more unbearable. Joseki shook his head grimly. If this really is a virus outbreak, densely populated areas would be hit first. I suspect the infection at our school originated in the city. Otherwise, how would a virus find its way to this remote area? You mean someone went to the city, got infected without realizing it, and brought it back here. Song Fi's thoughts drifted to Tsukaili, whom had seen on the way to the exam. That's possible, Joseki said. Oh wait, Song Fi frowned, puzzled. We know by now that anyone bitten turns quickly. It takes over an hour to drive back from the city, even without traffic. How could they not turn until they got here? Yan narrowed his eyes. Either they turned mid-journey and infected others, and one of those people coincidentally made it back to our school. Or the virus mutated, Joseki finished. Song Fi looked at the two of them, feeling like the odd one out. Why do you two know everything while I feel like an idiot? The three of them sat face to face, their chairs unconsciously drawn closer together. Joseki clapped a hand on Song Fi's shoulder, speaking with mock solemnity. Watch more movies, my friend. Start with Resident Evil, weeks later, Zombieland, Land of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Return of the Living Dead, Brain Dead, The House, Dead Snow. Thank you, Song Fi interrupted, forcing a smile as he turned to Kaien. You into this stuff too? Yan shrugged, his eyes crinkling with amusement. I prefer to analyze with my brain. Song Fi felt an overwhelming urge to grab a machine gun and take them both out. Joseki, undeterred, continued pitching his recommendations. You really learn a lot. Too bad my laptop's in the dorm, otherwise, I could give you a crash course right now. Song Fi groaned, suddenly curious. What's the appeal of these movies? Aside from being gross, I mean. Joseki thought for a moment, then answered earnestly, at first, I found them nauseating. But after watching enough, one day I realized hey, they're kinda cute. Song Fi's ears automatically tuned out the last part, along with the deranged exclamation that followed. If they disgust you, why keep watching? Joseki gazed at him solemnly, letting out a long sigh. The rivers and lakes of life leave you no choice. Song Fi frowned. Someone forced you to watch them. Of course. What kind of rivers and lakes are these? Joseki conjured a cigarette from his pocket like a magician, though he had no lighter. He minded puffing on it, exhaling an imaginary smoke ring. The subtitling crew. After a lengthy discussion, Song Fi learned that Joseki's crew specialized in horror films, producing high-quality bilingual subtitles for Blu-ray releases. Though he admired their dedication, he couldn't imagine subjecting himself to such films, even if they'd last him a lifetime. The conversation veered from movies to anime, growing increasingly animated. Yan, who had been silent for a while, suddenly hummed softly, drawing their attention. Speaking of which, I just remembered something. Both Song Fi and Joseki fell quiet, instinctively focusing on him. Yan rolled up his sleeve, revealing his forearm to Song Fi. I think this happened in the cafeteria. On his arm was a 2-inch scratch, not deep, but raw and bloodied. Joseki bolted upright, leaping onto the highest bunk like a startled cat. Song Fi, on the other hand, grabbed Kaien's arm, his brow furrowing into a storm of worry. How did this happen? The sheer shock of the moment made both Joe and Song forget one crucial detail. Kaien had only remembered his injury after overhearing their conversation about anime. The tanning felt oddly contrived. Yan let Song Fi hold his arm, enjoying the concern on his face. As for Joseki, the farther away, the better. It happened when I was helping restrain a girl. Her nails scratched me. Song Fi's teeth chattered as he stammered, a zombie. Yan nodded. Song Fi's heart sank, his mind going blank. Joseki practically screamed from his perch. Why are you just standing there? He's about to turn. Just shut, snapped Song Fi out of his stupor. He looked back at Kaien, whose familiar, infuriatingly calm aura reassured him. If he were going to turn, he would have done it by now. Why would it take this long? Joseki hesitated. It had been nearly half an hour since they fled the cafeteria, and Kaien showed no signs of zombification. It's probably the saliva, Kaien said suddenly, his voice steady and assured. Their saliva carries the virus, but it only transmits through blood. If their nails scratch you, it's fine. If their saliva touches your skin, it's fine. But if their saliva gets into your bloodstream, that's when you turn. Every infected person was bitten. Joseki tilted his head, considering this. It did seem to fit the pattern. Why were your sleeves rolled up in the first place? Song Fei's anger flared as his fear subsided. Wai Yan's clothes were intact, but his arm was scratched. Clearly, he'd been fighting with his sleeves rolled up. Wai Yan tilted his head, his expression innocent. Didn't someone once tell me that rolling up your sleeves makes you look more manly in a fight? Song Fei froze, his face reddening as he realized he had, indeed, said that. He was at a loss for words. Shoseki, who had noticed the subtle dynamics between them earlier, now had his suspicions confirmed. Seriously? At a time like this? What do we do now? Shoseki asked, bringing the conversation back to survival. Life and death stakes trump romantic drama. Wai Yan had been pondering this question since their frantic escape. The school was in complete disarray. Teachers, security guards, none could be counted on. Trapped in the dormitory, surrounded by the infected, with limited food supplies, their options were grim. Achoo! Song Fei sneezed suddenly, rubbing his nose. Despite the closed balcony door, he felt a chill creeping in. Wai Yan stood and walked to the windowsill, placing his hand on the radiator. It was ice cold. Has the heat been shut off? Song Fei asked, already guessing the answer. Wai Yan nodded. Shoseki pulled a blanket around himself, looking despondent. Looks like things aren't much better outside. The sudden loss of heat suggested two possibilities. Either the virus had reached the local heating plant, or the chaos had disrupted the fuel supply. If it were the latter, the plant's reserve should have lasted longer. The abrupt shutdown pointed to the former. Is this really the end of the world? Song Fei asked Wai Yan. Wai Yan hesitated, then shook his head. As long as the water and electricity are still running, it's not the end. Shoseki was less optimistic. The virus will reach those places sooner or later. Wai Yan looked at him. If the virus has already spread this far from the city, what makes you think the water and power plants have been spared? Shoseki, now wrapped like a cocoon in his blanket, asked nervously, what are you saying? Water and electricity are the bare essentials for survival, Wai Yan explained. As long as they are operational, survivors have a chance. A large-scale outbreak is hard to contain, but if resources are concentrated on protecting the water and power plants, it's not impossible to hold the line. Shoseki's face lit up with a glimmer of hope. You mean? We're not fighting this battle alone, Wai Yan said. Song Fei chimed in, that's obvious. We've got two entire dorm buildings of classmates. Wai Yan's budding sense of heroism deflated at Song Fei's comment. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or be annoyed. Shoseki, however, was energized. Throwing off his blanket, he jumped down from the bunk. Let's start planning. What's our next move? Wai Yan grabbed a pen and paper, quickly jotting down 3 items. Food. Safety. Escape routes. Zhou and Song stared at the 6 characters, understanding them on a surface level, but unsure of the deeper implications. Wai Yan elaborated. We're like a besieged city with no supply lines, without food. We'll die long before the zombies get to us. We need to gather as much as we can from other dorms. Second, the dorm isn't completely secure. We don't know if the zombies will mutate further. If they break in, we need weapons to defend ourselves. Finally, if the dorm becomes like the cafeteria, we need a backup plan, a designated safe zone to retreat to immediately. Song Fei was speechless. Wai Yan had always been the type to pontificate, and Song Fei had often fantasized about stuffing a rag in his mouth. But today, for the first time, he saw Wai Yan's verbosity in a new light. It was radiant. Shoseki snatched the paper, reading it over and over. Finally, he clapped his hands in admiration. Yan, clear-headed, logical, unshakably true genius. Wai Yan ignored him, his gaze fixed on Song Fei. Still grappling with the surreal realization that this was his ex-boyfriend, Song Fei met Wai Yan's eyes. After a moment, he gave a double thumbs up. Impressive. Wai Yan's lips twitched, as if suppressing a smile. But the joy in his eyes was unrestrained, rolling and cresting like waves. Shoseki, unable to bear the blatant display of affection, threw the paper to the ground and stomped on it repeatedly. If the zombies didn't kill him, he'd surely die from the sheer agony of witnessing the sickeningly sweet dynamic. At the stroke of noon, the sunlight poured down in golden sheets, brilliant, but utterly devoid of warmth. The frigid northern wind howled mercilessly, slicing through the air like a blade, occasionally slipping mischievously through the cracks of the sliding balcony door and room, whistling a tune both cheerful and unsettling. Inside, Song Fi rummaged through the room with the determination of a man on a mission, his every move scrutinized by Kyle, Siki and Cayenne. One moment, he was yanking open the wardrobe, the next, he was rifling through the drawers of the desk. By the end of his search, the entirety of room's meager food reserves lay exposed, 4 packs of instant noodles and 3 sausages basking in the sun's rays, accompanied by 2 packets of pickled vegetables, Renzia's Swiss chocolate gift box and a 5-pack of saltiest Asian shrimp chips, Song Fi's own stash of 2 instant noodle packs and a large bag of sunflower seeds, and finally, 3 forlorn apples belonging to Wen Qingyuan. For a boy's dormitory, it was a paltry stash, but the math was grim. 6 packs of instant noodles, the sole staple food among them. How long could that sustain 3 people? Why don't we have the habit of stockpiling food? Siki muttered, his voice tinged with self-reproach. Never before had he lamented his lack of culinary enthusiasm as he did now. Then, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, he turned his gaze toward the distant girls' dormitory, separated from theirs by an unbridgeable void of realm that had long served as the unattainable paradise of male students' dreams. I hear the girls are like little hamsters, always hoarding snacks. Some even secretly cook meals in their rooms. Throughout the ages, countless male students had gazed longingly at that forbidden zone of the girls' dormitory, their souls momentarily departing their bodies. But to yearn with a hunger not of the flesh, but of the stomach. Siki might well have been the first. Regret always comes too late, Song Fi remarked, tearing open the chocolate box. He popped a heart-shaped piece into his mouth, then tossed another to Kyle. Siki. Stop staring, it's not going to fill you up. Looking at food might quench thirst, but gazing at meals only deepened hunger. Siki reluctantly tore his eyes away from the girls' dormitory, accepting the chocolate, and letting its rich, velvety sweetness momentarily suppress the gnawing beast in his stomach. Yan, who had been standing silently nearby, cleared his throat meaningfully. Song Fi shot him a sidelong glance, immediately catching his drift. Rolling his eyes, he sighed and tossed another chocolate into Cayenne's waiting hand. Yan stared at the square piece in his palm, its edges sharp and unyielding. Somehow, it seemed destined to lack the sweetness of the heart-shaped ones. Song Fi, observing Cayenne's hesitation to eat, couldn't fathom the man's thoughts. But then again, Cayenne often had his inexplicable moments, and Song Fi had long grown accustomed to them. His own stomach, however, was beginning to stage a quiet rebellion. For someone who rarely ate breakfast, hunger at this hour was inevitable, though not yet unbearable. Still, the careful allocation of their limited food was a delicate art. If you're not too hungry, have some snacks or fruit, save the instant noodles for when you're absolutely starving. It's the most efficient use of resources, Kyle Siki suggested, his tone almost scientific. Song Fi found the logic irrefutable. After some deliberation, he reached for one of Wen Qingyuan's apples. Yan began, but it was too late. Song Fi had already sunk his teeth into the apple, the crisp sound echoing through the room as he chewed with unrestrained gusto. What? Song Fi asked around a mouthful of apple, 3 bites in and halfway through the fruit. Yan hesitated, then shook his head. Nothing. Song Fi shrugged off the odd exchange, finishing the apple with such efficiency that even the core was stripped bare, reduced to a stubby remnant. You two not eating? He asked, feeling a twinge of guilt as he licked the last traces of juice from his fingers. Siki snorted. Did you forget what we just ran back from? Song Fi froze, the realization dawning on him. The cafeteria. They'd been at the cafeteria, locked out at closing time, with the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. If you're not hungry, why were you drooling over the girl's dorm? He shot back. And thinking ahead, Kiyosaki retorted, his tone defensive. Sure, I'm not hungry now, but what about later? With the scraps we've got, how long can we last? In telling you the girl's dorm could probably hold out for 3 months easy. Song Fei laughed despite himself, about to fire off a quip, when a sudden wave of nausea surged through him, sharp and unwelcome. It was stronger this time, more insistent than before. Kiyosaki watched in horror as Song Fei made a beeline for the instant noodles, his hand already reaching for a pack. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't I just say instant noodles are for emergencies only? Song Fei looked him dead in the eye, his voice solemn. This is an emergency. You just ate an apple. Kiyosaki exclaimed, exasperated. That was no apple, Song Fei replied, his tone one of grim resignation. That was an apple-shaped digestive tablet. Yan sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He'd known from the start apples, with their high acidity, were no substitute for a meal. They only made you hungrier. And so, lunch passed in the company of instant noodles, Song Fei slurping away while Kaien and Kiyosaki scoured the room for anything that could serve as a weapon. Their efforts yielded a Swiss Army knife from Renzi's belongings, and a fruit knife from Wang Qingjuan's drawer. Both were small, foldable, and of dubious effectiveness. The Swiss Army knife, at least, boasted a variety of playful functions, including a screwdriver, scissors, and a bottle opener. When Song Fei finally finished eating, he found his 2 companions armed with their diminutive blades. As a long-term resident of Rome, he knew exactly what this meant. You 2 have no shame, running back from the cafeteria only to steal our knives. Dude, the cafeteria is for cooking, not stocking weapons. What did you think would find a catch of cleavers? Well, Siki shot back. Song Fei's gaze flickered toward Kaien, his expression almost flirtatious. You wouldn't leave me defenseless, would you? Yan's lips curved into a smile, his eyes glinting with amusement. Just stay behind me. Get lost, Song Fei muttered, exasperated. Surveying the room, Song Fei's eyes landed on the only remaining potential weapons, Renzi's guitar and Wang Qingjuan's English-Chinese dictionary. He could already envision his epitaph. Kiyosaki hefted the hefty dictionary, presenting it to Song Fei with a flourish. In serious, this could work. Think about it, the power of knowledge. Who could withstand that? Song Fei's temple throbbed, his patience wearing thin. He swore to himself that if Kaien handed him the guitar next, he'd use it to christen the dictionary as his first weapon. But Kaien, ever unpredictable, handed him something entirely unexpected, a bright red Taichi fan. You've got to be kidding me, Song Fei groaned, eyeing the fan with disdain. This is even worse than the guitar. When Song Fei refused to take it, Kaien flicked his wrist, snapping the fan open with a sharp, theatrical flourish. The crimson fabric rippled like a banner in the wind, exuding an air of elegance. What, planning to dance? Song Fei quipped, one eyebrow raised. Yan's smile widened. With a sudden, deliberate motion, he brought the fan down across Song Fei's face. It was the force that stunned Song Fei, was the sheer audacity. Speechless, he swatted the fan away, ready to unleash his ire, when Kaien spoke calmly, use it like this if they try to bite you. Song Fei froze, his gaze shifting from the stainless steel ribs of the fan to its taut, resilient fabric. Tentatively, he brought the fan to his own face, testing its coverage. Unless someone deliberately aimed for the edges, there was no way to get past it. Ingenious. Well? Yan asked, his tone smug. Still thinking joking. Song Fei did respond. Instead, he snapped the fan shut with a satisfying click, twirling it in his hands as if it were a prized weapon. For the first time, he looked at Kaien with something akin to respect. With food temporarily settled and weapons distributed, the next step was to plan their escape route. While the dormitory doors might hold for now, failing to prepare for a breach was tantamount to signing their death warrants. If they break in, the hallway's a no-go, Kaien began, his voice steady. The only way out is through the balcony. Climbing up takes strength, Kaioseki added, but climbing down just requires caution. It's doable. Once we're out, we head straight for the supermarket, Kaiyan continued. It's the nearest place with lockable doors. Bad idea, Kaioseki countered. When we ran back from the cafeteria, someone tried hiding there. They didn't make it. That was before, Kaiyan replied. Haven't you noticed, they don't just attack to eat, and they often swarm a single victim. Their aggression seems driven by hunger. Once the supermarket's empty, they'll move on to find other prey. What if some of them stay behind, full but unwilling to leave? Well, Seki asked. They might, Kaiyan admitted. But there'll be fewer of them than outside. If we can't handle that, we're dead anyway. Fine, Kaioseki relented. The supermarket it is. Sanfi, who had been silent throughout, finally spoke. Am I allowed to have an opinion in this meeting? Night fell, and the wind grew fiercer. The dormitory, now devoid of heating, was an icy town. Sanfi buried himself under his blanket, layering 2 jackets on top, but the chill seeped in relentlessly. Moving only seemed to invite more cold. Are you asleep? Kaiyoseki's voice broke the silence, tentative in the darkness. No, Sanfi replied, his voice muffled. After a long pause, Kaiyan's Quiteman joined the conversation. Kaioseki let out a breath, his tone hesitant. Do you think we'll make it out alive? Kaiyan said nothing. Sanfi refused to dwell on the question rationally. Instead, he answered with instinctive certainty. Of course. Kaioseki chuckled, though it lacked humor. What makes you so sure? You too, Sanfi said without hesitation. If I were alone I probably wouldn't have lasted this long. But the 3 of us, together there's no way we won't make it. Haven't you heard? It's not death that's scary, it's waiting for it. But we're not just waiting, we're fighting. And as long as we stick together, we'll survive. Kaioseki swallowed his retort, his throat tight. He masked his fear with jokes, camouflaged his terror with feigned expertise about zombies. But deep down, he was terrified. He knew Sanfi was scared to anyone in their situation would be. But Sanfi's fear was genuine, as was his belief. He didn't need to lie to himself. He truly believed they could make it. And that belief was contagious, a beacon in the dark. Yeah, Kaioseki murmured, more to himself than anyone else. We'll make it. Kaiyan, who had been listening silently, stared at the ceiling bathed in moonlight, a faint smile playing on his lips. He knew he liked Sanfi, though he often wrestled with the why of it. Sanfi wasn't particularly good-tempered, nor was he academically inclined. Even his looks were Kaiyan's type. Yet the attraction was undeniable, inexplicable until now. It was this, the thing that had drawn him in from the start. What seemed like baseless confidence at first glance was in fact an unyielding optimism, a sunflower's determination to always face the sun. No matter how dire the circumstances, Sanfi pressed forward with a resilience that was both maddening and magnetic. When Sanfi awoke, the eastern sky was tinged with pale light. The electricity had returned, and Kaiyan sat at the desk, reading under the glow of a small lamp. Kaioseki was perched nearby, munching on a block of instant noodles. He greeted Sanfi with a muffled good morning. Sanfi sat up groggily, a random thought surfacing in his mind. Why does the school still turn off the lights when it's barely holding together? Kaioseki froze mid-bite, clearly never having considered this mundane mystery. His expression shifted to one of existential bewilderment. Yeah, why? Is there some lone guardian of the light switches, still dutifully flipping them in the apocalypse? Kaiyan glanced at him, his tone dry. Maybe watch fewer movies. Sanfi raised an eyebrow, challenging. Do you know the answer? Setting down Wang Qingyuan's copy of Anthropology of Tourism, Kaiyan explained, the lights in this new campus are controlled by a microcontroller system in the power distribution room. As long as the power's on, the lights will follow their program schedule, simple. Sanfi and Kaioseki exchanged a look of mutual ignorance, their unspoken confusion igniting a spark of shared helplessness. Not that understanding the mechanics mattered much. Aosiki, so even at the end of the world. Sonfi, the lights still go out. And so began another day, heavy with the weight of survival. At 8 in the morning, daylight flooded the world. It was the second day since Kaiyan had fled back to the dormitory, and the third day since the dormitory had been besieged. Like Sonfi, those who had been trapped here from the start were already physically and mentally drained. Hunger gnawed at them all, not just the occupants of room. The early bird catches the worm, or so the saying goes. The building was already alive with movement, students clinging to the walls like desperate insects, some nimble and swift as lightning, others clumsy and struggling as if their limbs were bound. More still were preparing to climb out, while a few, having made it only halfway, realized their limits and scrambled back in, hands and feet trembling. On any ordinary day, this would have been a spectacle worth sitting down to watch, cracking sunflower seeds between your teeth as you laughed at the absurdity. But now, as Kaiyan, Sonfi, and Aosiki stood on the balcony, gazing at the chaotic scene below so vibrant, so frenzied, and yet tinged with a grotesque humor, they felt only fear, a cold and unrelenting dread that coiled around their spines. The conversations and words of encouragement exchanged the night before, whispered in the dark after lights out, now seemed like soap bubbles, fragile, fleeting, and pitifully inadequate in the face of this apocalyptic reality, so close you could almost reach out and touch it. Yes, the apocalypse. The three of them had no idea what the world outside had become. Perhaps the tide of the undead still surged uncontrollably, or perhaps the authorities had managed to wrest back some semblance of order. Either way, it was beyond their concern, beyond their capacity to care. They were not yet 20 years old. When they were high on life, the world seemed vast enough to launch them into space. But most of the time, their world was small, shrinking down to the confines of this campus. What they saw before them was everything. When a fellow classmate, someone they had once joked with about which girls in the art department were the prettiest, kicked another student off the ledge in a fight over food, sending the latter plummeting to the ground, the three of them could only watch, paralyzed. Lead seeped slowly across the asphalt, staining it a shade of red so deep it obscured the road's original color. They could not imagine any apocalypse more brutal, more despairing than this. Maybe we should just forget it, Sonfi muttered, clutching Kaiyan's sleeve. His voice was shaky, his grip tight. He didn't want Kaiyan to take any more risks. Aosiki said nothing. His gaze was fixed on the student lying motionless below. The fall had been devastating, but the boy was still alive, his body twitching involuntarily, as if some stubborn instinct was driving him to rise. But before he could even attempt to crawl, a pack of mutants burst from the dormitory building, drawn by the scent of fresh blood. The boy didn't even have time to struggle. In an instant, he was gone, his face torn apart, his body gutted and devoured like a gazelle brought down by lions on a nature documentary. What remained was nothing more than a lifeless heap, a grotesque feast for the predators. A scene like this wouldn't even qualify as a climax in a zombie movie. It might not even make it as filler. But this was real. Aosiki swore to himself that no zombie film he had ever watched, no matter how gory, how horrifying, could compare to the sheer, gut-wrenching terror of this moment. Kaiyan gave Sonfi a reassuring glance, gently prying his hand off his sleeve. Don't expect too much, we might not find much of anything. Aosiki snapped out of his daze and hurried over, shaking his head. Food is worth it. Safety comes first. Sonfi nodded quickly, echoing the sentiment. If it gets too dangerous, just come back, we've still got some leftovers. Kaiyan smiled faintly. He looked at Aosiki, standing just an arm's length away, then at Sonfi, who was a step farther. After a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind. In one swift motion, he grabbed Sonfi by the collar and kissed him hard. Sonfi froze, his mind going blank. Aosiki stood there, stunned, his jaw practically hitting the floor. As soon as he let go, Kaiyan didn't waste a second. He stepped onto the edge of the balcony and leaped to the next one. The neighboring dorm's balcony door was ajar, the room beyond in disarray, with faint traces of blood on the floor. Kaiyan did linger. He vaulted to the next balcony, his movements fluid and precise. Just as he landed, two mutants burst onto the balcony he had just left. Their grotesque faces twisted with hunger and frustration as they reached out for him, their arms flailing desperately across the gap. Yan did look back. He moved with the urgency of someone who knew time was a luxury he couldn't afford. 2 more leaps, and he reached room. From there, he began to climb upward. Back in room, the two left behind were still reeling. The last time Cayenne had shown this much passion, it had been the first night he and Song-Fi had shared a bed. Since then, their daily interactions had devolved into a battle of wits and sharp tongues. How was it? While Siki was the first to recover, swallowing hard as he asked the question with genuine curiosity. Song-Fi took a moment to process, then smirked. Not bad. While Siki raised an eyebrow. In 2 dramas, whenever the male lead kisses the female lead before heading out, he usually doesn't make it back. Song-Fi shot him a glare. While Song-Fi silently plotted Kyle Siki's demise, Cayenne was already climbing into the balcony of room. His insistence on finding a water heater stemmed from a simple belief: in times like these, even the smallest safety precautions could make a difference. And besides, if he was already raiding dorms, one more stop wouldn't hurt. What he had expected was to find people inside room. 3 of them, to be exact. 1 tall and burly, 1 short and stout, and 1 lanky like a reed. For a moment, Cayenne thought they were mutants and nearly bolted. But he quickly realized they were human. His next assumption was that they were Kyle Siki's missing roommates until he saw them ransacking the room with a ruthless efficiency. They weren't mutants, nor were they roommates. They were scavengers, just like him. Yan stayed on the balcony, keeping a cautious distance. He didn't dare enter, choosing instead to wait silently. The 3 inside were so focused on their search that they didn't notice him until the tall one, frustrated by the lack of food, kicked over a chair and looked up, locking eyes with Cayenne. Who the hell are you, standing there like a damn ghost? Yan offered a polite smile, his voice calm and unthreatening. Just looking for something to eat. Don't bother. There's not a damn thing left. The tall one snorted, striding onto the balcony to size Cayenne up. His gaze swept over him like a searchlight, scrutinizing every inch. Outnumbered 3-1, Cayenne knew better than to provoke them. He patted his clothes and pockets demonstratively, showing he had nothing. Okay. The tall one cursed, his frustration palpable. Without another word, he leaped to the next balcony, his 2 companions following close behind. Yan watched as they shattered the glass door of room's balcony and disappeared inside. He frowned slightly, but said nothing, slipping quietly into room to retrieve what he had come for. Selilu. Song-Fi. Yan returned empty-handed, his search for food yielding nothing but the sound of his own voice. Still, it was something enough, at least, to complete a table for Mahjong. What he had anticipated, however, was that the tenant from knew the one from. Yan had long suspected that he and Song-Fi were cosmically misaligned, their fates perpetually at odds. And now, in this perfect storm of apocalypse and proximity, their so-called star-crossed romance was being overshadowed by a growing horde of human-shaped light bulbs, flickering dimly like zombies in the dark. What happened to your face? Song-Fi asked, his tone casual, but his gaze sharp. The down jacket he wore bore streaks of grime, likely from some earlier escape, but he paid it no mind. Xiao Yila's face, however, was another story. The bruises and cuts were fresh, raw as morning wounds. Don't ask, Xiao muttered, his voice heavy with resignation. Yan, ever the helpful narrator, filled in the gaps. 3 guys broke into his room and stole all his food. Song-Fi and Kyle Siki fell silent. Yesterday, such news might have provoked a string of curses, words like inhuman or goddamn savages spat out with righteous indignation. But today, they simply stared at the floor, unsure what to say. Song-Fi sighed, clapping Zhao on the shoulder. Brie, I could fix you up some instant noodles. It was, without question, the warmest moments Saoyulu had experienced in 3 days. But even here, in the sanctuary of resources were scarce. Shao glanced at their meager stash of few scattered packets of snacks and a half-empty bottle of water and, not wanting to impose, settled for opening a bag of shrimp chips instead. People always said puffed snacks didn't fill you up, but Cao found that just one bite left him feeling strangely sated. Or perhaps it was something else, his own thing about the taste. "What is this stuff?" he asked, frowning. "Shrimp chips," Song Fi replied, matter of fact. "Imported straight from the island." "Really?" "Absolutely, authentic tom yum flavor." Shao stared at him, then at the chips, his expression unreadable. Hunger, it seemed, knew no borders. He ate the rest of the bag without further comment, though the sour tang of the seasoning lingered on his tongue, sharp and unrelenting. After escorting Cao back to his room, Kai Yan ventured out again. This time, though, he ran straight into a mute-ended close call that sent him scrambling back to safety, his courage spent. He wouldn't dare leave again. By nightfall, his food supply was nearly depleted. The four of them rationed what little remained, each clutching a small handful of sunflower seeds as they lay on their beds, cracking shells between their teeth. The dormitory, once alive with the chaos of daylight, had fallen into an eerie stillness, a quiet so profound it bordered on desolation. "Bai Yan," Saoyulu said, breaking the silence, "I don't think you should bother going out tomorrow. Whatever food's left has probably already been scavenged. Even Spider-Man wouldn't stand a chance." "Well, see," Kai Yan replied, non-committal. "What's the point?" Ayoseki muttered. "Even if we find food, as long as those things are out there, we're just waiting to die." Song Fi sat up, his voice tinged with defiance. "The power and water are still running, aren't they? That must mean someone's still alive in the city. We're isolated here in the university district, sure, but there are thousands of us, thousands of the nation's future." Io sneered. "You mean those things out there? They're the nation's future too." "Yeah," Zhao said dryly. "Then as fly traps." Yan chuckled, the sound low and bitter. "The sun's got its own problems. We flowers might as well fend for ourselves." "What do you mean?" Io asked, his brow furrowing. "Been thinking we should try the supermarket tomorrow," Kai Yan said, his tone steady. "You're insane." Io hissed. Song Fi, however, nodded in agreement. "And with Kai Yan, you said it yourself, John staying here is just waiting to die. We might as well try to break through." That. The sound was unmistakably heavy, deliberate impact against the door. Song Fi froze mid-sentence. The other three, less experienced, were instantly drenched in cold sweat. For a long moment, they held their breath, listening. The silence outside stretched thin, taut as a wire. Finally, Kyle whispered, his voice trembling, "The zombies." Song Fi's reply was barely audible. "Yeah, they tried the door the night before last too." "But not last night," Kyle said, his voice cracking. Xiao frowned. "I've never heard anything like this before." Yan stared up at the energy-saving light bulb overhead, a sudden thought sparking in his mind. Could they be reacting to our voices? Song Fi shook his head. "We've been talking all day." "No," Kyle said, his tone sharpening. "Just now, your voice was louder than usual." "Wait," Zhao said, his expression tightening as he dredged up a memory. "Yesterday, when I got jumped, I think I heard something similar." Ya's face darkened as he pieced it together. "So they've lost intelligence and mobility, but their hearing and sight are still intact." "Not quite," Kai Yan said, narrowing his eyes. "Their eyesight's uncertain, but their hearing's definitely dulled. If it wasn't, they'd have reacted to our normal conversation, not just the louder sounds. Knowledge, they say, is the antidote to fear. But when fear runs deep, knowledge is a shallow comfortable cup of water for a raging inferno." The discussion ended, and fell into a heady silence. The dormitory, already quiet, now felt suffocatingly so, as if the very air had been drained of life. At precisely 11 o'clock, the lights went out. In that moment, as the dormitory plunged into darkness, it felt as though the entire world had died. In the black void of not a sound stirred. Song Fi knew the others were awake, each lost in their own thoughts. Some might be despairing, others clinging to fragile hope. Some might envision a path forward, while others saw only blood and ruin. Yet, even in this abyss of uncertainty, the mere presence of others was a lifeline. Loneliness, after all, was despair's cruelest accomplice. A professor had once said something to that effect in one of Song Fi's elective courses. At the time, had barely registered the words, dismissing them as another platitude. But now, in the suffocating quiet of the night, the phrase returned to him, unbidden, like a ghost whispering in his ear. Maybe we'll die tomorrow, Song Fi thought. All these years, I've done nothing but study. Why they got in waste. Pain. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground shattered the stillness, sending a shiver through the night. It came from the balcony. All four of them sat up at once. Zhao Yilu, impulsive as ever, leapt to his feet and pressed himself against the glass door, peering out into the darkness. The world beyond was a black abyss, impenetrable and vast. Pain. There it was again. Zhao blinked, uncertain whether his eyes were playing tricks on him or if he'd truly seen a shadow move. The others crowded around him, their breaths shallow. What's going on? Aya whispered. Zhao shook his head. I can't see clearly. Should we open the door? The balcony, though relatively safe during the day, felt like a precarious gamble in the dead of night. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the darkness, flooding with a harsh, blinding glare. Jesus! Aya cried, shielding his eyes. What the hell is that? Song Fi glanced down at the object in his hand, a high-powered flashlight had borrowed from Renzi. It's a flashlight, he said, though he couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret for not using it sooner. Zhao groaned, squinting against the brightness. This isn't a flashlight, it's a goddamn searchlight. The light brought a measure of reassurance, enough for them to cautiously slide open the balcony door and step into the frigid midnight air. The beam cut through the gloom, but dissipated quickly, swallowed by the vast emptiness. Across the courtyard, the windows of the opposite dormitory glowed faintly, their light mingling with the pale shimmer of the moon. Together, they cast faint outlines against the oppressive darkness. Their eyes adjusted slowly. Then, from the sixth floor of the opposite building, a figure fell. The body arced through the air, a fleeting silhouette against the night. And then smack. Flash met concrete with a sickening finality. Someone had jumped. The four of them stood frozen on the balcony, the wind biting at their skin. They felt none of it. Below, the mutants swarmed, drawn by the fresh kill. They descended in a frenzy, tearing the body apart with ravenous glee. And then another. A second figure plummeted from the same floor, landing with the same dreadful sound. Zah! Zhao clamped his hands over his ears, his body trembling. He couldn't bear the sound, the sight, the horror of it all. Across the courtyard, the balconies of the opposite dormitory began to fill with shadows. A voice, raw with anguish, broke through the night. Stop, for God's sake, stop jumping. Despair, it seemed, was a contagion more insidious than the virus itself. The chain of suicides continued until the seventh jumper hit the ground. Then at last it stopped. Or perhaps it only paused. The dormitory was quieter than ever, but the silence now was different, heavier, darker. Knowing that every living soul was standing on their respective balconies, staring into the abyss, their faces etched with shock, grief, and terror, made the quiet unbearable. The wind howled through the gap between the two buildings, a mournful wail that seemed to echo their collective despair. Song Fi stared at the silhouettes across the way, each one a mirror of his own fragile existence. Behind him, the balcony door slid shut with a soft click. He turned, startled, to find Zhao Yilu holding Renzi's guitar. Moments later, the first chords rang out, cutting through the oppressive stillness. The mutants, muffled by the layers of glass and wood, heard nothing. But the students on both sides of the courtyard heard every note, clear and resonant. It was a sound they all recognized, a relic of countless, dull evenings, when someone would strum a guitar and sing. Sometimes it was a chemistry major with a rusty voice and lofty ambitions. Other times, it was a literature student, her tone delicate and pretentious, crafting a facade of bohemian charm. But tonight, the melody was neither pretentious nor fragile. It was strong, unyielding the lifeline in the dark. Where is the world filled with flowers? If it exists, you'll surely go there. I want to stand on the highest peak, effaced by cliffs and precipices. Xiao's voice, subdued to avoid attracting unwanted attention, carried a quiet strength. Run forward, through the ridicule and scorn. Life's vastness cannot be felt without hardship. Fate cannot force us to our knees, even if blood soaks our embrace. As the final note faded, the tension in Cayenne's face ceased. Aosiki, unable to resist, had hummed along by the end. Sun Fi tilted his head back, gazing at the stars. They were breathtaking bright and infinite, a stark contrast to the despair below. Xiao cradled the guitar, the song lingering in his mind. He had played it for them, but also for himself. The melody steadied him, reminding him that tomorrow still held possibilities, that hope was not yet extinguished. But as he glanced at the opposite building, at the unyielding silence that greeted him, he wondered how far that hope could reach. Sun Fi leaned in, whispering something in Zha's ear. Zhao frowned. Are you serious? Sing it, Sun Fi urged. Isn't but curious. Zhao strummed the guitar again, his voice tentative as he began. North Mountain Green. White Water Lake serene. This is my beautiful campus. The wind roared suddenly, snuffing out the fragile light of the stars. Get it out. Who the hell told you to sing the school anthem? In Kanekyu. On the third night of the zombie siege, the survivors of the 2 dormitories slept soundly for the first time. Many still dreamed of nightmares, visions of the undead, relentless and unyielding. But for some, the terror shifted, replaced by memories of last semester's relentless rehearsals for the school's anniversary celebration. And though the latter was no less haunting, it carried with it a strange vitality, a reminder of life's absurdity, its resilience. They weren't ready to give up. Not yet. In the early hours of dawn, Sun Fi awoke to the discordant symphony of Zhao Yelu and Kyle Siki's snoring. Their snores were as different as night and day, one sharp and forceful, the other languid and drawn out, weaving together in a strange harmony, like a shepherd's flute stirring a herd of oxen into motion, an ancient melody echoing through time. He reached for his phone on the pillow beside him, but the moment his arm slipped out from under the covers, the predatory cold air seized the opportunity, slithering in with a sharp hiss. Sun Fi shivered beneath the quilt as the phone's icy glow illuminated the tip of his reddened nose. Beijing time, 5 o'clock. Outside, the darkness was unyielding, the horizon showing no hint of dawn. He felt a strange surge of gratitude for his failed first-choice university application years ago. At school, nestled in the frigid northeastern provinces, was notorious for its Novembers, when instructors would lead students out to the track to carve ice sculptures. He shuddered at the thought. Wait. A low voice murmured beside him. It was Cayenne. Their bunks were positioned head to head, so close that a whisper could traverse the narrow gap. Yeah. Sun Fi set the phone down, its harsh white light extinguished. The room returned to its dim, moonlit calm, the world outside slipping into a fragile, almost illusory peace. Soft. Here. Since the outbreak of the undead, Sun Fi could recall a moment like this. No eerie howls of wind sneaking through door cracks, no ponderous, shuffling footsteps of the mutated in the hallway. It was as if the heavens had pressed pause, granting him, and Cayenne perhaps, the only 2 still awake, a fleeting reprieve. What are you thinking about? I asked. Sun Fi was thinking of anything in particular, but since Cayenne had asked, he felt compelled to conjure something. I was just imagining if none of this had happened, I'd probably be lurking in the group chat right now, figuring out which guy to ask out for Christmas. Who do you think looks good in the group? Cayenne's tone was casual, like a friend idly chatting. Sun Fi mentally flipped through the parade of selfies his friends had shared in the group, each face flashing by like a carousel of fleeting possibilities. That guy from the sports department, Dane Jian, I mean, come on, those muscles, those lines. Ian cut him off. Is pretending to be straight and just got a girlfriend. Sun Fei shifted gears. Okay, what about Lei Saxi from the business school? The one with the gold-rimmed glasses stood all forbidden fruit vibes. Ian's response was immediate. Is dating the new finance professor in their department. Student-teacher relationship. Was selling from the chemistry department. Too effeminate. Yuan Xiaochen from computer science. There. Xiaobo from the life sciences department. Is hitting on me. Sun Fei sat up, incredulous. Didn't you say you muted all the group chats? I re-enabled them after I became single again. Get up. Sun Fei barked, throwing off the covers. The fleeting tranquility shattered. The shepherd and his oxen jolted awake, their pastoral dream dissolving into the cold reality of the dorm room. While City sat up groggily, his face a mask of confusion. What's happening? Did something happen? For the first 2 days of the apocalypse, Kyle CK had been caught in a surreal haze, where reality and fiction blurred. Here, Penis had all felt oddly detached, like a movie he was watching from the inside. Occasionally, there was even a bizarre thrill to it. But after witnessing classmates turn on each other in savage desperation yesterday, and the chain of suicides that followed last night, the icy grip of reality had sunk in. This wasn't a game, wasn't a film. It was life, brutal and unforgiving, where the end could come at any moment, with no chance for a do-over. Xiao Yilou, in contrast, seemed strangely composed. He glanced out the window, then at Sun Fei, his expression unreadable. What time is it anyway? Sun Fei stumbled out of bed, shivering as he grabbed his long black down coat and wrapped himself tightly. Only then did he feel a semblance of warmth. The early bird gets the worm. Xiao Yilou groaned, exasperated. Yeah, but even a proverb says early, not middle of the night early. By 6 o'clock, the power in the dormitory flickered back on. While Seiki grabbed a thermos of cold water, plugged in an immersion heater, and waited for it to boil. You know, he said, watching the water bubble, it's kind of amazing. In the middle of the apocalypse, we're still living this meticulously, only as hot. Once the water boiled, they washed up and divided their last packs of instant noodles among the 4 of them. No one dare touch the apples, they were rationing those for emergencies, when a single bite might mean the difference between survival and starvation. After breakfast, their provisions were pitiful, half a box of chocolates and a bag of shrimp chips. Xiao Yilou stared at the oversized chocolate gift box, its extravagant packaging a cruel mockery of the meager contents inside. If it's just chocolate we're after, why didn't we stock up on Snickers instead of wasting money on this fancy crap? Sun Fei sighed, exasperated. Dude, that wasn't bought for us to eat. It was meant to be a gift, for a girl. Xiao Yilou's gaze flicked to the chocolates, then to the guitar propped against the wall. A connection clicked. The guy who plays guitar. His guess at the mark, surprising Sun Fei. Then again, it wasn't rocket science. Guitars, chocolate as they were tools of courtship, after all. The motivations behind them were identical, and hardly a mystery. When Z, their most romantically starved roommate, had spent his freshman and sophomore years chasing half the girls in the history department, only to come up empty-handed. Reflecting on Renzi's tragic love life, brought Sun Fei an odd sense of joy. A smile crept across his face, unbidden and genuine. But the joy was fleeting. The smile faded as swiftly as it had come, replaced by the gnawing anxiety he had been suppressing for days. He forced himself not to think about Wang Qingyuan, Xing Yang, or Renzi's closest friends on campus. If anything had happened to them, he wasn't sure he could bear it. So every time his mind started to spiral, he would tell himself they were safe, holed up in the library, just like him, fighting to survive. A light touch on his shoulder startled him. He turned to see Cayenne's gentle face. If you're still alive and kicking, they will be too. Sun Fei knew Cayenne meant to comfort him. But the words, well-intentioned as they were, felt hollow. He did want comfort. Not now. Not like this. By the time the first faint glimmer of dawn appeared on the horizon, the four of them had gathered around Zhao Yila's crude sketch of the Fan Du Du supermarket layout. "This is the main entrance," Zhao Yila explained, pointing to the roughly drawn map. "It leads to the sales floor. Behind that, there's an office and a staff lounge. The storage area and back door are all the way in the rear." Song Fi's understanding of Fan Du Du had never extended beyond its entrance, shelves, and checkout counters. He had realized how much lay beyond. "The sales floor is crawling with zombies," Kaioseki said, his voice tense. "Going in through the front is suicide. Why not head straight to the back door and enter the storage area?" "It's not that simple," Zhao Yila replied, shaking his head. "The back door might be locked. If we get there and can't get in, we'll have to circle back to the front, which puts us at even greater risk." Song Fi nodded. "Better to go in through the open main entrance and lock the zombies inside with us. Close the door, trap the beasts." Zhao Yila agreed, but Kaioseki looked at them like they were insane. "Are you listening to yourselves? That place is swarming with zombies. Once the door's shut, who's trapping who?" Yan, ever practical, asked, "How will we lock the door?" "This door uses 4 spring doors," Zhao Yila explained. "No latches, just a floor lock. We don't have the key, so we'll have to wedge something against the handles from the inside. And we tie them shut," Song Fi suggested. "That'd be even better," Zhao Yila admitted. "Using something like brooms or mops to wedge the doors isn't secure enough they could break through." Song Fi darted to his thermos, rummaging behind it until he triumphantly produced a bicycle chain lock. He spun it in his hand like a trophy. "How about this?" Zhao Yila and Kaiyan exchanged a glance. "Perfect." Kaioseki, however, looked at his friends as if they'd lost their minds. "You do realize that once the doors are locked, we'll be stuck in there with the zombies, right? What's the plan then? Threaten them with snack cakes and tell them to behave?" Song Fi shot him a look. "Had a better idea." Kaioseki opened his mouth, and closed it. If the supermarket had only been infested inside, they could have used a decoy to lure the zombies out, then circled back to lock the doors once the coast was clear. But with the undead swarming both inside and out, any decoy would be signaling their own death warrant. The water in the kettle began to roil. Song Fi unplugged the immersion heater, then clapped Kaioseki on the shoulder. "Sean, if we can't even handle a supermarket full of zombies, what are we going to do when it's an entire campus, an entire city, an entire planet?" "You've already taken me far enough down the rabbit hole," Kaioseki grumbled, swatting Song Fi's hand away. "And it's John's, not John." The strategy session lasted less than 10 minutes, after which an awkward silence settled over room. As children of the nation, raised under the red flag, they had been taught to plant trees, comfort the elderly, honor fallen heroes. 100 ways to be good citizens. But fighting a horde of zombies, that had never been part of the curriculum. From a young age, their teachers had drilled one lesson into them: talk it out. Don't resort to violence. "Well, whatever happens, happens," Zhao Yila said with a shrug, breaking the silence. "I'm going to make a sheath for my knife. I don't want to accidentally cut myself. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools." "I'll go sharpen my blade," Kaiyan said. "I'll fiddle with mine too," Kaioseki added. "Young things got too many features, they can't keep them straight." Song Fi looked around. "I guess I'll fan myself." By 7:30, the night had finally receded, yielding to the pale light of day. Zhao Yila, thoroughly pleased with the makeshift sheath he'd crafted from textbook covers and duct tape, tested it with a dramatic flourish, sliding his knife in and out with a satisfying snack. "How's the weather?" he asked Song Fi, who was leaning against the balcony door, fanning himself like a Qing dynasty emperor surveying his domain. Song Fi snapped the fan shut with a flourish, nodding gravely. "Perfect for a breakout." Zhao Yila strode to the balcony, eager to soak in the first rays of morning light. But as soon as his hand touched the doorframe, he froze. Outside, the world was shrouded in a thick, ghostly haze. Walls of smog coiled and drifted, obscuring everything in a surreal, otherworldly mist. Day 4 of the zombie siege. The smug had arrived. On Monday, Xiao Yile wanted to flip the table. And who could blame him? Song Fi, too, felt the slow unraveling of her composure. They could be the nation's steadfast pathos, enduring and resilient, but even pathos needed water. Here they were, knotted on one side, choked by smog on the other. Even plastic flowers would wilt under such conditions. Wei Yan sat by the window, his gaze fixed on the opaque world outside. After a long silence, he spoke, his voice calm but laced with a peculiar conviction. In a way, this is good news. The smog means there is still human activity out there, perhaps even some semblance of industrial operations. It suggests that the city's essential facilities, which we assumed were sustained by uninterrupted hydroelectric power, might still be holding up. Our earlier deductions were likely correct. The words hung in the air, absurd yet irrefutable. None of them had ever imagined that one day, they'd find themselves drawing spiritual solace from the very smog that suffocated them. It was a revelation both ironic and profoundly unsettling. When do you think the strength will come to rescue us? While Siki muttered, his tone half joking, half desperate. In that moment, he wished fervently that he could transform into a power station himself, just give him enough protection and care, and generate electricity with all his might. Song Fi glanced out at the gray haze, as if searching for some glimmer of hope hidden within its depths. It will come, we just have to hold on until then. The impenetrable fog made any plans to break out futile. Their intended trip to the supermarket was temporarily shoved, not so much abandoned as postponed, for they had really planned to set up immediately. First, they'd hoped to gather as many allies as possible. Under the smog, on the balcony of room, Xiao Yile strummed a quick, urgent rhythm on his guitar, a call meant to pierce through the muffled silence of the mist. When the last note faded, Song Fi rolled up a book into a makeshift megaphone and began her proclamation. Attention, everyone, attention. The dormitory has become an island. Our supplies are running out. Breaking through is the only way forward. The residents of Room Building will launch an assault later today, aiming for the supermarket. We move when the smog clears. All like-minded individuals are welcome to join us. The more, the merrier. Ready, go. Xiao Yile and Kyle Siki cruised a single bamboo pole. Hey. Wei Yan followed with a deep, resonant ho-he-ho. A sea so vast, impossible to cross. Oh yo. Gotta we row, yo. Oh yo. To set sail, we go. Oh damn it, who threw a shoe? Wei Yan, for the first time in his life, found himself struck square in the face by a sheer gift from none other than Song Fi. I told you this wouldn't work. Wei Yan snapped, exasperated. You weren't singing with enough emotion. Song Fi countered, indignant. While Siki chimed in, your announcement sounded like a police negotiator ordering a hostage taker to surrender. Would respond to that. Clutching his guitar, Xiao Yile fell silent, his brow furrowed in thought. Finally he sighed, forget it. This kind of thing spells trouble from the start. Unless someone's truly desperate, no one's going to risk it. Wei Yan, ever the pragmatist, was baffled. If this isn't desperate, what is? Song Fi considered this for a moment. Maybe being pinned against the wall by a zombie. The four of them gave up on their fruitless recruitment efforts and turned to packing their belongings. Song Fi had a backpack, and Cayenne had managed to scavenge 3 more while foraging for food. But their useful possessions were so few that even one bag felt excessive. A flashlight, an electric kettle, wallets, keys, and a few chocolate bars, 5 items, and they didn't even fill a third of one backpack. Song Fi looped a bike lock around his neck, savoring its reassuring weight, and stared into his open wardrobe, lost in thought. Take them, Cayenne said suddenly, as if reading Song Fi's mind. You sure? Song Fi asked, turning to him. Wei Yan nodded. Not just you, all of us. It's freezing out there. If we don't make it to the supermarket and get stuck somewhere, staying warm will be our top priority. While Siki grimaced. I don't like the idea of getting stuck anywhere, let alone in some shrubbery. Rumbling aside, the 4 of them emptied Room's wardrobe, stuffing their bags with a short down jacket, a track suit, 2 sets of thermal underwear, a gray cotton coat, a wool sweater, and a pair of fleece-lined sweatpants. By the time they finished packing, the smug still lingered. Sung Fi's stomach growled loudly. With nothing else to do, he resorted to playing offline games on his phone, but even that quickly lost its appeal. Staring at the elusive signal bar, he murmured, almost to himself, "I wonder what things are like back home." The air in the room grew heavy. All four of them were from out of province. Since the incident, they had been able to call home, to reassure their families, or learn about their parents' safety. It was a silent weight they all carried, unspoken, but ever-present. "Maybe the supermarket has a landline," Kiyosaki suggested, grasping at straws. "Cell service might be down, but landlines should still work, right?" Shoyila's eyes lit up. "We'll only know if we go." Another reason to brave the odds. Finally, Song Fi clapped his hands, as if to dispel their collective gloom. "Our parents are fine. If we're okay, the people who made us must be okay too." Ayan Kiyosaki and Zhao Yilu exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. The logic was absurd, but oddly comforting. They thought the day would pass in futile hunger and gnawing anxiety, but in the afternoon, the smog began to lift. A raw wind swept through, parting the gray veil and revealing a pale, reluctant sun. The four of them did hesitate. They moved. Sliding open a balcony door, they peered down at the situation below. The scene had changed much from the previous days. The dormitory teemed with infected, but the courtyard below was sparsely populated. Only 6 figures wandered aimlessly, their movements slow and erratic. "We'll climb down the balconies," Kayan instructed, his voice steady. "Move quietly, slow is fine, noise is not, and grip tightly. If you feel like you're losing control, climb back up immediately, then push your luck." Zhao Yilu, his hand brushing against the sushi knife tucked into his waistband, nodded firmly. While Siki patted the pocket of his trendy cotton jacket, feeling the reassuring bulk of his Swiss Army knife through the fabric. At it, Song Fi glanced at the bike lock around his neck, then at the outline of the Taichi fan tucked into his waistband. He swallowed nervously. "Don't engage unless you have to," Kayan added, his gaze locking onto Song Fi. "If you must aim for the head, be as ruthless as you can." Song Fi nodded solemnly. Taking a deep breath, Kayan gripped the balcony railing and swung himself over. The others followed without hesitation. 5 minutes later, they were on the second floor. The iron railing, chilled by the winter air, bit into their bare hands, but no one dared pause to ease the ache. Below, the 6 infected figures shuffled aimlessly. One had lost an arm. Another's face was a grotesque mess of blood and mangled flesh. The remaining 4 bore streaks of dried blood, but seemed otherwise intact. The 4 of them crouched on the 4th balcony from the end, the closest point to the dormitory's perimeter that Kayan had scouted. Now they waited. 3 of the infected eventually wandered to the far side of the building, leaving behind the armless one, the faceless one, and another who lingered perilously close. The faceless one, in particular, seemed to sense something, sniffing the air and scanning its surroundings with unsettling intent. Finally, the armless one and its companion drifted farther away. But the faceless one remained, its head tilting as if listening, its movements deliberate. Ayan signaled to the others. They nodded. In one fluid motion, Kayan dropped down, landing hard on the faceless one with a bone-crunching thud. The impact drove it to the ground, but Kayan didn't stop. He rolled off and to the side, putting distance between himself and the creature. The faceless one let out a guttural, inhuman roar, scrambling to its feet and lunging at Kayan. Zhao Yilu was faster. He darted forward, his sushi knife flashing like a silver streak, and drove it into the back of the creature's head. The faceless one froze, its body locking in place, before collapsing. But Zhao Yilu's knife was stuck, lodged deep in bone. As he struggled to free it, Kayan rushed over to help, bracing the corpse as Zhao Yilu yanked with all his strength. Blackened blood sprayed their faces. Even with their nerves hardened, the visceral reality of it all left them momentarily shaken. Before they could recover, Song Fei and Kyle Seki yanked them apart just in time to avoid the armless one, which lunged at the space they just occupied. The remaining 4 infected were already closing in. Yan shouted, his voice sharp with urgency. They bolted, Song Fei leading the way, his crimson Taichi fan trailing behind him like a banner of defiance. But the infected were relentless. And the dormitory was no longer a sanctuary, it was a trap. And then came the voice. This way. Everyone flinched as if struck by an electric current. The last to enter the room, Kai Yan, reacted swiftly, darting toward the balcony door to shut it. But before he could take another step, the uninvited guest outside hurled itself against the glass again, with an even more ferocious force. Up. The crack in the glass, which had started as a spiderweb fracture, now spread like veins across its entire surface. A collective gasp filled the room. Xiao Yilu unsheathed his blade with deliberate calm, while Kyle Seki and Kai Yin already had their knives in hand. With a dramatic flourish, Song Fei snapped open his crimson folding fan, its sharp edges gleaming in the dim light. The third strike came. Crash! The entire pane of glass shattered, collapsing in a cascade of jagged shards. Several pieces, sharp as the edge of a guillotine, embedded themselves in the intruder's face. Yet the figure seemed oblivious to the pain, its movements undeterred. With the obstacle removed, it lunged forward with a guttural snarl. The remnants of glass clinging to the frame trembled and fell as the intruder barreled into the room, its reckless momentum sending shards flying in every direction. Yan, the closest, turned his head just in time to avoid a sliver of glass that whizzed past his cheek, grazing his skin with a whisper of danger. When he turned back, the intruder was upon him. He raised his knife instinctively, but the creature's weight bore down on him, pinning his arm. He couldn't lift it, couldn't move. The stench of decay enveloped him, suffocating, as the creature's face loomed closer, its eyes devoid of humanity, its mouth twisted in a grotesque snarl. And then, like a tempest unleashed, a black whirlwind swept in from the side. It was Xiao Yilu, his body a blur of motion, as he launched a flying kick at the intruder's midsection. The impact sent the creature hurtling sideways, its frail, emaciated body slamming into the edge of the desk. The force of the collision bent its upper torso awkwardly over the tabletop, as if it were a marionette with its strings abruptly cut. For a moment, everyone thought it was over, that the creature would crumple to the floor, defeated. But then impossibly, it twisted. Using the desk as leverage, it executed a fluid, almost balletic degree turn, its movements eerily graceful, like a serpent coiling mid-strike. And suddenly, it was upright again, standing as if nothing had happened. The room fell into stunned silence. What the hell is this thing, a contortionist or a demon? Mu Jing muttered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Xiao Yilu, Kyle Seki, and even the usually unflappable Kai Yan were momentarily paralyzed, their weapons slack in their hands. But Song Fei had no time for astonishment. He moved with purpose, his long legs snapping forward in a vicious kick aimed at the creature's chest. The intruder stumbled back, and in that fleeting moment of imbalance, Song Fei surged forward, his fan raised like a shield. He slammed his full weight against the creature, his left hand pressing the fan against its face, his entire body leaning into the attack. The creature clawed at him, its hands gripping his arm with unnatural strength, trying to tear the fan away. But Song Fei didn't relent. He was trying to maintain balance. He was driving forward, determined to bring it down. With a resounding crash, the intruder toppled backward, landing flat on its back. Song Fei straddled it instantly, pinning it to the floor. In his right hand, a silver chopstick gleamed, its slender form catching the faint light. No one saw when he had drawn it, but now it flashed downward, a streak of cold steel aimed directly at the creature's face. The strike was precise, unerring. The chopstick drove into the creature's skull with a sickening crunch, its tip piercing deep. The creature convulsed violently, its limbs jerking as though electrified, but Song Fei held firm, his grip unwavering. Even as the creature's spasms slowed, its body twitching in its final moments of resistance, he did let go. Yan stepped forward, his knife glinting in the dim light. Without a word, he drove the blade into the creature's chest, ensuring it would rise again. Meanwhile, Zhao Yilu and Kyle Sekai had rushed to the balcony. Their hands worked furiously, pulling up the makeshift rope of knotted bedsheets they had used earlier. The lifeline was reeled in, inch by inch, until it lay coiled at their feet like a discarded snake. The intruder on the floor was no longer a threat. Its body lay still, lifeless. For Lu Jing, this was a revelation. Until now, his encounters with the undead had been brief, chaotic, and terrifying. He had always run, never fought. The few times he had faced them, it was only to shove them out the door and barricade himself inside. But now, watching these four classmates each moving with precision, their roles seamlessly coordinated, he saw something new, the possibility of victory. "You are not my classmates," Lu Jing murmured, his voice tinged with awe. "You're the Gotham Avengers." Zhao Yilu, still catching his breath, grinned and quipped, "Dibs on Iron Man." Lu Jing chuckled despite himself. "With your guitar skills and leadership vibe, you're Captain America." While CK leaned in eagerly. "What about me, who am I?" Lu Jing sized him up with exaggerated seriousness. "Got any special talents?" While CK thought for a moment. "I'm rich." Lu Jing clapped him on the shoulder. "Iron Man it is." Yan glanced over, but said nothing, his expression inscrutable. Lu Jing, however, wasn't about to leave anyone out. "And you Yan scaling walls like it's nothing, Spider-Man." Song Fi, still perched on the corpse, looked up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Lu Jing's gaze lingered on his slender frame, his lack of armor, his reliance on agility and cunning. "You Black Widow." The disappointment on Song Fi's face was almost comical. He glared at the corpse beneath him, as if blaming it for his undesired title. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he paled. "I think I might be squeamish." But he did vomit this time. Progress, he thought grimly. Maybe after a few more encounters, he'd be able to sit beside a mutilated corpse and eat duck necks without flinching. The balcony door was ruined, half of it missing entirely. The wind howled through the gap, carrying with it the biting chill of winter. The five of them huddled together, pulling their coats tighter, crouching around the body like old men gathered around a chessboard on a street corner. "Do you think it's evolving?" Yao City asked, breaking the silence. Zhao Yilu frowned. "We didn't see any others climb up while we were pulling the rope. Could there be smarter ones? Like academic zombies versus dropouts?" Song Fi carefully removed the shards of glass from the creature's face, his eyes narrowing as recognition dawned. "It's Kumenhan," he said softly. "Yan's major, art school." Yan's voice was dry. No morals, but a face connoisseur. The others exchanged bewildered glances. "You can still recognize him, even after that?" While Siki asked incredulously. Song Fi and Kaiyan exchanged a look but quickly averted their eyes. Finally, Song Fi muttered, "Photography group." Lu Jing did pry further, though his curiosity was evident. Whatever history lay between Song Fi and Kumenhan, it was irrelevant now. Whatever bonds or rivalries they'd shared had been severed the moment Kumenhan had turned. The conversation shifted, turning to theories about the intruder's agility. Yan proposed that the verse might amplify pre-existing traits, mutating individuals based on their original physical capabilities. Lu Jing nodded in agreement, though Kaioseki remained skeptical. Their debate was interrupted by Lu Jing's sudden declaration. "Let's test it." Before anyone could stop him, he lowered the rope back down to the ground, taunting the zombies below like a child teasing a cat with a string. Their frenzied attempts to grab the rope confirmed his theory: most were incapable of climbing. But not all. As the morning light struggled to pierce the haze of smog, the group finalized their plan. They would escape. They had no other choice. On the fifth morning of the zombie siege, the students in dormitories and were first greeted by the eerie strains of a disco tune from this, its synthetic beats cutting through the heavy haze like a ghostly refrain from another time. Then came the faint yet unmistakable taint of something sharp and oddly familiar, a scent that clung to the air like the memory of an old wound. Braver souls ventured onto their balconies, peering into the dense fog that smothered the campus, but their efforts were in vain. The world beyond was a blank slate, a void of white and gray. Unbeknownst to them, 5 students were moving stealthily through the smog, their breaths shallow, their steps deliberate. They advanced like players in a childhood game of blindman's bluff, the faceless zombies around them reduced to hapless children, blindfolded and fumbling in the dark. The 5 crept forward with the mischievous cunning of boys who'd learned to evade punishment, their movements slow and serpentine, their bodies low to the ground. None of them, least of all Song-Fi, could fathom why Liu Jing had insisted on bringing mosquito repellent on what was, by all accounts, a desperate bid for survival. It was winter, after all, and he'd chosen the icy cool and refreshing variety to boot. Yet, against all logic, the stuff worked. The cloying chemical scent masked the telltale human musk that would have otherwise betrayed them. In fact, the repellent was so potent that even they couldn't feel the exposed skin it had touched faces, necks, hands so rendered numb and insubstantial, as if they, too, were dissolving into the mist. At one point, they came within a single step of a faceless zombie. Through the particulate haze, Song-Fi could make out the creature's grotesque visage, a face that seemed less a face and more a crude parody of one, a mask of flesh stretched taut over something unspeakable. His scalp tingled with a primal dread, his stomach churned in revolt, but he forced himself to inch past it, his body rigid with tension. The stench of rot emanating from the creature was so overpowering that even the mosquito repellent couldn't fully obscure it. It was a smell that defied humanity, a rank, putrid miasma that spoke of decay and ruin. Song-Fi couldn't bring himself to think of them as mutants anymore, nor could he use the word he to describe them. These were zombies, pure and simple. He had seen firsthand their ravenous depravity, their unthinking hunger. For the first time, the word zombie seemed to him not a term of fiction, but a visceral truth, a name that encapsulated all the lifelessness, all the putrefaction, all the inexorable decline that these beings embodied. By some miracle, the 5 of them reached the dormitory gates unscathed. The area was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that blanketed the campus during winter break when most students had gone home, leaving behind only a handful of stragglers. But this silence was different. It was oppressive, fraught with the weight of unseen menace. They could judge the quiet, but they dared not assume desolation. Ahead of them, the world was an endless expanse of white. The 5 tightened their grips on their makeshift weapons, forming a loose triangle with Liu Jing at the apex. It wasn't that Liu Jing had volunteered for the vanguard position, nor that his military training or combat skills were unparalleled. No, his distinction lay in a single, seemingly trivial advantage: he had a mask. When he had rummaged for it earlier that morning, the others had laughed at him. "The world's ending, and you're worried about air quality," they jeered. But when he produced a helmet-like contraption that resembled something out of a dystopian sci-fi film, the latter ceased. They unanimously appointed him team leader, not out of respect or admiration, but out of cold, practical logic. If a zombie bit him, the mask might reduce his chances of infection or, at the very least, break a few of the creature's teeth. Liu Jing was a wiry figure, standing just a hair over 5'7", his frame lean but sinewy. Up close, his muscles were taut and defined, but with the mask on, no one needed to look closely. He cut an imposing figure, the mask lending him an air of stoic authority. As they moved further from the dormitories, the faint strains of music faded into the distance, replaced by an indistinct murmur that seemed to emanate from the fog itself. Liu Jing squinted through the haze and caught a glimpse of the supermarket sign. His throat tightened, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain the slow, deliberate pace. He knew with a certainty that gnawed at the edges of his mind, that zombies lurked nearby. But as long as they remained unseen, as long as the fog cloaked them like a second skin, they could pass unnoticed. The mosquito repellent had rendered them scentless, their human essence erased. They were ghosts in the mist, navigating a treacherous limbo. And then abruptly, Liu Jing stopped. His body went rigid, his gaze dropping to the ground. Behind him, Kyle-Siki whispered, his breath barely audible, "What's wrong?" Liu Jing hesitated, his mind scrambling for the right words. His English was rudimentary at best, and under pressure, it fractured further. "I step on someone's foot," he managed, the words halting and clumsy. Kyle-Siki blinked, his brain struggling to process the broken syntax. But before he could fully grasp the meaning, the someone in question made their presence known. A hand shot out, seizing Liu Jing's shoulder with a grip like iron. The zombie lunged, its maw opening wide, its rotting teeth poised to sink into flesh. Liu Jing reacted instinctively. His English might falter, but his reflexes did not. He twisted sharply, slamming the full weight of his masked head into the zombie's face. The creature staggered, its hold loosening. Liu Jing seized the opportunity, grabbing its arm and yanking it forward with a ferocity born of desperation. In one fluid motion, he plunged his military-grade dagger weapon of cold, utilitarian efficiency into the zombie's forehead. The blade sank deep, its triangular design ensuring maximum lethality. Blood, dark and viscous, oozed from the wound, tracing the grooves of the weapon like water finding its way down a jagged rock face. The zombie crumpled against Liu Jing, its lifeless body a dead weight in his arms. He lowered it to the ground with surprising tenderness, as though laying to rest something precious. The others stood vigil, their eyes scanning the fog for signs of movement. The dull thud of the struggle had been muted, its sound swallowed by the open air, but none of them were willing to take any chances. Finally, Liu Jing straightened, his gaze fixed on the corpse at his feet. His voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. "I killed someone." His lips trembled, his expression a kaleidoscope of confusion and despair. It was the same as shoving someone out a door, nor was it like witnessing the others kill sane men the day before. This was his first kill, and the sensation of the blade piercing flesh lingered in his mind hot and cold, exhilarating and horrifying all at once. "They're not people anymore," Song Fi said softly, his hand resting on Liu Jing's shoulder in a gesture of quiet solidarity. "You did what you had to do." Liu Jing blinked, the weight of those words seeping into his consciousness. Slowly, clarity returned to his eyes, only to be replaced by a wave of sorrow. "I wanted to be a math teacher," he murmured, his voice cracking. Song Fi helped him to his feet, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "Then make sure you go easy on your students." Ahead of them, the supermarket loomed out of the mist, its sign reading Fen Dudu in bold, cheerful characters. The sight should have been a relief, but the scene inside told a different story. Through the glass doors, they could see the shadows of at least 10 zombies wandering aimlessly among the aisles. And that was just the visible ones. The group crouched behind a planter, their movements synchronized by an unspoken understanding. One by one, they pulled out their phones. "This plan is going to bankrupt us in phones," Cao Yil muttered, his tone half joking. Liu Jing's muffled reply was unintelligible through his mask, but Song Fi translated, "He says it's wasteful, but do you have a better idea?" Kyle-Siki smirked. "Your Mandarin listening skills are god tier." After a brief debate, they decided against using the phones this time. Instead, they devised a new strategy. With Zhao Yil's help, they scaled the supermarket's side wall, stacking themselves like a precarious human ladder. Liu Jing, as the sturdiest, bore the brunt of the weight, silently vowing never to volunteer for the bottom position again. Once on the roof, they crawled to the edge, peering over the eaves at the scene below. The supermarket's interior was a labyrinth of shelves and shadows, its layout both a blessing and a curse. It offered hiding spots aplenty, but also concealed dangers. "Ready?" Yan asked, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. Song Fi nodded, unhooking the bicycle lock had carried around his neck. He twisted a key, the mechanism clicking open with a satisfying finality. "It's about time this thing did something useful," he said, his grip tightening on the chain. Yan allowed himself a small smile. Despite the high stakes, Song Fi's irreverence was a balm, a reminder that humor could survive even here. "Don't forget to open the window," Yan said, his tone light, but his eyes serious. Song Fi turned to him, something unspoken passing between them. Then, in a moment of impulse, he leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to Cayenne's lips. "Don't forget to come back," he murmured. Cayenne's smile deepened, his gaze softening. "I won't." And with that, he stood, leaving the others behind as he descended into the unknown. As the fallen zombie began to stir, dragging itself upright with grotesque determination, Song Fi could no longer afford hesitation. With a deft twist of his wrist, the click of the chain lock disengaging was sharp and precise, slicing through the tension like a knife. Aosaki and Zhao Yili moved in perfect synchrony, flinging the doors wide. The girl didn't wait for the gap to fully open. The moment it was wide enough for her slender frame, she slipped through like a shadow. The empty thermos bottle clutched in her hand clattered against the glass door, the sound crystalline and oddly cheerful amidst the chaos. The two self-appointed guardians slammed the doors shut behind her, and Song Fi wasted no time snapping the lock back into place with the speed of a lightning strike. Just as the lock clicked into position, the zombie lunged forward, slamming its decayed body against the tempered glass with a force that reverberated through the door frame. The impact jarred the door open a fraction, barely the width of a fist, but the chain lock strained taut, a fragile lifeline holding back the tide of death. Song Fi threw his weight against the door, his shoulder a desperate barricade against the relentless force of the undead. His voice rose, sharp and commanding, cutting through the din. "Find another chain lock, if not that a broom, a mope, anything, go, now." The three others scattered like startled fish, darting into the labyrinthine aisles of the supermarket. Their footsteps receded rapidly, swallowed by the cavernous silence of the store, leaving Song Fi alone to wrestle with the door. "Wait. Hey." His mind, already stretched thin with panic, started counting on phantom fingers. Aosaki, Zhao Yili, the new girl shit. What was Lu Jing? Song Fi's face paled, the realization striking him like a cold slap. Since entering the supermarket, he had seen Lu Jing once. And yet, he distinctly remembered all of them running in together. "Why is this damn door shut yet? I'm going to die here off." "Speak of the devil, and the devil shall scream." Relief flooded Song Fi's chest, though only partially. Lu Jing's voice was distant, echoing from somewhere deep within the store, its desperation diluted by the intervening nails. It was a scream so raw and guttural it should have been harrowing, yet the sheer absurdity of its faintness made it almost comical. "Where are you?" Zhao Yili's voice, sharp with urgency, called back. "I'd like him a chili sauce." Lu Jing's reply was absurdly specific, his location pinpointed with the precision of a guess. Song Fi, now assured that his comrades were heading to rescue their hapless friend, allowed himself a momentary exhale. Lu Jing's voice, though tinged with panic, was strong, a sign that he was still very much alive. Likely, had stumbled upon one of the few zombies still lingering in the supermarket. Outside, the zombie continued its relentless assault on the glass, its decayed hands pounding with a fury that sent tremors through Song Fi's body. But the tempered glass held firm, a silent testament to its engineering. This was the flimsy sliding door of a dormitory balcony. This was a fortress of steel and silica. No matter how ferociously it threw itself against the barrier, it remained unscathed. "Give it up," Song Fi muttered, his voice dripping with a bravado he didn't feel. He stared at the zombie through the glass, his tone almost conversational. "Unless you've got a safety hammer hidden somewhere, you're not getting through." Of course, he knew the zombie couldn't understand him. But the act of speaking, even to an uncomprehending adversary, lent him a strange, inexplicable courage. It transformed the creature into something less monstrous, less terrifying. For a fleeting moment, it was no longer a zombie, but an unruly classmate, one he might have exchanged blows with during a schoolyard brawl. The classmate, however, had no such illusions. Unable to reach its prey, it grew more agitated, its movements more frenzied. Its frustration was palpable, a storm of rage that rattled the door with every impact. Song Fi's heartbeat began to sync with the pounding, each thud reverberating through his chest like a drumbeat heralding doom. "You're not tired yet, are you? You best start," he spat, the curse more for his own benefit than the zombies. It was a flimsy shield, a verbal talisman against the encroaching terror. And then abruptly, the zombie stopped. Its sudden stillness was more unnerving than its previous violence, the silence stretching taut like a wire about to snap. Sun Fi's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be? Even in death, did these creatures still fear the strong and prey on the weak? Emboldened by the thought, he unleashed a torrent of curses, each one more colorful than the last, his voice rising in a crescendo of defiance. For a moment, he was Yujing, waging a battle of wits against a horde of mindless brutes. The zombie at first seemed stunned. It stood motionless, as if processing the verbal onslaught. Then with agonizing slowness, it took a step back. And another. Its movements were stiff, almost mechanical, as it retreated a full 2 meters from the door. Sun Fi's chest swelled with triumph. He had done it. He had spoken a zombie into submission. But his victory was short-lived. In the next instant, the zombie charged forward with a speed and ferocity that defied logic, its decayed body a blur of motion. The impact was catastrophic. The force of the collision sent Sun Fi sprawling to the ground, his shoulder numb from the blow. The chain lock stretched to its absolute limit, the tension so great it seemed it might snap any moment. One of the zombie's arms had forced its way through the gap, its clawed hand flailing wildly as it tried to pull the rest of its body inside. Panic surged through Sun Fi like an electric current. His mind raced, grasping at straws, until desperation birthed an idea. He grabbed the zombie's arm with both hands, his grip firm and unyielding. The creature's skin was cold, deathly so, while his own palms burned with the heat of life. It was a grotesque parody of a handshake, a meeting of two worlds that should never have collided. With a final, desperate shove, Sun Fi forced the arm back through the gap and slammed the door shut. His eyes darted upward, catching sight of the thick cotton curtain rolled up above the door frame, a relic of winter, meant to block drafts. In a frantic motion, he leapt up, yanking the fabric free. The curtain fell like a shroud, obscuring the glass and severing the line of sight between him and the zombie. The pounding grew weaker, more sporadic, until it ceased altogether. Peering through a small gap at the bottom of the curtain, Sun Fi saw the zombie wandering aimlessly, its aggression seemingly dissipated. For now at least, they were safe. But safety, he knew, was a fleeting illusion in this new world of theirs. Always, the choice between Whisper, Kyle Kotex, or Sophie was a sullen matter for women. Some preferred the thrill of novelty, a fresh experience each month, while others favored a steadfast loyalty, as if bound by an unspoken vow of permanence. Landili belonged firmly to the latter camp. So when she scoured the shelves and failed to find her trusted brand, her heart crumbled into a quiet despair. But what truly pushed her to the brink was the moment she stood there, holding an alternative brand, scrutinizing its parameter subsorbency, thickness, length when a man appeared behind her. Even someone as unflappable as Landili felt her cheeks flush instinctively. Yet the man paid her no mind. Without so much as a glance, he swept an entire row of sanitary pads off the shelf with a single, careless motion. Then, like a desperate animal, he clambered up to the top of the rack, his breath ragged, and wrenched open the solitary ventilation window. Landili froze wide-eyed. Outside, the world was teeming with monsters. To her, his frantic attempt to open the window was no different from a death wish. Before she could voice her alarm, 3 more figures appeared, their faces etched with urgency. Instinctively, Landili stepped back, retreating 2 paces to make room. The questions she wanted to ask dissolved on her tongue, swallowed by the tension in the air. "Why Yan," the man at the window shouted, his voice cutting through the haze like a blade. Half his body dangled precariously outside, his cry swallowed by the smog, leaving only an eerie silence in its wake. His name was Sun Fi, and as the void of sound pressed back against him, his heart sank into the abyss. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and prepared to climb out. But before he could, a pair of feet brushed past his face, landing squarely on the shelf. A second later, Cayenne emerged, slipping through the narrow opening like a phantom. Song Fi quickly shut the window, locking it securely. Only then did he turn to face Cayenne. The man was cloaked in an aura of cold, a chill not born of the weather, but something deeper, something intrinsic. His crimson-tinged nose and half-lidded eyes swept over the group below, each gaze a scalpel cutting through pretense. "Please tell me you didn't lead all the zombies here," Lu Jing blurted, raising a hand in mock surrender. "3 of them," Johns chimed in, nodding emphatically. Qiu Yil, less shameless than the others, offered a sincere reassurance. "We trust you." Wei Yan felt an itch bloom in his chest, a premonition of future heart attacks at 60, the seed of which, he was certain, was planted today. With a Herculean effort to maintain composure, Cayenne finally turned to Song Fi. He braced himself. Experience had taught him that after the minions had played their hand, the boss always delivered the final blow. He was ready, or so he thought. "I'm sorry," Song Fi said. Wei Yan stood rooted, stunned. If the rooftop's icy wind had nearly turned him into a frozen statue, these words now completed the transformation. He was petrified, a sculpture of disbelief. In all his memories, Song Fi had never apologized. When he was at fault, he argued his way out. When he wasn't, he was insufferably smart. The man was like the Monkey King in his rebellious prime, incapable of bowing his head. But now here he was saying him sorry. Perhaps, Cayenne mused, his ears had been frostbitten, and this was some auditory hallucination. He let his mind wander, grasping at the absurd. A pair of warm hands cupped his ears. The heat seeped through, spreading from his ears to his very core. The sculpture that was Cayenne shattered into shards. "Are you still cold?" Song Fi's lips moved, but his voice seemed distant, as if filtered through layers of cotton. "No," Cayenne replied, his own voice equally unreal. "And sorry," Song Fi repeated. Wei Yan found himself unable to recall the litany of accusations, retorts, and grievances had prepared. All he could muster was an unprecedented gentleness. "It's fine." Below the shelf, 3 pairs of eyes watched the entire exchange, each with their own focus, yet all equally conflicted. "Idiots," Johns muttered. "Through master-level flirting," Lu Jing whispered, awestruck. "Sinful," Qiu Yil sighed, shaking his head. When Cayenne finally descended from the shelf, he noticed Lin Daili for the first time. She had been standing silently nearby, her expression one of utter disbelief, as if the pink-hued atmosphere between him and Song Fi had left her thoroughly shaken. "Ah, this is Lin Daili, a junior we just rescued," Lu Jing interjected hastily, fearing her thoughts might spiral into misunderstandings about their entire team. "She's from the School of Journalism and Communication." Lin Daili stepped forward, her gaze shifting between Cayenne and Song Fi. At last, she sighed and stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Wei Yan felt a flush of embarrassment. He glanced at his 3 comrades, their eyes demanding an explanation, then at Song Fi, whose sidelong glare carried a clear warning. With a resigned smile he said, "Don't be ridiculous, senior." 1 sentence. 4 stunned faces. Lin Daili, however, pouted, her tone tinged with playful reproach. "I told you not to call me senior. And forever 18. Wei Yan raised his hands in mock surrender. "All right, little landmine." The nickname lit up Lin Daili's face like a flower in bloom. Midway through her latter, she abruptly covered her mouth, as if recalling some urgent matter. She stuffed the item in her hand into her coat pocket and bolted toward the supermarket's back office restroom without looking back. The 5 of them watched her disappear like a shooting star. Only when her silhouette had completely vanished did the 4 remaining turn their gazes back to Cayenne. "We're just student council colleagues," Cayenne explained quickly, the latter half of his sentence directed specifically at Song Fi. "Nothing more." Song Fi raised an eyebrow. "And the little landmine thing?" Wei Yan took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and clenched his fists. "Being forced to call her that ridiculous name has left me emotionally scared, all right." Song Fi had no response. He just wanted to hug his ex-boyfriend. You called her senior? Liu Jane, ever the detail-oriented one, asked. I nodded. She's a third year, a year above me. Liu Jane's eyes lit up. Then she's not a junior, she's your peer. The others failed to see how this made any difference. But they chalked it up to the peculiar logic of math majors and moved on. When Lin Daili returned, the group had laid out a makeshift bedding area in the household goods section. The space was spacious, surrounded by shelves stocked with bed linens, pillows, and other dormitory staples. Nearby racks held cups, kettles, and plastic basins, their familiar patterns evoking a strange sense of comfort amidst the chaos. Lin Daili sat down on the bedding without hesitation. Though her demeanor remained composed, her face was paler than before, her brows knitted, her lips bitten. A thin sheen of sweat glistened at her temples. The supermarket's heating had long gone out, but a few portable air conditioners usually reserved for summer were now their saving grace. Warm air circulated, gradually dispelling the bone-deep chill. Are you feeling unwell? Liu Jane asked, his concern immediate. Lin Daili hesitated before replying vaguely, fine. Then why are you holding your stomach? Did you get hurt there? Liu Jane's tendency to speak without thinking earned him a glare from Lin Daili and disdainful looks from his four companions. Only then did he realize his blunder. After all, the first place she had rushed to upon entering the supermarket was the feminine hygiene aisle. I did mean that, I forgot, I just remembered, he stammered, flustered. It's fine, Lin Daili interrupted, smiling faintly. To Liu Jane, that smile felt less like warmth and more like the glint of a blade. Sun Fi and his companions recounted to Lin Daili the grim tale of their dormitory and the harrowing escape that followed. As she listened, her eyes reddened at the mention of classmates leaping to their deaths one after another, but when they reached the part about singing the school anthem in jest, she glared at them, both furious and incredulous at their irreverence. Yet, when their story came to an end, she said nothing further. She merely sat there, cradling her instant noodle cup, her gaze distant, as though lost in some unfathomable thought. The supermarket had grown oppressively warm, a stifling kind of heat that clung to the air and made breathing feel like a laborious task. Still, compared to the frigid, heatless dormitories, this was a heaven of fragile reprieve from the encroaching cold. 6 people. Silence. The taut strings of their nerves, stretched to the breaking point, began to slacken. And as tension ebbed, clarity returned only to be replaced by a crushing sense of reality. The walls of their predicament closed in, the future loomed bleak and unreachable, and the weight of it all settled heavily, dragging their spirits down into the depths. Shit! Sun Fi suddenly exclaimed, his voice slicing through the oppressive quiet like a flash of lightning. He slapped his thigh with a force that startled them all. A landline. There's a landline in the office. The realization hit the group like a jolt of electricity. It was as if someone had flipped a switch, reigniting a spark of hope in their dimmed eyes. Even Lin Daili, who moments ago seemed detached and untouchable, sprang to her feet with startling energy. Whatever pain or exhaustion she had been nursing was cast aside as she bolted toward the office area with the others, their collective urgency propelling them forward in a chaotic rush. The office section consisted of 3 private rooms: manager, finance, supervisor, and a staff lounge. The lounge, where cashiers and stock clerks took their breaks, was a small, windowless space, its walls opaque for privacy. It was also where Sun Fi and his group had stashed the 3 corpses of the zombies they had dealt with earlier, out of sight and out of mind. The supervisor's office was the closest to the sales floor, so naturally, it was the first door they burst through. Sun Fi, leading the charge, lunged for the phone on the desk. He snatched up the receiver and dialed the emergency number with trembling fingers. But all that greeted him was the relentless, hollow tone of a busy signal. He froze, the receiver still pressed against his ear, his mind racing to make sense of it. He quickly hung up and tried again, but before he could reel, a creeping realization dawned on him. It was that the emergency line was busy, was the phone itself. The moment he picked it up, the busy signal was already there. Impatient, Kaioseki snatched the receiver from Song Fi's hand, his movements sharp and agitated. He pressed the hook switch and listened for himself. A grim understanding flickered across his face. "The line's dead," he muttered, his voice heavy with resignation. He tried to force a bitter laugh, but failed. It came out as a dry, humorless twitch of his lips. Holding out the receiver to the others, he offered a silent challenge. "Try it yourselves, if you don't believe me." And they did. Each of them, one by one, picked up the phone, dialed, and listened. Each of them clung to a sliver of hope, as if hearing the busy signal with their own ears might somehow change the outcome. It did. The aspiration drove them to check all 3 offices, testing every landline they could find. But the result was always the same, a monotonous, unyielding busy signal, as if the world beyond the walls of the supermarket had ceased to exist. Few things are as cruel as false hope. If there had been no hope to begin with, perhaps they could have faced their plight head-on, with the grim determination of the condemned. But to have hope dangled before them, only to have it snatched away, left them hollow, bereft of the will to even search for another way out. Dejected, they shuffled back to the sales floor, their footsteps heavy with defeat. The air, warm and suffocating, seemed to press down on them even harder now. "Turn off the damn air conditioning." Kaioseki barked suddenly, his voice sharp and raw. It wasn't clear who he was addressing, nor whether his outburst was a genuine plea or just a way to vent his frustration. Song Fi, already on edge, snapped back without hesitation. "Not everyone's as resistant as you are. The world does revolve around you, you know." The tension between them ignited like dry kindling. Kaioseki temper flared, and he sped out a curse. "Fuck. Oh, you wanna go? You wanna what the hell?" Song Fi's retort was cut short as something cold and solid pressed against his cheek, sending a shiver down his spine. He whipped around, startled, and found himself face to face with Kai Yan, who was holding an ice pop. "Where did you even get this?" Song Fi asked, his irritation momentarily forgotten as he accepted the ice pop and began tearing off the wrapper. "Over there, freezer section," Kai Yan replied nonchalantly, distributing the remaining ice pops to the others before taking the last one for himself. The icy sweetness was a shock to the tongue, a stark contrast to the stifling air. It was a small, fleeting comfort, but it was enough to take the edge off their frayed tempers. The cold seemed to seep into their very souls, cooling not just their bodies, but the simmering anger that had threatened to boil over. Kaioseki took a bite of his ice pop, his gaze averted as he muttered awkwardly, "If we're eating these, I guess there's no need to turn off the air conditioning after all." Song Fi raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with mockery. "Oh no, we can't have that. What if our dear Kaio gets too hot? We wouldn't want to inconvenience you, would we?" Kaioseki glared at him, his patience snapping. "I've never met anyone as petty as you." Song Fi smirked, gesturing toward Kai Yan. "Ask him." Kaioseki turned to Kai Yan, confused. Kai Yan shrugged, his expression deadpan. "Yeah, I've never met anyone like him either." Kaioseki hurled his half-eaten ice pop to the ground in exasperation. "You guys are impossible." The absurdity of it all, the bickering, the ice pops, the sheer ridiculousness of their situation was almost too much. Lin Daili, who had been trying to maintain her composure, finally cracked. "You're all idiots," she muttered, shaking her head as she tried to suppress a laugh. But the laughter was infectious. One by one, the tension broke, and they began to laugh, quiet chuckles at first, and full-bodied, uncontrollable laughter that echoed through the supermarket. It was the kind of laughter that came not from joy, but from exhaustion, from the sheer absurdity of finding humor in the face of despair. For a moment, it felt like they could breathe again. Song Fi's first instinct was to bolt for the door on his left, but fate, cruel and capricious, had other plans. The zombie lunged precisely in that direction, forcing him to veer right instead. Barely escaping the clawing grasp of death, he found himself standing before the third stall. Without hesitation, he leapt inside, spinning on his heel with a speed born of desperation, and slammed the door shut with all his might. The zombie, relentless in its pursuit, was not far behind. Its momentum carried it straight into the door, its body wedging halfway through the narrow gap before Song Fi could fully close it. Its arm flailed wildly, reaching, grasping, straining to force its way in, as if possessed by a single, malevolent purpose. Song Fi pressed his entire weight against the door, his muscles taut with exertion, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down in rivulets that stung his eyes. He couldn't let it in. He couldn't afford to falter. And yet, he couldn't let himself be beneath her. Then, with a guttural howl that reverberated through the cramped bathroom like a death knell, the zombie seemed to draw upon some hidden reserve of strength. It surged forward with a force so sudden, so overwhelming, that the door flew open, sending Song Fi hurtling backward. His spine collided with the partition with a sickening thud, pain blooming like a dark flower along his back. Before he could recover, the zombie was inside. In the stifling confines of the stall, there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The walls seemed to close in, the air heavy with the metallic taint of fear. The creature loomed over him, its rotting visage a grotesque parody of humanity, its teeth bared in a feral snarl. In the split second before it struck, Song Fi's mind raced. And then, like lightning slicing through a storm, inspiration struck. He dropped to a crouch, his knees hitting the grimy floor, and with a desperate burst of strength, he grabbed the zombie's legs and yanked them outward. The creature toppled forward, its head colliding with the edge of the toilet bowl with a sickening crack. Song Fi wasted no time. He scrambled to his feet, his movements fueled by adrenaline and sheer survival instinct. Straddling the zombie's back, he seized its head with both hands and shoved it downward, pressing its face into the toilet bowl with a ferocity that surprised even himself. By the time Cayenne and the others arrived, this was the scene they stumbled upon: Song Fi, disheveled and panting, pinning the zombie in what could almost be mistaken for a schoolyard brawl, if not for the grotesque nature of his opponent. For a moment, no one spoke. The absurdity of it all hung in the air, thick and oppressive. If they had known better, they might have thought this was just a petty fight between two unruly teenagers. Xiao Yilu ended the creature's misery with a swift, decisive stroke of his blade. The zombie fell limp, its struggles ceasing at last. Song Fi exhaled a shaky breath, his arms trembling as he pushed himself upright. Relief flooded him, but it was short-lived. A thought struck him, sharp and insistent, and he bolted past his companions, his feet pounding against the tiles as he rushed to the second stall. The ventilation window was still wide open. His heart sank. He hurried to close it, his fingers fumbling with the latch, only to discover that the lock had been broken. The window, a simple aluminum sliding frame, bore the marks of time and neglect. It was the kind of thing you'd find in any old building, or relic from an era when security was an afterthought. The lock, a crescent-shaped mechanism, was designed more for convenience than safety. A twist of the latch would secure the window, but it was no match for brute force. A single hard tug could bend the thin metal out of shape, rendering the lock useless. They'd seen the window during their initial sweep of the area, of course. They'd even checked the lock. But they dismissed it as a negligible risk. After all, zombies weren't supposed to be capable of opening windows. They might crash through glass or batter down doors, but the idea of them deliberately sliding a window open seemed absurd. As long as they stayed alert for the sound of breaking glass, they'd assumed they were safe. Reality, however, had a way of shattering assumptions with the precision of a well-aimed blow. In the cramped, claustrophobic silence of the bathroom, the weight of the revelation settled over them like a suffocating fog. Zombies could open windows. The implications were staggering, upending the fragile sense of understanding they'd painstakingly pieced together in the wake of the outbreak. So you're saying that when I came in here earlier, it might have already been inside? Vandali's voice wavered, her words tinged with a faint tremor. The thought sent a shiver skittering down her spine, her skin prickling with goosebumps. No, Song Fi said quickly, his mind working furiously to piece together the sequence of events. If it had been here when you came in, it would have reacted to your presence. Even if it did hear you, it would have smelled you. Zombies might ignore singing, but they're still drawn to the scent of the living. Wen Daili nodded slowly, her brow furrowing as she considered his reasoning. So it must have climbed in after I left, but then wait. Her eyes widened as a new thought struck her. If it came in after you, why didn't you hear it? You didn't hear the window opening. Sonfi shook his head. No, that's the thing. I didn't hear anything. Which means it must already been inside when I entered. The only reason it did attack me right away was probably because of the citronella spray I used earlier. It masked my scent. Ai Yan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Was the stall door closed when you came in? Sonfi blinked, caught off guard by the question. Yet why? Ai Yan's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening. If the door was closed, and it did attack you immediately, why did it wait? What changed? The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Sonfi hesitated, his mind racing for an answer. And then, reluctantly, he admitted, I heard music, I thought it was you, so I kicked the door open. The confession landed like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples of disbelief through the group. Ai Yan's face darkened further, his jaw tightening. You thought it was me. His voice was low, controlled, but there was an edge to it, a simmering anger barely held in check. You heard music and assumed it was me, so you just kicked the door open. Sonfi winced, his shoulders hunching under the weight of Ai Yan's glare. I did think. That's exactly the problem. Ai Yan snapped, his voice rising. You did think. You never think. Do you have any idea how reckless that was? You are not just putting yourself in danger, you're putting all of us at risk. The others shifted uncomfortably, their gazes starting between the two. When Daili tried to interject, her voice light and placating. Come on, Ai Yan. He didn't mean any harm. But Ai Yan wasn't finished. This isn't about intentions, he said sharply. It's about consequences. We can't afford mistakes like this. Not now, not ever. For once, Sonfi didn't argue. He stood there, head bowed, shoulders slumped, and took the reprimand in silence. It was a sight so uncharacteristic, so at odds with his usual defiant demeanor, that it left the others momentarily stunned. Later, as they worked together to secure the window and reinforce the stall, the tension lingered, a palpable undercurrent that refused to dissipate. And though they spoke of strategies and contingencies, their minds were elsewhere, each grappling with the same unspoken fear. If the zombies were learning, adapting, then the rules of survival were shifting beneath their feet. And none of them knew what the new rules would be. The discussion, a volley of words and theories, dragged on until dusk. 6 students, seated cross-legged on a patchwork of quilts, pieced together their understanding of the zombies' characteristics with the grim precision of scientists dissecting a corpse. Vision, hearing, and smell remain unchanged or are heightened, making them acutely sensitive to the movement and scent of the living. Complete absence of pain. Severe cognitive decline, though rudimentary mimicry and fragments of memory may persist. Physical ability, speed, flexibility deteriorate to varying degrees, though this varies from one individual to another. The strength remains consistent with their human baseline, again subject to individual differences. The saliva carries the virus, transmitted exclusively through blood contact. The brain death is, as of now, the only confirmed method of killing them. With parched throats and cramped hands from scribbling notes, the 6 students collectively exhaled, the sound of their relief mingling with the low, droning hum of the supermarket's air conditioning. The room had grown dim, shadows pooling in corners like silent predators. For the first time since their frenzied conversation began, the oppressive weight of the situation pressed cold fingers against their spines. They exchanged uneasy glances, the silence stretching taut. It was Sonfi who broke the spell, rising to grope along the wall for the light switch. His fingers found it, and with a decisive click click click, the room was flooded with fluorescent brightness. No wonder Prometheus stole fire for mankind, Zhao Yale murmured, setting down his notebook and stretching with the languid grace of a cat. Only light can keep hope alive, even in the darkest night. Sonfi. Eugene. Ayasiki. Heya. Wen Daili, unwilling to let the atmosphere plunge into awkward silence again so soon after their intense discussion, racked her brain for a response and managed a weak mem. This was the first time Zhao Yil had killed a conversation dead in its tracks, but he still seemed mystified by the phenomenon. Is it really that hard to respond to what I say? This time, the 4 male students finally found their voices. Song Fi extremely. Liu Jane painfully. Waiosiki practically. Wei Yan impossible. Zhao Yil fell silent, his brows knitting in thought. After a beat, he looked up and declared, "Let's just go back to talking about zombies." The group dissolved into laughter, the tension evaporating as humor filled the void. I now, hunger gnawed at their stomachs, a sharp reminder of the day's chaotic events, the bathroom scare, the mental gymnastics of their analysis. One by one, they rose to scavenge for dinner from the supermarket's dwindling supplies, returning to their makeshift camp to eat. Well, I think we've dissected the zombie traits thoroughly enough, Zhao Yil remarked around a mouthful of treasure porridge, his words muffled but no less animated. Honestly, I've never been this focused in a group discussion, not even in class. Analysis is one thing, Kai Yan countered, twisting open a package of sausage and handing it to Song Fi, who hesitated before accepting it with a hurried thanks. Kai Yan raised an eyebrow. Song Fi thanking him. Was the sky about to rain blood? Lost in thought, Kai Yan did even register Zhao Yil calling his name 3 times before snapping back to reality. What? Zhao Yil rolled his eyes. In asking if you've come up with a plan yet. Wei Yan steadied himself, shaking off his earlier musings. Now the concrete one, but if they can mimic behavior, maybe we can exploit that. Whatever we do, though, we need to be more cautious. We can't keep treating them like mindless, single-cell organisms. We have to think this through. Agree, Liu Jane chimed in, carefully handing a steaming mug of milk to Lin Daili, his expression softening into a warm smile as she accepted it. Only then did he turn back to the group. Our goal isn't to eliminate them, it's to survive. This place might be safe for now, but it could be overrun. We need a fallback plan. The storage room could work, Kaioseki suggested between bites of dried squid, his enthusiasm undimmed. If this spot gets compromised, we lock ourselves in there, plenty of supplies to hold us over. Yan frowned. And if the storage room fails? Kaioseki groaned. Do you have to be such a pessimist? The cafeteria, Song Fi interjected. It's close, and the freezers in the back should still have meat and other supplies. Yan's gaze sharpened, fixing on Song Fi. Since the discussion began, catching his eye had been like chasing shadows. And how do we get there? Song Fi scratched his head, visibly flustered. I haven't figured that out yet. Of course not. Yan wasn't surprised. If Song Fi ever had a fully thought out plan, that would be the real shock. The question had been an excuse, really a pretext to study Song Fi's face, to search his eyes for the answer to the puzzle of his strange behavior. Song Fi, feeling the weight of Kai Yan's scrutiny, ducked his head and focused on his food, the picture of awkward avoidance. And so the table was set, Kai Yan, frowning in deep contemplation, staring at Song Fi, who in turn devoted himself entirely to his instant noodles. Lin Daili observed the scene from the corner of her eye, nibbling on a soda cracker and sipping milk. Something about it felt off. The other 3 male students sensed it too, but as inexperienced young men, who had yet to navigate the complexities of romance, deciphering this particular tension was beyond them. By the time they'd eaten their fill, no consensus had been reached on the backup plan. Every suggestion spiraled into a labyrinth of hypothetical dangers, their imaginations running wild until the fallback plans seemed as doomed as their current predicament. Exhaustion dulled their minds, though no one admitted it aloud. Finally, Lin Daili clapped her hands decisively. We'll figure it out tomorrow. For now, do whatever you need to recharge. The boys scattered like schoolchildren released at the sound of the final bell. Zhao Yil wandered off to the cleaning supplies aisle, hunting for a sturdy broom or mop. His plan, dismantle the handle, attach a sushi knife, and fashion a makeshift bayonet. Liu Jing trailed after Lin Daili, helping her select a weapon. He explained the pros and cons of each option: fruit knife, scissors, box cutter, pencil sharpener, nail clipper, with a seriousness that Lin Daili found both unnecessary and oddly endearing. While Siki flopped onto the quilts, staring at the ceiling as his mind replayed scenes from action movies, searching for inspiration in the protagonist's daring escapes. Song Fi stayed put, hunched over his notebook, sketching furiously. Wei Yan, intending to strategize further, glanced around and realized only Song Fi and Kyle Siki remained. One engrossed, the other sprawled. "What are you drawing?" Wei Yan asked, curiosity pulling him closer. "A map of our school," Song Fi replied without looking up, his pencil moving with frenetic energy. Wei Yan leaned in, intrigued. The lines were rough, almost haphazard, yet the layout was unmistakable. Buildings, paths, they were all there, their positions accurate enough to be immediately recognizable. More fascinating were the details Cayenne had never noticed before, places had never visited, like the Yixin building of the Arts College or the Chongli building of the Psychology Department. Even spots he had known existed. "What's this Cheney Garden?" Wei Yan asked, pointing to an unfamiliar label. "The Bamboo Grove," Song Fi said, his tone clipped but not unfriendly. "Bamboo, in the north. They all died last winter. The new ones seem to be holding up." "When did you go there?" "During a campus tour." "A tour?" Song Fi finally looked up, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "I used to be a guide for the school's one-day tours." Wei Yan chuckled, caught off guard. "You, a tour guide? How did I not know this?" Song Fi shrugged, muttering under his breath, "There's a lot you don't know about me." The air between them softened, the tension of the day easing into something quieter, more familiar. Wei Yan thought about broaching the subject of the bathroom incident, or perhaps addressing the simmering frustration that had colored Song Fi's mood all afternoon. But before he could, While Siki, who had been failing miserably at ignoring the charged atmosphere, leapt to his feet and made a hasty exit. Suddenly not tired anymore, and gonna go see how Zhao Yil's bayonet is coming along. Wei Yan watched him retreat, shaking his head before turning back to Song Fi. He reached out, ruffling Song Fi's hair with a gentleness that belied his earlier sternness. "Still mad?" Song Fi flinched at first, but did pull away. "And not mad?" "Good fooled me," Cayenne said lightly. "You've had your head down all afternoon like you're trying to disappear into your notebook." Song Fi rolled his eyes. "Can you not steal my lines?" Cayenne grinned. "What can I say? I'm a fast learner." Song Fi tilted his head, considering. "You haven't picked up anything worthwhile from me, though." "True," Cayenne said with mock solemnity. "But hey, at least you're self-aware." Song Fi wanted to laugh, to brush it off with his usual nonchalance, but something about the moment tugged at him, made it harder to summon his usual bravado. Instead, he returned to his map, his voice quieter now. "I was mad. I just wanted to focus. You guys were saying a lot of useful stuff. I didn't want to miss anything." Wei Yan studied him, skeptical, but said nothing. The silence stretched, not uncomfortable, but charged with unspoken words. Wei Yan found his gaze drifting, tracing the curve of Song Fi's jaw, the slope of his nose. Song Fi wasn't conventionally handsome, not the kind of face that turned heads in a crowd. His single eyelids and perpetually sleepy expression gave him an air of casual indifference that matched his laid-back demeanor. But there was something about him, a spark of mischief that danced in his eyes, a sharpness in his smile that Cayenne couldn't resist. He leaned in, drawn closer without realizing it, until Song Fi, sensing the shift, pushed him back with a startled laugh. Wei Yan blinked, startled out of his reverie. "What's your problem?" "What's your problem?" Song Fi shot back, his voice defensive. "My problem is you," Cayenne said bluntly. "You've been sulking all day, and I'm tired of it. If you're upset, just say so." "I'm not sulking," Song Fi insisted, his tone sharp. "Good fooled me," Cayenne muttered. Song Fi's jaw tightened. "We're friends now, Cayenne. Just friends, so stop acting like friends." Why Yan interrupted, his voice rising. Is that what you think this is? Song Fi stared at him, his expression unreadable. Wai Yan took a deep breath, steadying himself. I was going to tell you that day, before everything went to hell. I wanted to get back together. Song Fi's eyes widened, the words hitting him like a physical blow. I made a mistake, Kai Yan admitted. Breaking up with you was what I wanted. It never was. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The air between them crackled with tension, the weight of unspoken feelings pressing down on them both. Finally, Song Fi broke the silence. I can't do this, Kai Yan, not now. Why not? Because it's not fair, Song Fi said, his voice trembling. To either of us. Wai Yan opened his mouth to argue, but Song Fi held up a hand, stopping him. Let it go, Song Fi said softly. For now, let it go. 2 ales over, the rest of the group listened in awkward silence. Should we do something? Zhao Yil whispered. No, Kaioseki said firmly. Let them sort it out. But what if? No, Kaioseki repeated, cutting him off. And so they waited. Due to the forceful interruption of their companions, the cordial and friendly conversation between Kai Yan and Song Fi came to an abrupt halt. In truth, both of them already understood the conclusion in their hearts. As Kaioseki had put it, the grand ship of love had already collided with an iceberg crack and was on the verge of sinking. Nothing could stop it now. Kaioseki. It was in the evening. The 6 companions, armed and ready, returned to their makeshift ground-level bedding, sitting in a neat row. Wai Yan had abandoned the dull fruit knife he had brought from the dormitory, replacing it with a sharp pair of scissors from the supermarket. He held them in his hand, fiddling incessantly. Sometimes he pressed the blades together, mimicking a stabbing motion. Other times, he opened and closed them with a sharp snip-snip, as though cutting through fabric. After a full minute of such theatrics, he smiled at Johns, who sat across from him, and asked, Do you think this is better than my old fruit knife? Well. Kaioseki turned his face away, gazing slowly toward the ceiling. Of course. Wai Yan pressed on, better how? Kaioseki looked as though he might cry. It's bound to hurt more when you stab someone with it. Enough, Lin Daili interjected, unable to bear it any longer. She snatched the scissors from Kai Yan's hands and slammed them onto the ground with a resounding clap. Her disdain was palpable. If you've got the guts, just go for it, for cement. The next 2 days passed without incident. The 6 of them spent half a day taking inventory of the storage room, then huddled together over the campus map. Yet no matter how they turned it over, the locations remained the same, and their discussions, though earnest, were ultimately futilely a kind of theoretical exercise that led nowhere. Before long, they stopped bothering. Breaking out was a thrilling prospect, one that sharpened the mind and electrified the senses. But staying put, though seemingly safer, dulled the spirit. The monotony of waiting, of doing nothing, wore on them like water eroding stone. Which was better? It was hard to say. But one thing was certain, the 6 of them were growing bored, dangerously so. On the 8th day of the outbreak, and their 4th day in the supermarket, the weather shifted from overcast to heavy gray clouds. We've got to find something to do. If this keeps up, we're all going to lose it, Song Fi finally said, unable to bear it any longer. He stood, pacing back and forth, racking his brain for ideas. Don't waste your energy, Zhao Yil replied, plucking a stick of Pocky from the box in Kaioseki's hands and biting into it with deliberate nonchalance. No books, no internet, no cards, no mahjong. We've played that murder mystery game so many times I'm ready to puke. There are only 6 of us. What's next, truth or dare? Kaioseki clutched his remaining biscuits protectively, glaring at Zhao Yil's encroaching hand. Truth or dare? Sure, truth might work, but dare, what are we supposed to do? Go outside and fight a zombie, or maybe eat some laundry detergent? Liu Zhang, exasperated, chimed in. We're already living on the edge. Do we really need to tempt fate? Zhao Yil rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then suggested, how about a game of idiom relay? The room fell silent. Song Fi, Kaioseki, Liu Zhang. Lendiley, however, perked up. We could give it a try. Ian nodded. In. 3 votes for, 3 against. A rare tie. So they began. I'll start, Kyle Seki volunteered eagerly. Sang Sin being queuing met with grief. Liu Jing followed seamlessly. Tuang Feng Bao stormy winds, and torrential rain. Zhao Yev grinned. Yu Hachen's sun bamboo shoots after the rain. And just like that, the game died a swift death. Song Fi stared at Zhao Yev, half tempted to embroider a banner in his honor. Master of clearing the room, guardian of silence. Yawning, he picked up his phone to check the time. It was PM, no wonder he felt so tired. Wait. His eyes widened as he glanced again at the date. A realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Comrades, today's Christmas. His announcement jolted everyone awake. They scrambled for their phones. No way. It really is. We've lost all sense of time, ha. Ayaseki, instinctively reaching for his pockets only to find them empty, chomped down on half a stick of Pocky, chewing furiously. Last Christmas, Bao Yilf began, sprawling on the floor in a starfish pose, his voice, tinged with nostalgia. I was sketching portraits at the downtown square. Tons of single girls out with their friends surrounded me. It was amazing. Lendiley raised an eyebrow. You can sketch? Of course, Bao Yilf said, sitting up with mock seriousness. I trained in it as a kid. My parents forced me to attend art classes before I even started school. Lendiley looked him over, astonished. You play guitar, sketch, and even bought a Japanese knife, just to make sushi in the dorms. How do you not have a girlfriend? Zhao Yev thought hard, and shrugged. I have no idea. Song Fei and Kaioseki chimed in simultaneously. Because you talk too much. Liu Jing hesitated, then sidled closer to Lendiley, mumbling, I can't sketch, but I know how to calculate derivatives. Lendiley stared at him, unsure how to respond, before turning back to Song Fei and Kaioseki. What about you two? How did you spend last Christmas? Kaioseki answered immediately, his memory sharp. I translated a horror movie about Santa Claus. Totally subverted the fairy tale. The ending was so dark. What was it called again? Spare us the title, please. Song Fi cut in, waving a hand. He too tried to recall his own Christmas. It was a hard memory to find. In fact, it glowed in his mind, vivid and untouched. Opening the box of recollection, he saw it clearly. Lifting his head, his gaze met Cayenne's. Was it coincidence? Or had Cayenne been watching him all along? There was something in those eyes, an emotion, fleeting and indecipherable. Lendiley prompted, waiting for Song Fi's answer. Song Fi shrugged, breaking eye contact. I went to the pedestrian street downtown, block crushed by the crowd. Lendiley imagined the scene, then, perhaps unintentionally, turned to Cayenne. What about you, last Christmas? Ian gave a wry smile. Lost my wallet, chased the thief, but couldn't catch him. Lendiley nodded. Said yours, a series of unfortunate events. Meanwhile, Liu Jing, undeterred by Lendiley's lack of interest, busied himself stacking apple-flavored Fanta cans into a half-human height pyramid. When the shelves ran out, he fetched more from the storage room. The resulting structure gleamed an absurd, almost hypnotic green. Christmas tree. Lendiley ventured. Liu Jing nodded enthusiastically. Lendiley burst into laughter. Liu Jing beamed, so delighted he seemed on the verge of passing out. The mood lightened instantly, the oppressive boredom dissipating like smoke. A festive air began to creep in. They opened 2 packs of sunflower seeds, cut the red packaging into strips, and draped them over the tree like garlands. Wet and green, bright and cheerful. Perfect. The 6 of them sat in a circle, Kaioseki piling snacks in the center. Each took a can of soda, raising them in a toast. Merry Christmas. If no one would bring them light in this endless night, they would light their own lamps. 8 water-filled glasses, each with varying levels, were lined up on the floor. Zhou Yelf borrowed a pair of metal chopsticks from Song Fi and struck one with a crisp, resonant note. One by one, the notes emerged, clear and deliberate, forming a melody as familiar as falling snow. The tune danced in the air, light and playful, full of childlike wonder. Lin Daili couldn't help but hum along. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Song Fi joined in, though his English faltered after the first two lines. He quickly switched to the Chinese version, then fell silent, content to listen. Dashing through the snow, in a one-horse open sleigh. Lin Daili's voice, bright and lilting, conjured images of snow-draped towns, warm hearts, and glowing windows. But just as they were sinking into this dreamlike moment, a blood-curdling scream shattered the night. Help me. All six froze, the festive spell broken, their hearts leaping to their throats. Help. The cries multiplied, overlapping in a cacophony of desperation. At the same time, frantic pounding erupted against the supermarket's glass doors. Without hesitation, they bolted to the entrance, sprinting as if their lives depended on it. Aosiki reached the doors first, shoving aside the barricading shelves. Yan close behind, didn't wait for the shelves to be fully cleared. He slipped his hand through the gap, pulling aside the heavy curtain. What greeted them was a mass of faces pressed against the glass male classmates, tall and broad-shouldered, their expressions wild with terror. It was impossible to count how many there were. The nearest faces were practically plastered to the glass, their breath fogging it. At the sight of the six inside, they pounded harder, no longer knocking, but hammering. The noise was deafening, fists on glass, voices screaming, chaos incarnate. Song Fi arrived, fumbling for the 7 keys that hung on his belt. But the scene outside was grim, more classmates being dragged away by the zombies chasing them. Get to the roof. Yan shouted through the gap. We can't climb, go to the roof. Unlocking all 7 locks would take too long. By the time the door opened, it would be too late. Some of the quicker-witted classmates caught on, immediately breaking away and running for the sides of the building. The rest followed suit, scattering like leaves in the wind. The 6 inside did linger either. They fled, regrouping under the ventilation window Yan had climbed through before. The bathroom windows were too low. If the zombies gathered there, they'd be trapped. Yan climbed to the top of the metal shelving unit, pushing the ventilation window open. Here, he called to the roof. Come through the window. One by one, they pulled their classmates inside. Liu Jing joined Yan, their combined efforts bringing in 17 people in total over the course of 10 tense minutes. When it was over, the 6 finally had a chance to catch their breath and take stock of their new companions. Though their clothes varied, most wore casual athletic gear. All were male, ranging from lean to muscular, and every one of them radiated a palpable, almost feral energy. It was a stark contrast to the average student of raw, unfiltered masculinity that filled the room like a physical presence. From the sports academy? Yan asked, locking the window and jumping down. Yeah, one of them replied, his voice rough, but steady. He was about Yan's height, but broader, clad in a gray tracksuit under a loose black down jacket that hung open, unzipped. We couldn't survive there anymore. Thought we were done for. My legs are still shaking. Damn lucky to be alive. As he spoke, the others scattered, heading straight for the food aisles. Yan opened his mouth to ask more, but the guy, seeing his companions sprint off, turned and ran after them. Hey, leave some for me. The entire exchange lasted less than 30 seconds. 2 sentences and gone. The 6 stared at one another, bewildered. What just happened? Aosiki asked. Probably starving, Zhou Yelf guessed. Starving or not, they could have at least said thank you, Liu Jing muttered. Let it go, Lin Daili said. It's mutual survival. Yan wasn't thrilled either. He'd intended to ask their names, but now he did feel like it. He frowned, his gaze drifting to Song Fi, who stood unusually still, his face dark with thought. Yan nudged him. What's on your mind? Song Fi turned to him slowly, his expression uncharacteristically serious. How many were at the door when they first started pounding? Yan shook his head. More than now for sure. Sun Fi's voice dropped. Don't they care about the classmates who did make it, aren't they sad? Wai Yin considered this and said, maybe they haven't processed it yet. Sun Fi said nothing, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he sighed. Nay. Fear and hunger could drive anyone to the brink. The 6 of them understood that well enough. So when they returned to their sleeping area and found their makeshift Christmas tree toppled and Zhao You's instrument kicked askew, they didn't say a word. The festive atmosphere had been interrupted, perhaps irreparably. But they'd saved 17 lives. And who could say that wasn't the most beautiful Christmas of all? 17 young men, robust and ravenous, descended upon the grocery aisles with the voracity of a plague of locusts stripping a farmer's fields bare. In mere minutes, the shelves stood half empty, their contents reduced to crumpled packaging and discarded bottles strewn across the floor in chaotic abandon. The boys, stomachs now sated, sprawled across the ground in disarray, their limbs akimbo, savoring the visceral relief of survival, as if the act of eating had somehow tethered them back to life. Holy shit, we made it, one of them muttered, his voice heavy with disbelief. Should've done this days ago, another chimed in, his tone tinged with regret. Staying cooped up in the dorms was pure hell. Lucky we ran fast enough, a third boy added, his words sharp with the edge of relief. They dies from they did make it, stuck behind us. This college life, feels more like a death sentence, someone else murmured, half to himself. Not far from the food section, Sun Fi and his group had claimed a corner among the household goods. The distance between them and the others was neither too close nor too far, but the towering rows of shelves created a tangible divide, as if separating 2 distinct worlds. The voices from the other side reached them in fragments audible, yet elusive. While Siki picked up a can of apple Fanta from the floor, the aluminum cold against his fingers. With a practiced motion, he popped the tab, the fizzing sound sharp in the still air, and took a long, deliberate swig. The sweet, effervescent liquid coated his throat, momentarily washing away the grime of reality. He glanced at his companions, who sat motionless, their expressions unreadable. Burping softly, he urged, you guys should drink something while you can. A few days from now, there might not be anything left. The group fell silent, the weight of his words settling over them like an unwelcome guest. While Siki was wrong. The instinct to save others, that primal flicker of humanity, could not conjure food or water. In a place where every resource was finite, the arithmetic was cruelly simple, more people meant less for each. I really don't want to move again, Zhao Yu admitted, his voice low but steady. We're lucky to have made it out of the dorms alive, trying again, and not sure we'd survive. It's not that bad, Lu Jing interjected, cracking open a soda. The sugary carbonation danced on his tongue, a fleeting reprieve from the grim calculus of survival. If we ration everything snacks, peanuts, sunflower seeds, he can stretch it up for a week or 2, by then, rescue will come, and if it doesn't. He shrugged, his tone deliberately nonchalant. We'll talk about moving then. Fine, Sun Fi declared, slapping his thigh as if to punctuate the decision. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. While Siki, still uneasy, found himself swayed by their reasoning. It was that he believed them entirely, but their confidence was infectious, a balm against the gnawing anxiety in his chest. Shaking his head as if to dislodge his worries, he forced a grin. So what now? Do we keep celebrating Christmas Eve? Sun Fi shot him a look, half exasperated, half amused. You've got some nerve, you know that. Their banter was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. None of them noticed the figure until he spoke, his voice carrying a note of easy camaraderie. You guys seem to be having a good time. The newcomer was the same young man who had exchanged a few words with Kai Yan earlier. Back then, when everyone had been standing, his presence had seemed particularly imposing. But now as he loomed over their seated forms, the sheer physicality of him was hard to ignore. Fortunately, he exuded an air of affable self-assurance. Dropping down to sit cross-legged on the floor, He flashed a grin that revealed a row of startlingly white teeth. Name's Yusishing. The social barriers, already eroded by their shared predicament, crumbled further. Introductions followed in quick succession. Aiyan. Zhouyev. Sun Fei. Yujing. Liao Siki. Lindali. Yusishing scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. No way I'm remembering all that. The group exchanged glances, the tension dissolving into quiet laughter. In the face of such disarming honesty, it was impossible to hold on to formality. The awkwardness dissipated further when Kyosuke handed Yusishing a can of Fanta. Accepting it with a nod of thanks, Yu opened the can with a practiced flick of his thumb and took a sip before asking, "When did you guys get here?" 4 days ago, Sun Fei replied, his tone tinged with lingering frustration. We were yelling from the balcony before we made a run for it. Not a single person responded. We had no choice but to charge out on our own. Nearly didn't make it. Yusishing frowned, his thick eyebrows drawing together. You were shouting. We didn't hear anything. Which building are you in? Sun Fei asked. Building 5. Well, there you go. We were in buildings 2 and 3. If you guys could hear us, the zombies would hurt us too. Yes, Yusishing muttered, shaking his head. Staying holed up in the dorms is a death sentence. They should have come with you. Though his words were meant as an ally's validation, they unsettled Sun Fei. He glanced at his companions, noting the flickers of discomfort on their faces. No one spoke, and the silence stretched taut. Sensing a strain, Cayenne quickly interjected with a question that was both relevant and a convenient diversion. What's it like in the dorms now? Yusishing did hesitate. Setting his drink aside, he launched into a grim recounting. It's madness. No food, no hope. People started stealing from balconies at first, but now it's outright looting. Fights break out over scraps. At night, you can hear people jumping from their windows. It's something else. You guys got out just in time. Another day or two, and who knows? His words were unembellished, but their starkness painted a vivid picture. The 6 of them could see it all: the chaos, the desperation, the violence. Though they had escaped, the horror of it clung to them like a shadow. Fear and sorrow churned within them, an unrelenting tide that left them speechless. Yusishing, oblivious to their turmoil, chuckled. You guys have it good here. Food, drinks, count your blessings. Only for now, Lu Jing sighed. We're running out, and who knows when rescue will come. Sitting here waiting, it's nerve-wracking. This isn't exactly an impenetrable fortress, Yusishing replied, his tone matter-of-fact. Rescue will come. They'll get here fast, you'll see. The real danger is the zombies, it's us the living. When I knocked on your door, I was half afraid you'd leave me out there to die. Unless someone's bitten, Sun Fei said, his voice low, but resolute. We're all still human. Yusishing paused, taken aback by the solemnity of Sun Fei's words. Then, with a laugh, he clapped him on the shoulder. All right, enough with the inspirational speeches. After chatting for another 10 minutes, Yusishing left. Not long after, a group of students arrived, sweeping through the shelves to claim whatever bedding remained. Then blankets and flimsy sheets were all that was left, and a few cast longing glances at the thicker quilts Sun Fei's group had already laid claim to. The 6 of them pretended not to notice. Compassion had its limits, and while they might open a window to save a life, freezing for someone else's comfort was a line they would cross. Besides, the supermarket, with its functioning air conditioning, wasn't unbearably cold. A little chill wouldn't kill anyone. But the new arrivals, still jittery from their escape, were restless. Their voices carried late into the night, a constant murmur of chatter and laughter that grated on Sun Fei's nerves. He couldn't sleep, his mind caught in an uneasy loop, and by the time he finally drifted off, dawn was already breaking. 6 individuals huddled together for half the afternoon, deliberating as if their very lives depended on it. The main food section had already been ransacked, but the snack aisle remained intact, though now the floor was littered with pistachio shells, like the aftermath of some strange, desperate feast. Are we really going to retreat? Out there it's practically a death sentence, Shouldn't we try harder to hold our ground? Sikai's voice wavered, betraying his unease. Even after discussing every detail how to reach the cafeteria, how to secure the doors, how to handle emergency, she couldn't shake the feeling that the supermarket, for all its dwindling supplies, offered a semblance of safety that the outside world never could. Xiao Yao snatched the half-empty bag of pistachios from his hands with a sharp motion, slamming it onto the table, as if to punctuate his frustration. We barely have enough food for ourselves. If we eat it all, there's nothing left for them. What exactly do you propose we fight with? While Siki lifted his chin defiantly. We have the keys to the main entrance, don't we? That's our leverage. If they push us too far, we threaten to open the doors and let everyone perish together. And if they call your bluff? Yan's voice was cool, cutting through the tension like a blade. Would you really open the doors? Out off guard, Siki stammered, of course not, we'd all die. It's just to scare them a little. Liu Jing sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. If you're not willing to go through with it, then the threat is meaningless. They'll see right through you in less than 10 minutes. Even if, by some miracle, it works this time, what about next time? Are we supposed to play this game every time we need a meal? And let's not forget, Song Fi added, handing the confiscated pistachios back to Siki with a half smile, we're going to have to move sooner or later, whether they come for us or not. All we're doing is accelerating the timeline. So, for now, eat what you want, no need to hold back. Siki clutched the bag of pistachios tightly, but Song Fi's words only deepened the pit in his stomach. He couldn't help but wonder how many days he had left to live. Even the sight of the pistachios failed to bring him any joy. The group had been stationary for too long, and fatigue was beginning to settle in. With their decision made, they stretched their limbs, cracked their necks, and prepared themselves for the ordeal ahead. Xiao Yao lay flat on the ground, arms and legs splayed out as if to absorb every ounce of rest before the coming storm. Lin Daili exhaled deeply and stood up, only for Song Fi to rise immediately after her. She shot him a suspicious look. We'll eat again. Song Fi grinned, unrepentant. What can I say, it's fate. Liu Jing, unable to contain himself any longer, finally spoke up. Hey, enough already. Since yesterday, every single time she goes to the restroom, you follow her. What's your deal? Song Fi's expression was one of pure innocence. When nature calls, you answer. It's not like I can control it. Liu Jing opened his mouth to retort, but Lin Daili cut him off with a question that left him momentarily stunned. Why don't you come with us, then? He shook his head vehemently. In his straightforward worldview, following a girl to the restroom was the height of perversion. But Song Fi was gay, which complicated matters. Was this behavior creepy, or was it just a display of camaraderie? After all, girls often went to the restroom in pairs, a phenomenon male students would never understand. As usual, Song Fi and Lin Daili walked side by side to the restroom. And as usual, Song Fi ensured the space was empty before declaring, I'll close the door. You go first. The door he referred to wasn't the stall door, but the restroom's main entrance. Once it was shut, Lin Daili would be alone inside, while Song Fi waited outside, citing the awkwardness of overhearing each other as the reason for this arrangement. When she finished, he would hurry her back to the group before taking his turn. But this time, Lin Daili broke the routine. With an unexpected burst of strength, she yanked Song Fi into the restroom with her. Caught off guard, Song Fi stumbled against the wall, utterly bewildered. Lin Daili, though shorter by a few centimeters, planted her arm against the wall beside his head with a force that made the gesture feel monumental, her presence towering despite the difference in height. What did they say about me? She demanded, skipping any pretense of small talk. Song Fi's eyes widened in shock. How did you know? Lin Daili rolled her eyes. You've been acting weird. If I couldn't figure it out, I'd have to be a complete idiot. Any sudden change in behavior usually had a trigger, and since nothing unusual had happened on her end, it had to be something Song Fi had overheard, something that made him so anxious he couldn't bear to let her out of his sight. He wasn't worried about her going to the restroom. He was worried about her being alone. Nothing important, Sung Fei muttered, trying to deflect. Just that you're pretty. Lin Dai sighed, her arm dropping back to her side. She had only been fishing for confirmation, and his reaction told her everything she needed to know. The leering stares, the vulgar smirk, she had noticed them. Whatever it is, she said, looking him straight in the eye, her voice steady, tell me directly next time. There's nothing I can't handle. Cut it. Her gaze was resolute, a fire burning behind her eyes. Song Fi, however, felt a chill run down his spine, a visceral memory of being beaten up by a neighborhood girl as a child flashing through his mind. He nodded fervently, as if his life depended on it. Lin Dai smiled, a genuine warmth softening her features. Thanks. When she finally emerged from the restroom, Song Fei was left speechless. Her long, flowing hair, once cascading past her shoulders, had been hacked off unevenly, now barely brushing her chin. What remained was tied into a makeshift ponytail rabbit's tail, really. You didn't have to go this far, Song Fei said, unable to hide his dismay. Lin Dai shrugged, her nonchalance almost maddening. I've been meaning to do this for a while. Saves water when washing, and it's more practical for running. Okay, but why did you bring sisters to the restroom in the first place? Do you really want to know? Never mind. Back in the living area, her new look startled the others. Though her face was still strikingly beautiful, it was undeniable how much a hairstyle could change a person. The transformation was jarring, stripping away her former elegance and replacing it with a casual, almost wild unpredictability. But Lin Dai did care, and soon, neither did the rest. After a few teasing remarks, the group quickly shifted focus, gathering their belongings and preparing to leave while daylight still lingered. Their departure was understated. Wei Yan was tasked with informing Yu Zixing, the self-appointed leader of the supermarket group, to avoid any misunderstandings or worse, conflict when they inevitably returned for supplies. When Yu Zixing heard the news, his face contorted with a kaleidoscope of emotions: joy, shock, suspicion, all cycling through so rapidly it seemed his features might collapse under the strain. Wei Yan, ever stoic, offered no further explanation. Pan, the 6 of them were climbing out through the same window Kai Yan had used to enter. 17 pairs of eyes followed their every move, but no one dared to stop them. Someone suggested searching their bags, but Kai Yan's icy retort and well stay quickly silenced any dissent. Once the last of them had climbed onto the roof, the window slammed shut behind them. The supermarket rooftop was as they had left it, quiet, expansive, and exposed to the elements. The afternoon sky was a muted gray, the sun hidden behind thick clouds. A biting northern wind cut across their faces, sharp as the edge of a blade. If only the restroom window weren't so low and unsafe, Kaioseki muttered bitterly. We should have gone out that way and left it wide open. Let them enjoy the consequences. Enough, Zhao Yao said, tightening the makeshift sushi knife weapon strapped to his back. Save your energy. The real fight starts now. The group fell silent, their expressions hardening as they braced themselves. The cafeteria lay about 50 meters away, the shortest possible distance. A straight shot. Reaching it wouldn't be the hard part. The hard part was what awaited them inside. Zombies. Dozens, maybe hundreds. This wasn't conjecture. Kai Yan and Kaioseki had seen it firsthand. And even if they managed to reach the cafeteria, securing it was another matter entirely. The building had multiple entrances, main doors, and side doors on both flanks. They weren't superheroes, they could block them all at once. And then there was the building itself, a 3-story structure encased in glass panels, offering no handholds for escape. They had spent the entire afternoon devising a plan. Ready? Wei Yan asked. Voices answered in unison. Ready. Remember, Kai Yan said, his tone commanding. Plan A. If it fails, switch to B. Key order without hesitation. Song Fei nodded. Group movement first. Zhao Yao added, adaptability second. While Seki chimed in, splitting up if necessary. Liu Zheng's voice was steady. Survival above all. Lin Dai's eyes gleamed with determination. Let's go. And with that, Cayenne took off, his feet a blur as he sprinted toward the southeast corner of the roof, the farthest point from where they currently stood. In a matter of seconds, he reached the edge, pulling out his phone and activating the speaker. The haunting melody blared out once more, its eerie notes slicing through the air. As if summoned from the depths of the earth, zombies began converging on the southeast corner in droves. Even the stragglers, wandering near Sun Fei and the others, hesitated, then turned to join the growing horde. Yan returned swiftly, leaving his phone behind as bait. The device, doomed to its fate, had survived one sacrifice, but would escape a second. Without wasting another moment, the group descended from the northwest corner of the supermarket roof, making a beeline for the cafeteria's north side. Their target wasn't the main entrance, but a small, unassuming steel structure behind the water station, the package pickup point. This was Plan A. If taking the cafeteria was impossible, they would retreat to the next best option. The terrain between them and the pickup point was a chaotic mix of landscaping, 3 rows of hedges and several skeletal trees, their bare branches clawing at the overcast sky. Ayoseki led the charge, vaulting over the hedges with the grace of an athlete. Inspired, the others followed, adrenaline propelling them forward. Even Lu Jian, not known for his agility, managed to clear the obstacles with surprising ease. The pickup point loomed closer, its outline growing sharper with every stride. Ayoseki pushed himself harder, his legs burning as he closed the gap. 10 meters. 8. Suddenly, he veered off course, shouting, "Plan B." The air seemed to vibrate with the force of his voice, the urgency of his words propelling Sun Fei toward the nearest tree. He scrambled up the trunk, his mind racing to process the change in plans. Plan B was their contingency. If the pickup point was overrun or its stores compromised, they would retreat to higher ground. From his perch, Sun Fei looked back just in time to see Ayoseki tackle to the ground. A zombie had latched onto his leg, its jaws snapping shut around his shin. Lin Dailei was the first to react, driving her scissors into the zombie's skull with a ferocity that bordered on rage. Xiao Yil, Lu Jian, and Cayenne followed, each delivering a blow that left the creature unrecognizable. Ayoseki gritted his teeth, not uttering a single sound of pain as he wrenched his leg free. Lin Dailei hauled him to his feet, dragging him toward the nearest tree. The others climbed swiftly, their prior preparation paying off. Sun Fei lowered a rope to pull up Xiao Yil, while Lin Dailei did the same for Ayoseki. Once everyone was safely perched among the branches, Xiao Yil dispatched the last zombie attempting to climb after them. The immediate threat was neutralized, but the danger was far from over. 8 zombies milled about below, their grotesque faces turned upward, their lifeless eyes fixed on their prey. The group sat in tense silence, the weight of their situation pressing down on them like the low-hanging clouds above. Finally, Ayoseki broke the silence. "Don't look at me like that." Sun Fei's throat tightened, a lump of emotion threatening to choke him. Xiao Yil's voice cracked with anger. "You idiot, why didn't you dodge? You just let it bite you." Ayoseki looked genuinely aggrieved. "It's not like I wanted to, it grabbed me and went straight for the bite. Anyway, it didn't get through to the skin." Sun Fei blinked. "What?" Xiao Yil froze. "What do you mean?" Lin Dailei reached over, pinching the fabric of his pants. Her expression shifted as realization dawned. "Thermal leggings, extra thick." Ayoseki beamed. "Exactly, and underneath, I've got another pair of insulated pants, double-layered." Xiao Yil glared at him. "Give me one good reason not to kill you for wearing that much in this weather." Ayoseki shrugged. "Hey, it's not about the cold. My legs are too skinny. Without the layers my pants don't fit right, and it looks unbalanced. Trust me, once we find a safe place, I'll show you. I'll take it all off, and you'll see." Xiao Yil cut him off, his voice rising. "No one stop me. I'm ending him right now." The entire life of Josh, a man rebelliously devoted to thermal underwear, had been an unpredictable roller coaster, and today, he managed to send every one of his companions' hearts plummeting like a free-fall amusement ride. Compared to their predicament, the forlorn human-shaped fruits dangling from the branches of the tree seemed almost enviable. Wei Yan turned to Josh, his expression a mixture of exasperation and curiosity. "Spill it, what happened?" Though the group had unanimously agreed that, in the event of any mishap at the courier pickup point, they would first climb a tree and regroup before making further plans, only Josh, who had sprinted ahead, had seen the problem firsthand. "No door," Johns blurted out without hesitation. Wei Yan, caught off guard, was left momentarily speechless, his face darkening with irritation. Song Fi, ever the contrarian, couldn't resist a smirk. He relished seeing Kai Yan flustered, but this wasn't quite the scenario he had in mind. "Josh, have you completely lost it? We all climbed these trees with you and now you're refusing to explain. What's the deal?" Josh froze, his face flushing with embarrassment as realization dawned. "I didn't mean no way. I meant there's literally no door. The courier station, it's just a door frame, no actual door. After all these days of life and death struggles, can't we have a little more telepathy here?" Song Fi, Kaya, Zhou Yilu, who had no interest in the labyrinthine dynamics of male camaraderie, offered his straightforward opinion as a detached observer. "Actually, the two of you seem pretty in sync." Josh decided he didn't want to talk to Zhou Yilu anymore and let a single, metaphorical tear of a lonely dove drip to the ground below. The three towering trees they had climbed were still some distance from the corrugated metal structure of the courier station. From their vantage point, they could see that the station's entrance appeared open, revealing shelves stacked with cardboard boxes inside. Yet it was impossible to tell whether the door had been left ajar or was simply missing altogether. The steel structure wasn't sturdy to begin with, Zhou Yilu explained with professional detachment. "Forget a horde of zombies, even one of our average classmates could probably slam through that door." "So what now?" Liu Jing frowned. "Anti. The absence of a door meant zero security. The courier station was no longer a viable refuge. Lanti, their contingency, involved retreating to the library. With enough food to last just 2 more days, their immediate priority was to find a wind-proof, warm shelter for the night. Otherwise, starvation would be their only concern. The cold might claim them first. The dormitories, supermarket, cafeteria, and courier station were all part of the residential zone, located in the northernmost section of the campus. The library, on the other hand, was the closest academic building to the residential area. To put it in an overly elaborate metaphor, if their university were a map of China, the main gate would be Hainan Island, the residential zone would stretch across Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning, and the library would sit somewhere around Shaanxi. The sports fields and gymnasiums were scattered across Gansu, Qinghai, Tibet, and Sichuan, while the various faculty buildings like the Luban Building for Architecture or the Dewey Building for Physics are irregularly distributed across the central and eastern provinces. The public teaching buildings, such as Shaiyuan Hall, were neatly arranged in Gangxi, Guangdong, and Yunnan. Lanti is definitely the way to go, but not now, Song Fi said, glancing at the ominous clouds overhead. "Let's wait a bit longer, night falls almost here." "Got it," Liu Jing nodded, understanding Song Fi's reasoning. Even though the library wasn't far, it felt insurmountably distant in their current state. The courier station, visible just ahead, still offered a slim chance for a desperate dash. To reach the library, however, they need to rely on the cover of darkness, slipping through the shadows like they had when escaping from the dormitory to the supermarket. Otherwise, the broad, open pathways would leave them exposed to a zombie onslaught with nowhere to hide. Though the smog was fickle, nightfall could serve the same purpose. If the overcast sky held until dusk, the absence of moonlight or stars would be a welcome blessing. The group quickly grasped the plan, even Lin Daili, who hadn't been part of their earlier escapades, but had heard their stories. It was Pim. Judging by the dimming light, they estimated at least another hour until dusk, possibly longer for full darkness. 6 young souls clung to the bare branches of their respective trees, enduring the howling northern wind with grim determination. Everyone tried to pull their collars up and huddle into their sleeves, wrapping their arms around the branches for warmth. Yet no matter how tightly they bundled themselves, the cold seeped in, relentless and unforgiving. Just sniffled loudly. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like a soaked wreck hung out to dry, then frozen stiff in this God-forsaken wind. Lynn Diley, perched on a neighboring branch, rolled her eyes. Count your blessings. Do you know how much wind I've been shielding you from? Want to trade spots? Their branches were close enough to touch, but Lynn Diley's position was undeniably more exposed to the biting wind. The comparison shut Josh up immediately. A sudden gust nearly dislodged Lynn Diley from her perch. She clung tightly to the branch, sneezing repeatedly once the wind subsided. The group listened with growing concern. After all, she was a young woman, less resistant to the cold than the boys. Just as someone was about to ask if she was okay, Lynn Diley spoke up first, her voice spirited despite her shivers. Have you noticed, there are always just 8 of them down there, the number has increased. Her observation brought a measure of relief to the group. If she still had the energy to analyze the situation, she was likely holding up fine. She's right, Lu Jane confirmed. This area's remote, Zhao Yilu added. There's nothing around here. People would've left as soon as they picked up their packages. Whatever happened here probably didn't involve many people. Maybe a lone zombie wandered in, bit a few folks, and now they're just living their undead little lives in isolation. It was a plausible theory. The 8 zombies below had emerged from the courier station and did seem to have been joined by any others. Bai Yan, however, detected a hint of something more in Lynn Diley's tone. What's your point? If we take out those 8, Lynn Diley said, her voice steady, we could use the courier station for shelter. But there's no door. Josh protested. I think she means as a temporary refuge, Song Fi interjected. If no more zombies are likely to show up, even a doorless station is better than being stuck up here. And let's be honest, Lynn Diley added with a mischievous grin, leaving all those unopened packages untouched feels like a crime against humanity. The 5 boys exchanged glances. While they weren't particularly thrilled at the prospect of unboxing random parcels, they were acutely aware of the consequences of crossing Lynn Diley. Besides, their limbs were already stiffening from the cold. Another hour up here, and they might as well be frozen rags themselves. Time was of the essence. Just do it. 6 against 8 isn't great odds, Cayenne began, his tone measured. We'll need to lure them away. As one, the group turned to Zhao Yilu. Why me? Zhao Yilu demanded, his voice rising in indignation. Why am I always the bait? Because, Song Fi said with a smirk, you've got the reach advantage. Zhao Yilu glared up at him. Easy for you to say from up there. Of course it'll help. Song Fi exclaimed, feigning outrage. We're frozen peers on the same branch, aren't we? I've got your back. How? Zhao Yilu asked, his suspicion barely concealed. With music, Song Fi replied, his grin widening. A moment later, the chilling wind carried the sound of Song Fi's voice, soft yet clear, tinged with a husky vibrato that made it strangely captivating. Come to me, here's a verdant world. Oh verdant world, verdant, where do you come from, verdant? Where do you come from, verdant? From every leaf upon this tree. The melody drifted down, lilting and hypnotic. Even the zombies seemed momentarily transfixed. Above, Josh muttered, this is something else. Liu Jing sighed. Words fail me. Not me, Lynn Diley quipped. For words, flamboyant, audacious, utterly shameless. Zhao Yilu, gritting his teeth, took aim and fired. The first zombie, mid-lurch, collapsed to the ground. What followed was a symphony of chaos. Zombies fell one by one, their blood mingling with Song Fi's haunting serenade. By the time the 8th corpse hit the ground, the impromptu concert was over. Song Fi, perched on the highest branch, surveyed the area. Satisfied that no other threats lingered, he gave a small nod. The group descended in a flurry of motion, exhaustion evident in every step. They stumbled into the courier station, collapsing just inside the doorframe. Though the air was still cold, the absence of wind made it bearable. Lin Daili wasted no time digging into the mountain of packages. The sound of ripping tape filled the air as she tore through box after box with practiced efficiency. So many packages, Song Fi murmured, overwhelmed by the sheer volume. How do we even choose? Soft bags were neat, flat boxes are usually clothes, Lin Daili said without looking up. Oh, for the square ones with some weight to them, those are usually food or useful items. Armed with this advice, Song Fi zeroed in on a medium-sized box. He hefted it, pleased by its heft, and eagerly tore it open. Inside were 6 thick volumes of civil service exam prep books, complete with practice questions and essay prompts. Song Fi nearly coughed up blood. Steeling himself, he moved on to another box, this time favoring size overweight. He opened it with trembling hands. A deluxe cat litter box, complete with 2 bags of premium litter. By the time night fell, the group had amassed an eclectic collection of supplies. Lin Daili had scored an international brand suitcase, assorted snacks, a kebab of fresh oranges, a down jacket, and 2 sets of skincare products. Xiao Yilu had found snow boots, a cashmere scarf, and a case of imported milk. Liu Jing had unearthed 10 sets of protective gear, including masks and goggles. Jost had snagged snacks and 5 boxes of men's underwear. Bai Yan, having spent most of his time keeping watch, had only managed to find a pair of black leather gloves. As for Song Fi, nothing. Or rather, nothing useful. His haul included everything from a peace puzzle to a half-meter-tall Iron Man figure. By the time they were ready to leave, the suitcase was packed to bursting. Lin Daili's initial excitement had given way to concern. The suitcase's wheels, while convenient, might make too much noise on the silent campus paths. Maybe we should carry it, Xiao Yilu suggested, already bundling his scarf tightly around his neck. Too heavy, Liu Jing replied, distributing the remaining protective gear among the group. Everyone masked up. Just hesitated, holding the mask in his hands. Do we really need these? There's no smog tonight. Do you know why zombies always go for the face first? Liu Jing asked. Because that's where the brain is, Jost ventured. And because the flesh is tender, Liu Jing added, exasperated. Honestly, you getting bitten was a coincidence. The rest of the group quickly donned their masks, the logic clear. Zombies, it seemed, favored exposed flesh, and their faces were the easiest targets. With the masks and goggles, they were at least somewhat protected. As they crept toward the library, the suitcase wheels barely whispering against the ground. They moved like shadows in the moonless night. The library loomed ahead, its red walls and black tile roof a stark contrast to the campus' modern architecture. Illuminated by floodlights, it seemed to glow with an almost ominous grandeur, its intricate balconies and ornate lattice windows casting long, jagged shadows. Liu Jing, bringing up the rear, kept his eyes on the ground. His breath caught as he noticed something strange. There were 7 shadows. Liu Jing's chest tightened, a sudden and instinctive reaction to the prickling sense of dread that had been gnawing at him. He whirled around, but before he could make sense of the shadow that loomed behind him, a monstrous force slammed into him, knocking him to the ground. Helpless, he could only watch as a gaping maw, crimson and reeking of decay, lunged toward his face. Punch. The zombie's teeth clashed violently against the protective goggles he wore, emitting a sound that was both sharp and sickening. It hesitated, as if momentarily confused, before releasing its grip and snapping toward his exposed neck with renewed ferocity. And beneath the creature's grotesque weight, Liu Jing's arms and legs were rendered useless, trapped beneath the suffocating press of sinew and rot. His mind raced, panic a storm that threatened to drown him, as he realized he was about to receive a fatal kiss from death itself. Then, a blur of foot descending with brutal precision, colliding with the zombie's skull. The impact reverberated through the air like a thunderclap. It was Kyle Siki, the first to detect the disturbance. There hadn't been time to draw his blade, he had resorted to the primal, desperate power of a kick. And though the blow was delivered with every ounce of strength he could muster, the zombie merely tilted its head, its grotesque form unmoving as it continued to press Lu Jing into the dirt. Lu Jing strained, his muscles trembling as he tried to throw the creature off, but its sheer mass rendered him powerless. Just as despair began to coil around his heart like a serpent, the zombie suddenly released him. It rose to its feet with a jerky, unnatural motion, leaving Lu Jing gasping and bewildered on the ground. He scrambled to the side, his movements frantic, and rose to his feet as quickly as his trembling legs would allow. Only then did he see the other Skyosiki and the rest of their group standing ready, weapons clutched tightly in their hands, their faces a mixture of determination and dread. If it hadn't stood up, Lu Jing thought, his breath still right, its skull would already be a hive of punctures. Why did it get up? Aosikai's voice was barely a whisper, trembling as though it might shatter under the weight of his fear. Lu Jing hesitated, unwilling to voice the grim conclusion that had formed in his mind. But there was no other explanation. It sensed danger, he said finally. Aosikai's laugh was bitter, almost hysterical. Danger, we're the ones in danger here. His words rang true. 6 against 1 might have seemed like favorable odds, but this zombie was no ordinary adversary. It towered over them, its height exceeding 6 feet, its frame a grotesque monument of muscle and mass. It had pinned Lu Jing with ease, its sheer strength a chilling reminder of their vulnerability. And its height posed another problem. To strike its head, the only surefire way to kill it, required precision and leverage. A misstep, a poorly aimed blow, and their weapons would merely graze its skin, leaving it unharmed. What now? Xiao Lu asked, his voice tight with urgency. Lan Di, Song Fi and Kai Yan said in unison, their voices steady despite the chaos. Before anyone could respond, the two of them sprinted in opposite directions, their movements a blur of speed and purpose. The zombie's head snapped back and forth, its milky eyes darting between the two fleeing figures. It hesitated, its confusion palpable, and in that moment, the 4 remaining members of the group waved their arms and shouted in unison. The zombie froze, its grotesque face contorting into something almost resembling bewilderment as it stared at the smiling, waving humans before it. For a moment, it seemed caught in a surreal trance, its decayed mind struggling to process the incongruity of their actions. And then, with a suddenness that was almost comical, it pitched forward, its massive frame collapsing to the ground in a graceless sprawl. Its face struck the dirt with a sickening thud. The 4 had been ready. As the creature's balance faltered, they surged forward, their weapons gleaming in the dim light. 4 blades descended in unison, each finding its mark with a wet, visceral sound. The zombie twitched, its body convulsing in a grotesque parody of life, and then it stilled. Song Fei and Kai Yan emerged from behind, their arms still wrapped around the zombie's massive legs. They exchanged a glance, their breaths heavy, before releasing their grip and stepping back. Land had worked. A feint to draw attention, a coordinated strike to exploit the moment of vulnerability. It was a strategy born of desperation and honed by necessity. It really doesn't like the smell of floor water, Lu Jing said, his voice tinged with a grim sort of humor. Why do you say that? Aosiki asked, frowning. Linda Li tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. If it liked it, it would have attacked us immediately. Instead, it paused to listen to us say hi. Xiao Li snorted. Makes sense. If someone sprayed floral water on my sashimi, I wouldn't have an appetite either. The group fell silent, their collective exhaustion momentarily broken by the absurdity of the remark. Song Fi shook his head, exasperation flickering across his face. Could you not compare us to zombie food next time? Linda Li retrieved her suitcase, her movements brisk and deliberate. But just as they prepared to move on, the wind carried a sound that froze them in their tracks, a heavy, chaotic rhythm, the unmistakable echo of approaching footsteps. Their breaths caught, their eyes darting toward the source of the noise. The shadows between the pine trees seemed to shift and writhe, as though alive with malevolent intent. Shit. The fight had drawn them in. More zombies, their forms indistinct, but their menace undeniable, were converging on their location. There was no time for stealth, no room for hesitation. The group turned as one and ran, their footsteps pounding against the earth in a frantic symphony of survival. Liu Jing grabbed Lin Dailei's suitcase without a word, his grip firm and unyielding. She glanced at him, her heart swelling with a warmth that was both unexpected and fleeting. But there was no time for gratitude. He was already sprinting ahead, the suitcase trailing behind him like a lifeline. The library loomed closer, its silhouette stark against the night. Its red lacquered windows and ancient balconies, ornate and foreboding, seemed to beckon them with the promise of sanctuary. While Siki reached the base of the building first. Without hesitation, he began to climb, his hands and feet moving with a frantic, almost animalistic urgency. But his haste betrayed him as grip faltered, and he tumbled back to the ground, landing squarely on Zhao Yilu, who had been close behind. The two fell in a heap, their bodies colliding with a force that left them momentarily stunned. Zhao Yilu groaned, his voice tinged with indignation. "Could you not land on my head next time?" But there was no time for recrimination. As they regrouped and began their ascent anew, the zombies closed in, their guttural growls a chilling reminder of the stakes. And so they climbed, driven by fear and desperation, their hands clutching at the cold, unyielding stone. Behind them, the horde surged, a tide of death that threatened to consume them all. Wen Qingyuan's cheeks had sunken deeply, the dark shadows beneath his eyes stark against his pallid complexion. He had always been on the thin side, but never like this. When Song Fei held him, it felt as though he were cradling a bundle of brittle bones, fragile and hollow. A heat welled up behind Song Fei's eyes, threatening to spill over. He sniffled, loosening his hold on Wen Qingyuan, and immediately rummaged through his backpack to produce a can of Red Bull and 2 Snickers bars, thrusting them into his friend's hands. Wen Qingyuan accepted the chocolate, but waved off the energy drink, his voice faint and listless. "Just get me a glass of water from the dispenser. No need to waste this." Song Fei frowned, his concern mounting. "This will perk you up." From the corner, Lei Jingju's weak voice chimed in, the words dragging as though each syllable cost him effort. "All we've been doing for the past 10 days is perking up. Honestly, I just want something light now." Song Fei turned toward the sound and finally noticed Cayenne sitting in the corner, cradling another person. There was something vaguely familiar about the figure in Cayenne's arms, though Song Fei couldn't quite place it. And why did the man's face still hold a trace of bewilderment, as if he hadn't yet caught up with reality? But this was no time to dwell on such questions. "What do you mean by that?" Song Fei demanded, his tone sharp with worry. Lei Jingju lacked the strength for a full explanation. He gestured feebly toward the countertop. It was only then that Song Fei took in their surroundings the break room. 3 water dispensers lined one wall, complete with a sink and faucet. On the counter sat a coin-operated coffee machine, its presence suddenly ominous in its mundanity. A chill ran down Song Fei's spine. He glanced at Wen Qingyuan, then back at Lei Jingju, a growing unease gnawing at him. "You mean to tell me?" Lei Jingju's eyes brimmed with a sorrow that was almost poetic in its depth. Then, with a bitterness that cut through the air, he declared, "I swear, I will never drink coffee again in this lifetime." Every survivor carried their own unspoken grief, their private burdens etched into their faces. Song Fei sighed, filling a glass of water for Wen Qingyuan. But when he returned, the Snickers bar was already gone, vanished as if it had never existed. If not for the faint smudge of chocolate clinging to Wen Qingyuan's fingers, Song Fei might have doubted his own memory. On the other side of the room, Cayenne had also released Lei Jingju, pulling out a small French roll for him. Lei Jingju took 2 dry bites, his expression turning mournful. He looked up at Cayenne, his voice tinged with reproach. "You don't have any Snickers?" Yan, who had been watching Song Fei's ministrations with a peculiar intensity, turned at the sound of the question. His expression, caught mid-thought, was unguarded and faintly amused. A shiver ran down Lei Jingju's back. Without another word, he stuffed the remaining roll into his mouth, cheeks bulging as he chewed furiously. "What is this made of?" It's absurdly delicious. Yeah. Yeah. The sound of something striking the window pane snapped everyone to attention. The four of them froze, heads swiveling in unison toward the source of the noise. Pressed against the glass was Liu Jing's broad, grinning face. Song Fi scrambled to open the window. What are you doing here? With the agility of someone who had long since discarded the luxury of hesitation, Liu Jing slipped inside, locking the window behind him. You two disappeared into the building and never came out. Everyone was worried. I volunteered to come check on you. Song Fi raised a skeptical eyebrow. Ai Yan's gaze swept over Liu Jing, equally unconvinced. Fine, Liu Jing admitted with a sheepish shrug. I lost a rock, paper, scissors. Once the window was secure, Liu Jing turned to face them fully. He had spotted the two survivors from outside, but now that he was in the room, the atmosphere struck him as oddly intimate. It felt less like a daring rescue of strangers and more like the bittersweet reunion of long-lost friends. You know each other. Song Fi clapped a hand on Wen Qingjuan's shoulder, his voice brimming with a forced cheerfulness. I roommate, Wen Qingjuan. Ai Yan, not to be outed, slung an arm around Li Jingju's shoulders with exaggerated camaraderie. My friend, Li Jingju. Song Fi's gaze darkened as it lingered on Kai Yan's hand, his mind racing to recall any mention of a Li Jingju in his memory banks. Simultaneously, he imagined stabbing Kai Yan repeatedly with a pair of metal chopsticks, the thought oddly satisfying. Ai Yan, for his part, seemed entirely unbothered, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Wen Qingjuan's eyes darted between the two men, his expression inscrutable. Then, without warning, he pulled Song Fi into a loose embrace, his chin brushing lightly against the top of Song Fi's head. His voice was soft, almost a whisper. It's so good to see you again. Song Fi froze, caught off guard. Meanwhile, Li Jingju was struggling to break under Kai Yan's enthusiastic grip, his shoulder nearly dislocated by the force of the embrace. Liu Jing swallowed hard. His mission had been to check on his comrade's safety. Now it seemed the real danger lay within the room itself. Wen Qingjuan, though frail, still had a spark of vitality. But Li Jingju. He looked as though he might crumble at any moment. I am, Ai Yan, maybe let go of him, Liu Jing interjected, prying Kai Yan's arm off Li Jingju with some difficulty. Li Jingju staggered to his feet, using what little strength he had left to put distance between himself and Kai Yan. He was determined to avoid this man, his former rival, now clearly nursing a grudge for as long as possible. Liu Jing, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but crack a joke. Hey, you're shorter than me, ha! Li Jingju began to suspect that his so-called rescuers might not have his best interests at heart. After ensuring the immediate safety of his comrades, Liu Jing signaled the rest of their group from the balcony using Song Fi's flashlight. 2 flashes meant all was well, one would have signaled trouble. In a dire emergency, he wouldn't have bothered with the flashlight, and all the screams would have sufficed, even if they risked drawing the undead out of the surrounding rooms. From across the way, Val Yilu, Lin Daili, and Kyle Siki watched the signal with relief. If everything's fine, why are they taking so long? Kyle Siki wondered aloud. Lin Daili ventured to guess. Maybe they found survivors. So Yilu grimaced. If it's just 1 or 2, that's fine. But if it's 10 or more, we're screwed. The weight of his words settled over them, stirring memories they would rather leave buried. After a long silence, Lin Daili spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. When you saved me, what were you thinking? Wyosuke shrugged. There wasn't time to think, saving you was all that mattered. Lin Daili smiled faintly, though it quickly faded. And what about the future? Wyosuke considered this, his expression turning serious. If the only people we meet from now on are jerks like those in the supermarket, I'll probably go dark. So Yilu chuckled. And what does going dark look like for you? How should I know? Wyosuke shot back, rolling his eyes. I've spent 19 years being the model citizen, the perfect socialist successor. Now you're telling me socialism doesn't need me anymore and I should just take myself, What does that even mean? Zhao Yili sighed. Wen Dali muttered, why do I always want to punch him when he makes his English into his Chinese? Me too, Hao Yu agreed. The library's windows were designed in a traditional lattice style, and not to the administration's inexplicable obsession with Chinese aesthetics. While this reduced the amount of natural light, the architects had compensated by adding more windows, ensuring the interior remained bright during the day. The design also had a practical advantage. Breaking in required only shattering a single palm-sized pane, reaching through to unlock the latch and voila. A piece of paper or plastic could temporarily cover the gap, keeping out the cold. This was precisely how Zhao Yili had gained entry. As the trio made their way into the restricted archives, Wang Qingyuan and Li Jingyu remained in the break room, their recovery slow. The rest of the group decided to bide their time, exchanging information with the two survivors. Seated beside Wang Qingyuan, Sun Fei wasted no time asking the question that had been eating at him. Where are Xianyang and Renzi? It was the question he most wanted answered, yet feared hearing the answer to. Wang Qingyuan shook his head lightly. I don't know. Sun Fei frowned. Weren't you together? Wang Qingyuan's voice was distant as he recounted what he could remember. We had just sat down when Xianyang overheard someone saying there was trouble at the foreign languages building the day before. It sounded serious. He started worrying about his girlfriend, but the phones weren't working. He figured it was still early enough to make a round trip before the afternoon exam, so he left. And Renzi insisted on going with him. Sun Fei guessed. Wang Qingyuan sighed, nodding. Renzi never missed an opportunity to be around female classmates, a tireless pursuit of companionship that made him the pride and bane of their dorm room. Let's hope they're okay, Sun Fei murmured. In times like these, no news was the best news. Don't worry, Lu Jin interjected. The foreign languages building is full of girls. Where there are girls, there's bound to be food. Sun Fei found himself unable to argue with the flawless logic. Li Jingyu, meanwhile, described what had happened in the library. It was no different from the chaos that had erupted in the cafeteria, the dormitories, or the supermarket. Quiet study sessions shattered by sudden panic, students fleeing in all directions. He and Wang Qingyuan had been lucky; they were in the break room when it happened. Wang Qingyuan had the presence of mind to lock the door, sparing them from the initial onslaught. As for the 10 days that followed, Li Jingyu refused to dwell on the details of their coffee-fueled ordeal. In turn, Sun Fei recounted their own harrowing journey from the dorms to the supermarket, and from there to the library. He glossed over the more traumatic events as suicides, the bullying at the supermarket, but Wang Qingyuan and Li Jingyu could imagine. After all, their own days had been filled with little more than fantasies, each sip of coffee conjuring fleeting visions of family, friends, or even soaring over the vast landscapes of their homeland. The dreams would fade, leaving only the bitter dregs of reality, and the cycle would begin anew. What's the plan now? Wang Qingyuan asked. It's not just our plan, Sun Fei corrected him, a trace of irritation in his voice. It's our plan. Wang Qingyuan chuckled softly. All right, our plan, what is it? We're heading to the cafeteria, Kai Yan answered before Sun Fei could. Our food supplies won't last much longer. If we want to survive, that's our best shot. Wang Qingyuan studied him for a moment, then asked, Are you confident? No, Kai Yan replied without hesitation. Then why not go back to the supermarket? Kai Yan's gaze did waver. Going to the cafeteria means fighting the undead. Going back to the supermarket means fighting people. Either works, depends on what you'd rather face. When Qingyuan considered this, his expression unreadable. Both sound doable. Then let's flip a coin, Kai Yan suggested. They're all in the coffee machine, Wang Qingyuan depaned. In a corner, Li Jingyu whispered to Lu Jane, what are they doing? One guy's watching the other two top bake, Lu Jane replied succinctly. As the day wore on, Wang Qingyuan and Li Jingyu began to regain some of their strength. Liu Jane returned to the restricted archives to report the situation, leaving Kai Yan and Sun Fei to stand guard. Before long, the rest of the group trickled in, greeting the new arrivals with cautious optimism. Learning that Wang Qingjuan was Sun Fi's roommate and Li Jingju a close friend of Kai Yan's seemed to put everyone at ease. The next 2 days were spent in rest and recovery. By the third day, Wang Qingjuan and Li Jingju were strong enough to join the others in the restricted archives. Though the break room had water and sturdy locks arguably better than the archives, with its broken window it had become unbearable after 10 days of use. The smell alone was enough to drive them out. Besides, in the spirit of shared suffering, the group had decided to consolidate their activities in one place. Lin Daili, however, had opted for a more private arrangement, and no one dared question her choice under the weight of her glare. The first thing Li Jingju noticed upon entering the archives was the suitcase on the floor. He stared at it, dumbfounded, before breaking into a grin. It's keeping for your life with the tourist's mindset. Impressive. It's not like that, Lin Daili protested, flustered. It's for survival. But as Li Jingju watched her patting toner onto her face, her explanation rang hollow. Xiao Yile pulled the two newcomers aside. Now that you're both feeling better, let's figure out how to take the cafeteria. Li Jingju swallowed nervously. Not fully recovered yet. Beside him, Wang Qingjuan had already picked up a fruit knife, testing its edge with a critical eye. I'll take this one. Feels right in my hand. Li Jingju gaped at him. Are you adapting too fast? Day 13 of the zombie outbreak. Clear skies. 2 rows of bookshelves stretched out in orderly columns, standing sentinel in the room. Sunlight filtered through the lattice of the windows, casting precise, grid-like shadows onto the wooden panels of the shelves. Space was scarce, the room nearly swallowed by the towering walls of books. Only 2 narrow aisles remained in between the rows, the other along the windowed side. Beneath the window, 8 heads huddled together, bent over a floor plan. The intensity in their eyes mirrored the dogged determination of students cramming for finals, dissecting every detail with single-minded purpose. Xiao Yile spoke first, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. The cafeteria layout is no mystery. First floor, open hall. Second floor, specialty counters. Third floor, private dining rooms. Structurally, all 3 levels are divided into dining areas and kitchens. The first and second floors have additional serving windows, but our target is the kitchens. From a kitchen perspective, the first and third floors are similar large, open spaces. The second floor, however, is fragmented into smaller, enclosed areas due to its specialty counters. In short, Wei Yan cut him off, his words clipped and precise. First and third floors have more food. Second floor is easier to control. Exactly, Xiao Yilu admitted with a sigh. Smaller enclosed spaces work in our favor for defense, but the food supply is less centralized. The real issue is... Lin Daili interjected, her tone sharp with practicality. The issue isn't which floor we want to control, it's which floor we can control. Xiao Yilu slumped visibly, exhaling in frustration. Wait. The whole exterior is a glass curtain wall, smooth, sheer, no handholds. Climbing is out of the question. What about entering through the doors? Sun Fi suggested suddenly. Wei Yan shook his head without hesitation. We're only 8 people. The cafeteria has 3 entrances, 2 side doors and a main entrance. Each side door would need at least 2 people to secure, and even the main entrance might require more than 2. If we're all busy guarding doors, who's going to handle the zombies inside? Entering through the doors does mean we have to guard them, Sun Fi retorted, rolling his eyes. He tapped the floor plan with his forefinger, pointing to the west side door, and the kitchen entrance on the first floor. We could lure the zombies out of the main hall, draw them outside the cafeteria. Then we make a dash for the west side door, it's closest to the kitchen entrance. From there, we head straight to the kitchen. Once inside, we only need to secure 1 door, not 3. Wei Yan froze, his mind briefly derailed. He had been so fixated on the impossibility of scaling the building, on the logistics of rooftop infiltration, that this simple, lateral solution hadn't even crossed his mind. It wasn't that Sun Fi's plan was particularly ingenious, it was the audacity of its simplicity that struck him. while Kai Yan and many of their comrades had defaulted to the same pattern of thinking balcony entries. Skylight descents. Sun Fi had managed to step outside that mental box entirely. Sun Fi cleared his throat, snapping Kai Yan back to the present. Their eyes met, and Sun Fi raised a brow, his expression mock serious. Could you for once use your damn brain? Kai Yan flushed, caught off guard by the reversal. Those words had said them countless times to Sun Fi, but hearing them thrown back at him was a first. And a smirk tugging at Sun Fi's lips. It was insufferable, smug enough to scrape the ceiling. Suddenly, Sun Fi's hand gripped his tightly. Kai Yan's heart skipped a beat, startled by the uncharacteristic sincerity in Sun Fi's voice. I get it now, Sun Fi said, his tone almost reverent. I finally understand why you used to roast me all the time. Kai Yan arched a skeptical brow. Really? Yeah, Sun Fi nodded earnestly, his eyes glinting with mischief. It feels amazing. Anyone would get addicted to this. Kai Yan yanked his hand back with a scowl, his temple throbbing. Around them, the others barely reacted, long since inured to their antics. Truth be told, after facing hordes of the undead, a little homoerotic banter barely registered. But Lei Jinju was different. He wasn't used to the grotesque faces of zombies, nor the easy camaraderie of boys exchanging loaded glances. He admired Wen Qingjuan for that. In the 10 days they'd spent together, Lei Jinju had come to see Wayne as a paragon of composure, a man unfazed by chaos. Watching him now, unflinching amidst the absurdity, Lei Jinju's respect only deepened. 3 problems, Kai Yan said, steering the conversation back to Sun Fi's proposal. His voice was measured and analytical. First, who lures the zombies out, and how? Second, once the group is inside the kitchen, how does the bait regroup? Third, the first floor kitchen is massive. If there are zombies in city, especially in large numbers, how do we deal with them? I hadn't thought that far ahead, Sun Fi admitted with a shrug. I'm not a computer. I can plan for every contingency. What do you guys think? Wen Qingjuan was the first to respond, his tone deferential. I don't have much combat experience. I'll follow your lead. Luring zombies is all about sound and smell, Bao Li chimed in. But if we want to draw a large number quickly, sound is more effective. Like we've done before, play a phone ringtone, or just yell insane. But unless the bait has a guaranteed safe spot to retreat to, it's a death sentence. Wendell added, the bait could regroup through the windows. Once the kitchen team secures the area, they can open a window for the bait to climb through. First floor windows should be manageable. But what if the bait can't make it to the window safely? Well, Siki countered. And the kitchen team, how do they open the window while fighting off zombies? What if the bait gets attacked while climbing in? No one could save them. They'd be torn apart. Nothing is ever completely safe, Lu Jing said quietly, his voice low but resolute. All we can do is maximize our chances of survival. His gaze shifted to Lei Jinju, who had remained silent throughout. What do you think? Lei Jinju blinked, his expression distant. In truth, his mind was far from the room, lingering instead in a memory of coffee-scented mornings and tranquil afternoons. Walking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, he murmured, his voice soft, I glimpsed the southern mountain. The mountain air is beautiful at dusk, as birds return in flocks. The group exchanged uneasy glances, their concern palpable. They understood his fragility. They had all been there once, teetering on the edge of despair. But time was a luxury they no longer had. If Lei Jinju did snap out of it before their next move, he wouldn't just endanger himself, jeopardize them all. Their eyes met, a silent consensus forming. Something had to be done. Ready? Yeah. Then let's go. Wait, hold on, let me think about it again. You've been thinking for half an hour. When I was filling out my college applications, no one told me that higher education would involve armed combat. Beneath a sky so blue it seemed painted, a window on the west side of the library's top floor opened and shut again, as if caught in some endless loop of indecision. The vending machine defense operation loomed on the horizon, and for the sake of their collective safety, the group had decided to train the utterly inexperienced Li Jingyu and Wang Qingyuan. But as with most things in life, what sounded simple in theory proved maddeningly complex in execution. Song Fi sighed, a sound heavy with both exasperation and resignation. Softening his tone, he patted Li Jingju's shoulder lightly. "Look at the classmates behind you," he said, gesturing expensively. "None of us came here expecting some kind of survivalist boot camp, but the harshness of reality has left us no choice but to grit our teeth and save ourselves." Li Jingyu glanced down at the box cutter in his trembling hand, and over at the so-called grit-your-teeth classmates. One was engrossed in a game of Go, markings and as on a makeshift board. Another leaned against a bookshelf, utterly absorbed in a novel. A third was lounging with a face mask plastered across her skin, while the fourth sat beside her, spinning elaborate fantasies about their shared, idyllic future. Not exactly the image of resilience. "How about this?" Wang Qingyuan's voice cut in, calm and measured, though tinged with the faintest edge of impatience. "You keep thinking, well, go ahead." Li Jingyu drew in a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as if bracing for a plunge into icy waters. "Fine, let's go." Before long, the three of them clambered out the window and onto the balcony. Song Fi moved with feline agility, leaping from one section to the next, quickly putting 6 windows worth of distance between himself and the others. It had taken days of living in the library for them to realize that the top floor rooms on the site housing the restricted archives and various storage areas were largely unused and locked up tight. Other than a small tea room, the area was usually devoid of students. As a result, when the outbreak occurred, no zombies had breached the stretch. The balcony, for now, was a relative heaven. From his new perch, Song Fi pulled out his phone and began blasting music, carefully chosen for its upbeat, infectious rhythm. "You say you're my brother, I can always trust you sharing blessings and hardships alike, but hey, don't touch my girlfriend even if you've had a drink or two. I need to know right now what kind of friend you really are." Clutching his phone tightly, Song Fi's eyes remained fixed on the ground below. As expected, by the time the chorus hit, a small horde of 7 or 8 zombies had gathered, with one even lurching out onto the second-floor balcony. Song Fi's stomach twisted at the sight. Thank God they had run into that one while climbing. "Pay attention," he barked over his shoulder. "Get used to the way they move. Remember, their weak spot is the brain. Are you two even listening to me?" He turned to find Li Jingyu and Wang Qingyuan staring off into space, their expressions glazed and dreamlike. "Oh, what?" Li Jingyu blinked, jolted back to reality. Wang Qingyuan adjusted his glasses with deliberate precision. "Next time you're trying to lure enemies, maybe pick a mindless pop song. This one's too lyrically complex." Song Fi's face flushed with indignation. Was it his fault his taste in music was too sophisticated? Fortunately, the zombies had taken the bait. Song Fi silenced the music and began explaining the behavioral quirks they'd observed in the undead during their last foray into the supermarket. Both Wang Qingyuan and Li Jingyu were quick learners when it came to theory. But when it came time to put that theory into practice, their hesitation was palpable. Intellectually, they knew these creatures were no longer human. Emotionally, they couldn't bring themselves to strike. Song Fi did push them. For now, conquering their fear was victory enough. The rest, he thought grimly, would have to come through experience. 2 days slipped by in a haze of stolen naps and hastily rationed meals. What once felt like the luxury of time had dissolved into an acute awareness of life's brevity. With death looming at every corner, indulgence became an act of defiance. But the stash of supplies at the campus mailroom was dwindling fast. Unspoken but understood, the group knew it was time to act. At dawn, alarms began to chime one after another. Wang Qingyuan's phone first, then Lindai's, then Zhao. The rising symphony of digital beeps stirred the group into motion. Yet unlike other mornings, there was no chatter, no playful banter. The weight of the coming battle hung heavy in the air. After washing up in shifts at the tea room, the 8 of them reconvened, their faces scrubbed clean, but their spirits somber. Lu Jing rummaged through his bag and produced 2 gas masks, handing them silently to Wang Qingyuan and Li Jingyu. The 2 accepted them without a word. Still no one spoke. Song Fi, unable to bear the tension, threw his head back and howled, "I can't take it anymore, emergency class meeting." The others exchanged puzzled glances. Finally, Lin Daili, ever the spokesperson, ventured, "What kind of class?" "The unyielding survival class," Song Fi declared, his voice brimming with self-appointed authority. "From now on, we're one unit. Forget your old majors and departments. Starting today, we're a class." Yalsiki raised a tentative hand. "In fine with unyielding, but does it have to include survival? It sounds grim." "Fine," Song Fi relented. "And just throwing out ideas. Suggestions are welcome. Strong and unyielding maybe, or valiant and unyielding." Lin Daili offered. "Valiant sounds good," Liu agreed. "As a nice, commanding ring to it." "What about a class monitor?" Liu Jing chimed in. "Should we elect one?" Song Fi waved the idea off. "We don't have time for power struggles. Everyone's equal. This is a democracy." And so, on the 16th day of the outbreak, the valiant and unyielding survival class held its inaugural meeting. Tasks were assigned, positions clarified, and duties meticulously planned. By the end, the air was electric with a shared sense of purpose. They stood in a circle, hands stacked one atop the other. 8 hands, 8 trembling hearts. "Valiant and unyielding survival class," they shouted in unison. "Even demons and monsters will meet their end." Their rallying cry echoed through the hollow halls of the library as the team dispersed, each heading to their designated post. The library's new campus building was a rectangular monolith, its design eerily reminiscent of modern shopping malls. The center was a vast, gaping void, with study rooms and reading areas lining the periphery. From the ground floor, one could look up and see the walkways of every level, all the way to the glass ceiling that framed the sky. 2 elevators stood at the east and west ends, while staircases occupied each of the 4 corners. The vending machine, beacon of both hope and peril, was stationed near the southwest staircase. In the early morning light, the library seemed frozen in time, its silence broken only by the faint shuffle of undead feet. The zombies roamed the corridors like restless phantoms, their movements slow but deliberate. Song Fi crept along the balcony to the southwest corner, smashing a window to gain entry into the arches. Wang Qingyuan remained stationed in the northeast restricted section, while Li Jingyu retreated to the northwest tea room. The remaining 5 Lin Daili, Cao Yilu, Yalsiki, Lu Jing, and Kai Yan stealthily infiltrated a safe room near the southwest corner. From his vantage point, Song Fi cracked open the solid wooden door of the archives, peering out cautiously. The first floor lobby was a writhing mess of zombies, the second floor corridors slightly less crowded. By the time his gaze reached the 3rd floor, the numbers had thinned considerably. The 4th floor, where he now stood, had only 7 or 8. Luck was on his side. The zombies were scattered along the western and southern walkways, leaving him hidden at the corner. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. Now or never. Flinging the door wide, he leaned halfway into the corridor and shouted, "Hey, over here." 7 or 8 heads snapped in his direction, their lifeless eyes locking onto him. For a split second, they hesitated. Then, as if propelled by some unseen force, they charged. Song Fi's hand tightened on the door knob, his palm slick with sweat. His legs screamed at him to retreat, but he stood firm. "Oh sir. Oh sir." He waited until the lead zombie was mere steps away, his decayed face contorted in hunger, before slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. The lock clicked into place, just as the creature lunged. At that exact moment, the 5 in the southwest corner burst into action. Lin Daili and Lu Jing made a beeline for the vending machine, while Kai Yan, Cao Yilu, and Yalsiki rushed to secure the staircase. The shattering of glass rang out as Lu Jing's metal chair smashed through the vending machine's display. Without hesitation, Lin Daili, her hands protected by Kai Yan's black leather gloves, began scooping up snacks, shards of glass be damned. There was no time for caution, no room for second-guessing. A cacophony of breaking glass drew the zombies that had been hammering on Song Fi's door. One by one, they turned, lurching toward the source of the noise. On the floors below, the sound had a similar effect. Zombies in the lobby tilted their heads upward, their vacant eyes scanning for the disturbance. A few began to ascend the southeast staircase. For now the numbers were manageable. Wei Yan, Bao Yilu, and Kaiosaki held their ground. But it wouldn't be long before reinforcements arrived, and Lin Dailei and Lu Jing were far from finished. Just then, the northeast and northwest doors burst open simultaneously. The rock takes flight on a single gust of wind soaring to the heavens. 9 leagues high. Who cares who wrote this poem, or what it means to me? You talk about Liaoze, I talk about Liaoze. Joy, anger, sorrow, and mirth all come rushing to the fore. 2 phones. 2 songs. 2 corners of the library. The discordant melodies sent the zombies into a frenzy, their heads swiveling in confusion. On the first floor, the horde milled about aimlessly, unable to pinpoint the source of the sound. The chaos was perfect. On the 4th floor, the zombies reacted differently. With the music blaring so close, they honed in on the nearest doors, shambling toward their respective targets. But before they could reach either, a hand snaked out from behind one of the solid wooden doors, holding the phone aloft. You're from Pandora and from Taman Mountain. You're green with a hint of blue and just a yellow looser. Dude, come on, let's dance, let's groove together. The zombies froze, their confusion reaching a crescendo. Wei Yan kicked away the last zombie on the staircase, turning to check on Lin Dailei. She was already snapping the latches on the suitcase, sealing it shut. "Oh," she barked, her voice sharp and commanding. Without hesitation, she grabbed the suitcase and bolted. Liu Jing scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding as he remembered the lone zombie still lurking between them and the restricted section. Lin Dailei was unarmed. Pain. The suitcase swung through the air, smashing the zombie against the glass railing with enough force to send its torso dangling precariously over the edge. Lin Dailei did pause. With a fluidity that bordered on grace, she swung the suitcase again, the impact sending the creature tumbling over the side. The suitcase hit the floor with a dull thud, its weight a testament to the hull inside. Lin Dailei did miss a beat, gripping the handle tightly as she sprinted forward, her coat flaring behind her like a banner in the wind. Blue wool billowed around her, a fleeting glimpse of elegance in a world stripped bare of beauty.